Welcome, chat. It is an exciting day number 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and what a day it is because हमारे सामने इंडिया नंबर 2 वर्सेस इंडिया नंबर 3 का मैचअप होने वाला है. It is the world champion गुकेश डोमाराजू वर्सेस द मैडमैन एरिगेसी अर्जुन. मेरे साथ है आज बर्थडे बॉय सहज ग्रोवर. सहज भाई, हैप्पी बर्थडे, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम. भाई, बर्थडे के दिन भी मजदूरी नहीं रुक सकती. वाह, क्या क्या उम्दा शब्द है साज भाई के. क्या उम्दा शब्द है भाई. साज भाई सही बोला. क्लैप्स क्लैप्स क्लैप्स. हैप्पी
भाई
बर्थडे.
होना ही था ये बर्थडे के दिन होना ही था ये बट थैंक यू सो मच साहिल भाई बट फॉर मी दिस इज समथिंग आई लव डूइंग आई लव लुकिंग एट चेस आई लव कमेंटेटिंग सो फॉर मी दिस इज लाइक अ ड्रीम डे फॉर मी एंड आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ यू रिमेंबर लास्ट बर्थडे पे हमने 9.5 घंटे स्ट्रीम करा था
अच्छा, वो
यू
उसी दिन था
रिमेंबर
क्या?
दैट
उसी
हाँ
दिन था
उसी
क्या?
दिन था उसी
ओ
दिन था
डैम. भाई, आपके बर्थडे के दिन हमारी लंबी स्ट्रीम में चलने का ट्रेडिशन आज होपफुली टूटेगा भाई. आज मुझे 9 घंटा स्ट्रीम नहीं करना है. बिकॉज चैट भाई लगी हुई है भाई. ट्रस्ट मी, लाइक वी एंड Sahaj, me and even Samay bhai, the producer, were discussing कि भाई इतना थक चुके हैं ना. लाइक these streams are so long, बट मजा बड़ा आता है. बट स्ट्रीम खत्म होते ही भी कोलैप्स. बट ऑफ कोर्स Sahaj भाई आज कोलैप्स नहीं होंगे. आज वो फुल ऑफ एनर्जी है. बिकॉज Sahaj भाई, लुक एट दोस पेयरिंग्स. टेक अस थ्रू दोस एक्साइटिंग मैचअप्स.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have the highlight of the day, yeah, Gukesh versus Arjun. The match that I think all of us have been waiting for. I mean, इससे बड़ा match मेरे लिए कोई नहीं है यहाँ पे because Arjun can, I mean, of course, can definitely qualify to the candidates. He's a very big contender for the World Championship title, and we know Gukesh's score against Arjun has not been the best in the past. However, Gukesh did defeat him the last time they played together. So बड़ा मजा आएगा यहाँ पे. This specific match I will be focusing on. And the next match I want to take you to is Pragg versus the youngest grandmaster in history, Abhimanyu Mishra. With Pragg taking on with the white pieces, I am not sure. This is a very tough match, I would say, for Pragg, but I would say it's a much tougher match for Abhimanyu, for sure. So these two
Yeah.
matches are, I think, insane for me. I think all of these players are on 2.5 points, so still fighting for the leaderboard. ये match जीतने के बाद they will be sole leaders, and of course, let's not forget the top match, which is between Parham Maksudlu, the only player on 3 out of 3, versus द को क्या बोलूं मैं अब्दुसत्तरोव को. आई हैव सो मेनी
भाई
थिंग्स टू
भाई
से
भाई.
हियर but yes the I mean I would say one of the biggest sort of challenges that Gukesh might face in the candidates in the world championships, Abdusattorov, Noderbek, and of course
या
we have other
भाई.
matches as well, but yes, please take it away.
भाई, आई थिंक यू कैन द टॉप 6 पेयरिंग्स दैट वी सी, यू कैन सी कि भाई कैंडिडेट्स के जो क्वालिफायर्स है, पोटेंशियल कितने सारे प्लेयर्स उसमें से है. साज भाई, वी हैव परम अक्सुल्लू, नोदिरबेक,
Parham.
पराग, Arjun, Firouzja, Vincent, Anish, like all of these players at least are ones who are favorites to qualify for the candidates. You can see कि भाई वो कंटूर्स बनते जा रहे हैं. इनमें से ही लाइकली 2 लोग होंगे जो कैंडिडेट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करेंगे. साज भाई.
Absolutely, absolutely. इन पांचों में से एक ही होगा. I mean, Vincent Keimer, Anish Giri, although they are on 2 out of 3, they are still very heavy contenders, to win this tournament, to go for the, that candidate spot. Let's not forget Levon Aronian also. Let's not forget Nepomiachi also. Let's not forget Mamedyarov also. MVL, Han, so many players. Vidit, of course. How can we forget Vidit? There are so many players who are just fighting for this title. So yeah, it's a very, very tough day, very exciting day. For me, this is the biggest day, I would say, in this tournament so far.
Agreed. And of course, Gukesh Domaraju has white against Arjun. पोल सेटअप कर दिया है मैंने चैट. बट पोल ना कई बार आपकी दिल की बात नहीं बताता है, बिकॉज पोल में यस और नो और ड्रॉ होता है. सो क्वेश्चन इज सहज एंड चैट, हाउ डू यू थिंक द गेम गोज? डू यू थिंक Gukesh has white pieces, stream rolls Arjun? Do you think tough fight रहेगी, draw होगा? Do you think Arjun will create an imbalance and somehow outplay Gukesh? और क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में? साज भाई एंड चैट, अपने थॉट्स भाई, बेयर naked थॉट्स सुनना चाहूंगा मैं.
So I think this is definitely a clash of style, a very like at the highest level possible, at least in current chess, because Gukesh is that solid player who always goes for the win, who always pushes, but he does it in a very compact, solid, composed way. And Arjun is a madman. Yeah, there's a reason why he has that name, because Arjun is completely chaotic. He just brings that fire on the board. So that's probably also one of the reasons I was reading in the chat that the score is 6-1 in favor of Arjun so far. I mean, this is probably why, because Arjun का जो style है वो that works really well against Gukesh. However, Gukesh did win the last time, so he has cracked
Yeah.
some code. He has cracked some code against Arjun. And although we should mention that Arjun, did still manage to get a winning position out of the opening even in that
Yeah.
game, but he wasn't able to convert because Gukesh,
Yeah.
he fought with such tenacity. I have to say that Gukesh was a fantastic. I mean, he played a fantastic game against Arjun the last time they played against each other. So this match, I think, definitely a huge clash of style. बड़ा मजा आएगा यहाँ पे. Yes, Gukesh will show some deep prep, maybe some World Championship prep, and yes, Arjun is going to show something chaotic. Last time he played E4 D6, I remember that. So it's gonna be pure mayhem on the board.
I agree. And chat stream like करो. Let's get to 100 likes because it's going to be mayhem indeed. And लोग कह रहे हैं प्रग का मैच क्यों नहीं हुआ मकसूदलू के साथ? Because प्रग और मकसूदलू दोनों के white pieces आने थे. And to be honest, we should be happy. Pragg is playing Abhimanyu Mishra, who's a slightly weaker player, and that means Pragg's chances to win this and catch up with Maqsoodlu are extremely high. Agar Maqsoodlu Nodbek draw karte hai, Pragg defeats Mishra, let's say, he ties with first place. That is amazing. So overall, a great matchup for Pragg, I think. In fact, Firuzja also getting that, upload there, getting a slightly easier pairing would also be helpful. And of course, Gukesh-Arjun are the tough matchup there. They both know ki what's the other capable of. They are friends, they are competitors, and they know ki bhai dusra banda will go all in. Like we saw it's a clash of styles, but also there's one thing common. They both try to go for the win. They don't stop. They don't want to draw. Don't want short games. So they will be very well prepared. तो बहुत मजा आएगा. And Sahaj bhai and chat, what do you think will be the first move Gukesh plays today? Wow, Sahaj bhai, Sahaj bhai गायब है.
No, 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 no. I
Sahaj
just
bhai,
went to close my window because
हाँ.
there was a lot of noise coming from outside. So just to not have any distractions. But yes, by openings just कर रहे हैं. By Gukesh plays D4. Let's go.
Oh, wow. D4. Yeah, last time I was saying he played E4, right? Or am I mistaken?
Yes, he plays E4 and Arjun played D6 if I remember correctly.
Ah, you are right. You are right. You are
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
You are
yeah.
right.
Norway chess में हुआ था, I think, was it? I don't remember the tournament, but I think it was Norway chess, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
yeah, yeah. Norwich chess classical last match उनका वहीं पे हुआ था. But regardless, I think it's going to be exciting chat. जल्दी से अपने bets डाल दो,
अरे
अपने
भाई,
thoughts.
there is another All Indian matchup. It's Buddy Pranav playing against Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, 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 I saw that. I saw that. Yeah,
Let's
yeah, yeah.
go. I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
love to check this out as well. This is also, I mean, both youngsters, both on the rise, and this is another. इनकी अपनी battle चल रही है भाई.
And bhai, let's not forget Leon against Hans will be very
Ooh.
interesting to watch. And also Ivanchuk against Vidit. So knowing Ivanchuk कुछ तो crazy prep आज देखने को मिलेगी. So Vidit's task will not be easy either. And chat बहुत बहुत exciting day हो सकता है. So Super Sunday for you chat. We are ready. The players are ready. The games begin in 1 minute. Chat ने लिखा B4, Reti, Knight F3, E4. So all bets are off. Saj bhai, आपने D4 बोला. Gukesh Arjun when Arjun needs a win to qualify stat. I don't think Arjun needs a win by force to qualify because even if 1.5 out of 4, I think that's still potentially enough to, let's say, qualify. But he can also draw, yeah? A draw is also decent for both players. They go to 3 out of 4. That's a pretty impressive score.
अरे नहीं चाहिए draw मुझे भाई. No draws. We need wins. We need wins on the board. Let's go. We need a leader. We need an Indian leader on after round 4. कोई एक चाहिए 3.5 point पे. Pragg, of course, is as you mentioned, it's a easier pairing in comparison. Although saying that against the youngest grandmaster in the world is
Oh, D4. The birthday boy gets the correct guess by Sahaj OP in the chat. D4 on the board. And Arjun ka time already zero हो चुका है भाई.
Arjun may be a bit surprised. He can still play d6 though. Oh, he goes knight f6. Okay. What does he have under his belt here? Is he gonna go for some King's Indian type setups? Is he
बैंको
gonna go for
गैमेट भाई, बैंको
Nimzo?
गैमेट हुआ तो भाई, एक बैंको गैमेट हुआ तो एक बंदे को चेस का मेंबरशिप भाई। ओ चैट, यू
Oh,
मिस्ड इट
e6.
भाई।
Okay, but he plays G. Wait, he plays
ओ
G3. Okay, interesting. Catalan opening. Now Arjun can play C5 here. Actually, and go into that Benoni type of a structure, which is not, which actually might favor
या
Arjun's
या
style here quite a lot. So I would expect C5 from him. Let's go.
But is he a Benoni player though, Saj? I've not seen him play that opening too much. Like I think C5 would be amazing. I think the bishop G2 setup usually, yeah, he plays D5. I think sticks to something more normal. And now I
Mhm.
think knight F3, yeah?
He is not second. By I'm telling you, he has something planned here. Arjun never goes to these matches without having something, just something, under his belt. And I know he's not gonna get let Gukesh get comfortable out of the opening because if Gukesh comfortable हो गया, वो slight advantage आ गया, then Gukesh will squeeze. We all know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, true. Arjun and Anish playing the same opening. I'm not surprised. Anish also is a big Catalan fan and plays it consistently, even with it. By the way, we should to play it. And now, okay, interesting detail. Oh, hello, sir. Wait, Saj bhai, is that normal? Is
No,
that normal? Because
absolutely
that is not
not.
normal.
It's not.
Chat, look at this. Saj, I don't know if you want to take it, but overall 10,000 plus games played in this position. Just on Chesscom alone. I think it's 4, 7, 9, it's 11. Oh, it's 11,000, 12,000 games played in this position. And 12,000 may say 29 games में बिशप D6 खेला गया है. Put that into perspective. 12,000 games में से 29 games में बिशप D6 was played. Sahaj, what is this
Wait, wait,
move?
wait. Because on my screen I'm seeing 9 games. Is it 29 for you? I'm seeing 9 games.
Yeah, yeah, so if you go back one move, it shows 29, but once you actually play it, it shows 9.
Acha, okay. So 9 games only, like no game total. Why Bishop D6? Arjun doing crazy things. I have no idea what this means. This move, but from my guess is that he wants to go some knight c6, d takes c4, and e5. That probably why he's playing bishop d6. Generally speaking, ना जब भी white ऐसे d4 फेंकता है in position में, तो you're looking for the c5 break or the e5 break, and you don't play bishop d6 and then you play c5, right? Because अगर मैं मारता हूँ इसको, then bishop loses its tempo. It loses a move by taking on c5. So I'm guessing he's planning for some e5 types of ideas, but I have never seen this before. And
Yeah, I agree.
Gukesh, Gukesh plays knight f3.
He plays it quickly, yeah. So that should be a slight surprise for Arjun, maybe. Ki bhai, has Gukesh seen this before? And now we have transposed into something a little like 5% more popular. Now we have 70 games and
Okay.
black castles. And white also has castled in majority of the games. And white has a decent record, yeah. So I don't know what the real idea is. We might just transport Saj Bhai into some other setup, yeah.
Yeah, probably castle, b6, bishop b7, knight d7, and kuch e5 ka plan, or maybe c5 ka plan. That remains to be seen. I'm still very, very excited to see how this turns around. But yeah, Arjun coming up with those crazy surprises early on. Let's go.
भाई एरिगेसी अर्जुन की प्रेप, और बोलते हैं ना वो हेलीज कॉमेट, बहुत कंप्लीटली यूनिवर्स के ऑपोजिट है। एक 60 साल में एक बार दिखता है और एक 60 मिनट में एक बार। आई रियली डोंट नो व्हाट टू से। आई थिंक ही मैनेजेस सरप्राइजेस, ही मैनेजेस टू सरप्राइज ऑल ऑफ अस एवरी सिंगल गेम, दैट्स क्रेजी। यू समटाइम्स मुझे याद है साहज भाई, जब यू नो 10 साल पहले हम ओपनिंग देखते थे, वी यूज्ड टू हैव लाइक एन ओपनिंग सरप्राइज वंस अ टूर्नामेंट, and then people would play that opening like in open tournaments for months, and then they would, let's say 3 months later the other side would come up with an improvement, then 3 months later white would come in improvement। आजकल improvement daily basis पे चल रही है भाई।
बिल्कुल भाई, क्लाउड का रीजन है ये, बिकॉज एवरीवन इज सॉर्ट ऑफ यूजिंग दोस सुपर कंप्यूटर्स एंड कमिंग अप विद दिस न्यू क्रिएटिव आइडियाज, एंड वी लव टू सी इट यार। दिस इज व्हाई आई थिंक क्लासिकल चेस इज, it's not, people say it's dead, but at the same time I feel like it's evolving into something so much bigger, so much more aggressive, so much more fighting. And that's what I love about watching classical games, because you always see a new idea, especially amongst the top players. सहज विल डू बायस कमेंट्री दिस होल टाइम। भाई किसके लिए? ये तो बताओ, बायस कहां से यार? I have played this game and it was a draw. Really? You have played Bishop D6 before? That's cool, actually. I love it, actually. Bishop D6 idea is very nice. Okay, Knight BD7 played. I think he wants to go C5 probably or E5. That remains to be seen. Gukesh can play C5 here, though. Gukesh can definitely play C5 and the position becomes super complicated, by the way.
And that is the best move according to the Indian Sahaj. He has to play c5, bishop e7, the bishop drops back, let's say. And then, of course, yeah, you could continue with a move like b4 also, or you could develop bishop f4. I think reminds me of some Queen's Gambit structures in that bishop f4 setup.
भाई
But
बिशप F4
regardless,
reminds you of क्वींस गैम्बिट. ये साहिल टिक्कू से ही बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. व्हाट इज दिस? क्या हो रहा है
अरे
ये?
भाई मतलब मतलब पॉन c4 पे है ना
भाई
भाई, पॉन c4 पे है भाई
भाई ये
भाई
मेरे को तो यार, मैं दो मिनट के लिए तो हैरान रह गया. ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? व्हाट इज दिस?
भाई भाई बिशप फॉर क्वींस गैम्बिट में आई थिंक मेरे को याद है मैंने 100 साल में एक गेम खेली है. सो आई रिमेंबर कि भाई आई सॉ दिस सफर्ड दिस ओपनिंग सफर्ड अगेंस्ट दिस ओपनिंग एज ब्लैक वंस, एंड उसके बाद मैंने कहा था भाई कभी भी अलाउ नहीं करना. तो या आई थिंक c5 लुक्स वेरी लॉजिकल. बिशप को एक लात पड़ेगी एंड आई थिंक अर्जुन लेकिन बहुत फास्ट खेल रहे हैं, तो मे बी दिस इज स्टिल प्रेप.
Could be prep. I think for sure because he has more time on the clock than he started off with. That's definitely a sign of prep. I mean, one thing is for sure. यहाँ पे कुछ भी वो खेले, there is going to be a fight on the board. Like there
या
is no way to like equalize matters, and that's what I love about these Indian youngsters. But like हर game में you get this long fight. By get ready, Sahil. By the match is on. Let's go.
भाई रेडी तो हम हैं, बिल्कुल रेडी है. एंड ऑफ कोर्स आई थिंक this game is the star game for today, and I would love to jump to other games. But before that, Sahaj bhai, question for you and chat. Does Gukesh play c5? Like, do you think practically that's the, even if that's, let's say he understands this is the best move, does he go for it? Because he knows कि अर्जुन इसी के अगेंस्ट कम से कम 20 चाल और घर पे देख के आया है. Or does he play queen c2, something very normal? What would be the best approach for the world champion?
I think if he knows C5 is the best move, I think he goes for it because Gukesh is not going to shy away from a fight on the board. I think he loves the battle. I think he will go for it. However, I feel C5 this may not be something he has seen exactly on the board. So it's possible that you may play more like natural looking moves, like Queen C2, for example, or Knight C3, for example. Those are more natural looking moves, and you keep the tension on the board. You don't resolve it because you're saying आप DC4 मार सकते हो, मैं CD5 मार सकता हूँ, मैं C5 भी खेल सकता हूँ. All of this is possible. So I think Queen C2 is what I would expect from Gukesh more. Uh, that's my guess at least. Chat, आपको क्या लगता है भाई?
Chat to carry c5, knight c3, queen c2. Chat is also quite divided by, and also I think after if you play queen c2, apparently rook e8 is one of the best moves. And now if you play c5, I think the bishop has a very comfortable square on f8. So I think
Hmm.
if Gukesh has to play c5, maybe the best timing is now, yeah?
Probably yes, and I'm seeing some ideas where you can start throwing pawns on the king side. I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, but we know Arjun loves these things. We know Arjun loves
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, he absolutely loves it. And chat, बहुत मजा आने वाला है. And meanwhile, I think time to jump to other games. Let's go to Pragg against Abhimanyu Mishra, and we have the Reti on the board.
Yep, English से start हुआ था, but it transposed into a Reti system. Bishop D. By the way, same four moves being played in Arjun's game and Abhimanyu as well.
Yeah.
Hmm, some prep there. But yeah, G3 short castle, Bishop G2, and he plays C5, and now Pragg is thinking. Now, very important fact here कि यहाँ पर अगर जब भी बिशप B2 पे होता है तो you should not allow black to play D4 because once black plays D4 this bishop becomes basically a passive piece for the duration of the game. Let's say अगर मैं castle खेलता हूँ, black D4 खेलता है, and even if you say I can play E3, black can just go E5 and say okay takes and आपका bishop अभी भी खराब है. तो
Yeah. Yeah.
important moment for Pragg, he should not allow D4 in this position unless he has prepared something. So he goes C takes D5. Let's go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that feels like preparation as well. So he takes d5, and maybe you take with the knight here, Sahaj, I guess. Pawn takes d4. Looks like an isolated pawn for black.
E takes d5 seems to be the better move, but knight takes d5 seems more natural to me. Like अगर मुझे पता ना होता तो मैं knight d5 ही खेलता यहाँ पे.
Agreed. I think ED5 के बाद D4 के बाद आइसोलेट पॉन मिल रहा है सो ब्लैक को, सो नॉट श्योर इफ ब्लैक वांट्स दैट, डिपेंड्स। मिश्रा जी सोच रहे हैं यहाँ पे, एंड मिश्रा जी वन दैट एंड गेम यस्टरडे, दैट लॉन्ग एंड गेम आज।
Yes, yes, finally broke the fortress, taking a page out of Magnus's book that fortresses don't exist. But yeah, it was a 7 hour long game. I mean, it was a it was beautiful to watch. But yeah, he finally won that match, and now he's playing against Pragg. Bhai, this is exactly what they want
Sahaj,
to do, right?
Sahaj and chat, I'm sorry to change the topic, but what if I told you there's a high chance we might have a result already?
क्या बात कर रहे हो? क्या बात कर रहे हो?
You will not believe it, right? Because if
No.
you jump to the women's section, Vaishali, board number one, 3 on 3, apparently there is a repetition possible, like Queen D6, Queen D4, Queen B6, Queen E5. It is totally possible, something like that. So, I mean, do you think this could happen, or do you think Vaishali will push for a win?
I Vaishali ki prep is insane, yaar. It's insane. I have to give it to her. Wow. I mean, apparently she can play with Queen F6 also. She's already better. She's an exchange up right now, but White has this very strong bishop on D2, which can jump on to H6, maybe to C3 as well. But wow, it is possible. A repetition is possible here.
And can we show the exchange sacrifice the white made? Yeah, we saw the Anish Giri tweet. Yeah, Ivanchuk dancing. So this was a nice dancing tweet. कुछ कर सकते हैं, we need to interact उसके साथ. Yeah, Sajbhai, can we show the opening? Yeah.
So this was the Grunfield defense with knight c3 and d5. I think Vaishali plays this a lot. Takes e4 आता है board पे. Knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop g7. भाई इतनी जल्दी चालें खेल रही हैं यहाँ पे. But we are still in mainstream territory here. White goes knight f3, c5, bishop e2, knight c6, d5 she plays, sacrificing that exchange on c3. Usually you can also play bishop e3 in this position, but
Yeah.
bishop e3 में black bishop g4 खेल देता है. And it's okay, it's still a battle, but black seems to be fine there. But she plays d5, bishop c3, bishop d2, takes, free ka rook, free ka exchange,
Free का भाई.
free ka exchange. But you have some dark squares, so that's your compensation. Also, your knight on c6 is attacked, so you have to defend both. Black plays knight d4, takes, queen. Oh, sorry, short castle first. Queen takes d4 comes in the next move. Castle, queen d4, and queen b6, and she does play queen e5 in this position. So it's already
Bhai,
on the board.
bhai, I don't know what will happen. Maybe Vaishali will push, but she has a draw if she wants it. I think Queen D6, Queen D4, Queen B6. So it will be very interesting if she does it. And time-wise, Dinara is playing much quicker. Yeah. So maybe White is still in prep as well.
I think Sahil bhai, after queen d6, I can play queen b2. And if you go queen b6 again, I can go queen a3. Like if you go queen d6 now, मेरे पास bishop b4 है. So maybe white can also continue the game.
Wow. So
Maybe.
Queen
But
F6 maybe then, yeah?
queen f6 अगर सीधा आती है, तो I think is it an exchange? Or do I have to go queen g3 or something?
Queen G3. I think you have to go, right? A queen straight, okay. If you take, I mean, you could play the end game also, but you're playing for two results essentially, I feel.
Yeah. Queen तो चाहिए आपको अटैक करने के लिए. Queen you definitely need. So completely agreed. Queen g3 makes a lot of sense.
By quite an interesting position, I think, Saj bhai. We'll come back to this. Vaishali leading the women's section 3 on 3. So she's trying to seal her candidate spot. Let's see if she can put pressure here. Meanwhile, maybe it's time to check out the Vidit game against Ivanchuk. Bhai, वो एक crazy opening आई है सहज भाई. I think रुक थोड़ा सा हिलने वाला है यहाँ पे.
Oh, we have a Scotch opening, by the way, played knight takes c6, bc6, e5. ये दिव्या के गेम में देखा था हमने, I think, against Abhimanyu was it in the first round, if I'm not mistaken. Queen e7, queen e2, knight d5, h4 खेला गया. Very very interesting move. What Sailva means is कभी भी rook h3 आ सकता है इस position में, which is a very crazy idea. So very nicely spotted there. Black plays queen e6 and now knight to d2. So Ivanchuk deep in prep here. Ivanchuk
भाई
142 भाई 142.
एग्जैक्टली 10 मिनट आगे है. एंड पता ही था इवांचुक इज अ क्रेजी जीनियस यार. एक फेमस क्लिप है जहां पे ही लिटरली वन लाइक सिल्वर or bronze, I think, at the World Rapid and Blitz. And then he was playing like Blitz chess or something else while the prize ceremony was going on. Like he genuinely is a big fan of the game itself. He loves playing. And even I think there was this clip, yeah, when he lost to Daniel Levski, he started almost crying. He cried, yeah, after last year.
It was
So
very
he's so
sad to
passionate.
see.
Yeah, he was so passionate about the game, and that's why he plays so well. So I think, Osara bhai, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think Ivanchuk is definitely on the right edge of things on that court. So Filal ke liye Ivanchuk putting
And
pressure on Vidit
also,
Gujarati.
let's not forget that I think Magnus very famously said that the biggest blunder of his life happened against Ivanchuk, where he dropped, I think, a mate in two or mate in one. I think it was a mate in two. And I
Maitin,
saw that
yeah.
clip as well. Like a few days ago, I saw that clip जहाँ पे वो खेलता है Queen G1 and he plays it with such passion, that he was so happy and he was like, okay,
Yeah.
game over.
Oh,
It just shows.
भाई ऐसे
I
भी कहता
remember
है.
that. It was
And
so
Magnus
so.
gets up like, oh भाई भाई क्या मस्त था
Yeah,
भाई वो.
like that. And then
That
he
was the table banging before the table banging भाई.
Yup, the OG table banging bhai. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
meanwhile,
while
huh.
Vidit thinks, maybe we should switch back. Okay, Gukesh is still thinking, by the way, after knight bd7. So 10-minute thing for the world champion. What do you make of this?
Wow. I think he's considering c5. That's the only option. I think he knows it's a committal move and he's not seen it before, at least in this particular position. So he's trying to weigh the pros and cons. Are there any, clear downsides to pushing that pawn is something he's trying to observe. Maybe it's time to also get Pranav
He,
against
he
Nihal,
plays
Sahaj bhai.
he plays Queen C2. Yep, we can switch back. He just played Queen C2, by the way, after a 10 minute
Oh,
and 45 seconds. So he doesn't go for C5. He does allow Arjun to play Rook E8. I just want to see if Arjun responds really quickly here. Arjun घूम रहा होगा most likely, but उसको board पे बैठने दो. We can't really see the cams, but I think that can happen. But yeah, I just want to see if he plays Rook E8 immediately, if he's still in prep or if he's gonna think. क्या लगता है आपको
yeah.
chat? And साहिल भाई
No,
आपको क्या लगता है?
I think he'll play quickly. He'll play quickly. I think he wants to build up that pressure. Yeah, he plays c6 and no more c5 now for Gukesh. There was one chance and he lost it. Yeah, and now it's going to be look like a more normal setup in knight d2. Then he planning e4.
Yeah. Now we have 950 games, so we definitely transposed into something here, some mainstream Catalan line. तो शुरुआत मतलब बड़ी weird हुई थी, but we did end up transposing. I think Gukesh should also feel comfortable in this position. Okay, so while Gukesh ponders, you said we should go to Nihal's game, correct?
Yes, एक बार नजर मार के आते हैं because two Indians playing on that board as well. Pranav against Nihal. Although we have a quite, let's say, much calmer position on the board here, that typical setup, right? Where you have symmetrical structures, few knights develop. Maybe there's still some bite in the position. Sajid, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a Berlin. Last time I saw Berlin at this level, it was a blitz match, and a certain player repeated with the Berlin endgame.
And
Um,
we got 350K views on that reel, so
yep.
not too stressed about that drop. But
It
yeah,
wasn't. It
anyway.
wasn't fun. At least there's a plus side there. But yeah, he doesn't go. Pranav doesn't go for the Berlin draw. He goes castle, rookie, knight e4 and rook e1. Just for everyone, d4 is where the Berlin draw happens. But he goes rook e1, knight d6, knight takes e5. I think a very fighting line here. Bishop e7. Bishop returns back to f1. Knight f5, knight f3. A d5, d4, short castle, knight to c3. Interesting choice there. Usually you play c3 and bishop d3 here just to have this better pawn structure. But Pranav plays knight c3, and after almost a 10-minute thought, Nihal responds with knight h4.
Wow, interesting move. So basically, you're removing the important knight on f3 for white. That's the good knight defending the king, could come to e5. But of course, the bishop, I'm not sure how well placed it will be on h4 after the trade. We'll have to come back at some point. But I think Nihal, a decent move, Sahaj, I think, knight h4.
I mean, decent move for sure. I think he has to take here, but I think he's gonna think because probably this is not in his prep. It
Yeah.
wasn't the best. It wasn't computer's best choice, but I don't think it's a bad move either because you are making room for the bishop. You're developing your knight. You're also exchanging an important piece, like you mentioned. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me. But maybe this is something Pranav has not looked at the night before, and that's why he's thinking so much
Yeah.
in this position.
Yeah, I think it's time to update our chat with the two main games. It's Pragg versus Abhimanyu and then Gukesh versus Arjun. Pragg, by the way, his opponent has taken with the pawn, Sahaj. E takes d5. Mishra knows what's going on in the position. And now Pragg plays pawn to d4, arguing, you know what, if you take on d4 or if you allow me to take on c5, your bishop will have to move twice in that case, and then you've maybe lost tempo, and the d5 pawn will be under huge heavy fire from the bishop on g2, knight to c3, queen on d1, and somehow some pressure building up on that pawn.
Yep, an isolated queen pawn. I think a very, very smart choice by Pragg because Pragg is I think he can be a bit of a slow player because he plays the long game. He like in Kalbi he was playing for what 6.5 hours trying to find that right moment to strike, and it came literally at the 60th move. So I think playing this type of a position जहाँ पे IQP होता है, it gives him a lot of chances to play for a win. Abhimanyu plays knight to C6, by the way. Pragg thinking right now, but one thing is for sure, we are definitely getting the IQP position. There is no stopping it anymore.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting how Pragg tackles this position because Ayumani Mishra, the youngest grandmaster in the world ever, right? So he's somebody you cannot take lightly. And of course, Pragg knows that this is a golden opportunity. He's facing somebody who's slightly weaker because Nodurbek is playing Parham, Gukesh-Arjun are playing each other. So he gets Ayumani Mishra, who's slightly lower rated. So he will love to win this. And of course, he is not forced to take on C5 just yet. He can just castle as he does. And now Black has a choice, Saj bhai. Does he take on D4? Does he play rook E8? Does he play bishop G4? And I section में usually when Black का problem होता है, the bishop on C8 is a big problem in D4 structures. That's not the case here. The bishop has free development, free to go to E6, F5, G4. But the problem is the pawn on D5 now. And usually, Saj, do you prefer playing with the isolated pawn or against the isolated pawn?
In this case, I would prefer against the isolated pawn. I usually prefer it with IQP अगर white ने king side पे fianchetto नहीं किया होता. Like if the pawn was on E3, bishop was on E2, then I could create some attack on the king side, which I quite like from having the IQP perspective. But here it's difficult to generate an attack on the king side simply because white has this super solid fianchetto structure, and I feel like this can be difficult for black to play. So I will pick white here. And what about you? What is your choice here?
I would also pick white, but Sahaj, interesting thing you said that, there's no attack possible. Maybe we can switch to the Param against Nudirbek game, and maybe we might hear something slightly different from you now. What do you think about this isolated pawn?
Absolutely, very good point because c takes d4, e takes d4 के बाद isolated pawn तो आ ही रहा है यहाँ पे, and यहाँ पे I think I prefer this in comparison to the previous position. I definitely prefer this position कि bishop is already out. You can create some bishop d6 short. You can even short castle के बाद भी आप h5 h4 फेंक सकते हो यहाँ पे. Like it's possible. I actually have done this against Vidit in the national championship some in 2012 or 13 or something like that, and it worked out quite nicely. Yeah, so I really like this from the black side. But okay, it's too early to say. Too early to say. भाई muted हो आप.
हाँ भाई, sorry. So the d4 pawn is hanging. So what if black just says, भाई अपन ना वीडी अपन का बेस्ट फ्रेंड है तो अपन तो फ्री का pawn मारेगा ही. Just takes. New company coming up soon. So what is the advantage that white has? The bar is just gone up.
I think probably the queen is super exposed. By the way, he does take cd4, knight d4 नहीं मारेगा वो, I'm pretty sure. But the queen is exposed. You're just supposed to castle here, and you gain a bunch of tempos here, like rook d1, bishop e3. That gives you a lot of activity. And black is still very far away from castling in this position. And before you get to castle, my guess is that there is some tactic on the horizon. Like for example, bishop e7. There is knight b5 attacking the queen and this knight c7 ideas. And already black is in deep trouble. Like if you go queen d8 to defend both, एक rook d1 तो आ ही रहा है मेरा, but bishop f4 just feels like it's dead lost. Knight c7 incoming in
Yeah,
the next move, and you're gone. But I think he does go cd4. I think Parham will go e takes d4 as well, and I wouldn't expect him to go knight d4 after that. Maybe he will
yeah.
take it a bit slower with bishop e7 castle and put pressure on it long term. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, Param is going to get an attacking position, and that means Noderbek will face some pressure. But of course, right now he's way ahead on the clock, so he is in home territory, and we'll see what happens as the game progresses. So meanwhile, I think jumping to the Ukesh against Arjun, the star game for today, Saj, we have a few developments. I think C6 was played, and then Gukesh played knight to D2, rook E8 on the board, and now B3, and again Reti kind of structure, and now E5 breakthrough in the center by Gukesh-Arjun, and finally C takes D5. Potentially another isolated pawn. This seems to be the theme of the day.
Wow, isolated pawn पे isolated pawn. That's what we're getting because black will capture back with the c pawn. White will capture d takes e5. It's basically forced. अगर आप नहीं मारते हो d takes e5, then black can push e4 and then it's something then you have to worry about. Then h5 h4 is definitely possible and a lot of attack, and you don't want to give Arjun that, obviously. So after cd5, white goes d takes e5, knight takes e5, and probably something like bishop b2. And okay, yeah, very similar structure, I think, to the previous position. I would say I like Gukesh's position here more.
I have to admit, yeah, that isolated pawn does not look great. And of course, with the bishop on g2, white's king is quite safe. Yeah, there is no attack to speak of. And once the rook comes to d1, rook f d1, or whatever, rook a c1, I think somehow white just feels slightly more harmonious. Okay, should be very happy with what he has. And similarly, yeah, Arjun is up on the clock. But I think I'm quite confident Gukesh will be very, very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think Yukesh got the position that he wanted, even though it feels like Arjun का time देख के लग रहा है कि like he's better prepared. By the way, C takes D5 played. Now D takes E5 is what we are expecting from Gukesh. But yeah, time देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि Arjun maybe has a slight advantage here. You know, he won the opening battle, but I feel like the resulting position, I don't think Gukesh will be uncomfortable there. I think he will be super happy because it's that slow grind. He can put pressure on the D5 pawn long term. He doesn't have to worry about an attack on the king side or anything like that. So अर्जुन को अर्जुन वाली पोजीशन नहीं मिली बेसिकली, बट गुकेश को गुकेश वाली पोजीशन मिल गई है. That's what I feel.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. And why we can't take with the knight? I think if we had taken with the knight there, if we go back for a move, by the way, we do have d takes c5. I think the problem was knight c4, and the bishop is attacked and the pawn is attacked. So you will potentially even lose some material here. So it's just very, very risky. Yeah?
वेरी रिस्की इंडीड. आई मीन अगर एक तो डबल बिशप मिल जाता तो फिर तो क्लियर एडवांटेज है यहाँ पे. बिशप C7 जाते तो डी टेक C5, नाइट E5, बिशप E5, नाइट E5, रुक E5, सम बिशप B2. Again, you have a double bishop advantage in this position. I think that's like this is already like close to winning, I would say, for white, especially अगर गुकेश white से खेल रहे हैं. So you have to be super careful, but he doesn't go for it. He doesn't play knight D5. White does go on D takes E5, and Arjun immediately responds with knight takes E5. He took 6 seconds to play this move. But this is insane. He has an hour and 39 minutes on the clock. So technically just 1 minute spent from Arjun's clock. I still think Arjun is in prep. However, I'm not seeing what that crazy idea is. I'm not seeing where he's going to put the pressure because position simplify हो रही है. And I feel यहाँ पे गुकेश थोड़ा pressure डाल सकता है.
Bhai, I agree with you. And I think knight takes e5 played quickly because I think exchange to karna hi hai. And I think do you take on e5 Sahaj? Do you develop just bishop b2, right? I think very logical. I think you can ask black to capture. And usually when you are playing against the isolated pawn, the more the pieces get exchanged, the less chances for an attack. And iska matlab endgame mein jaake you can heavily pressure that pawn. So Arjun ideally doesn't want as many exchanges, right?
Yeah, but I think he cannot avoid it. If I go bishop b2 and I capture twice on e5, like unless he goes something like knight c6 in this position and try to keep the pieces on the board, which could be possible. It could be possible. But once you allow bishop e5, knight e5, I feel like यहाँ पे Gukesh, I think, will be super comfortable because he can constantly put pressure there for a very, very long time. So we still need to see that madman effect. Why we saw bishop d6, but we still need to see something madman like. Let's go.
भाई आई थिंक दिस इज द गेम एंड चैट मेरा सवाल आपसे है कि भाई हु वुड यू लाइक टू विन लाइक वन इज यू नो आई थिंक ड्रॉ होगा या अर्जुन जितना जीतेगा अब चाहोगे कौन जीते बिकॉज यू नो ऑन वन साइड यू हैव अर्जुन who's qualifying to the candidates उसके लिए win maybe it's more important from one side you have Gukesh who's the world champion like you want the world champion to do well yeah Gukesh finishes top 2 he makes a huge statement so who would you like to win chat Gukesh Arjun, Saj bhai, your
By the way,
choice.
Bishop B2 played. I don't know. I don't know. I can. By Gukesh versus Arjun, I cannot pick. Yeah,
भाई
it is
चूज तो
too
करना
close to
पड़ेगा
heart.
भाई
It's too
भाई
close
चूज तो
to
करना
heart.
पड़ेगा
Too close to heart. Too close to heart. Let's say draw. Draw is fine, but yeah, जीतना चाहिए किसी को यार. I want someone to win.
लेट्स से ड्रॉ
But
इज फाइन बट जीतना चाहिए किसी को वाह 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 वाह
हाँ, मतलब
वाह
बोलने
वाह
के लिए
वाह
मैं
वाह
ड्रॉ
वाह
बोल रहा हूँ, बट मैं
वाह
मैं
वाह
ये नहीं
वाह
बोलूंगा
वाह
कि मैं चाहता हूँ कौन जीते. मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि किसी को जीतना चाहिए, बट आई डोंट नो. may the better player win, because यहाँ पे
भाई
यार
साज
you
भाई,
cannot choose.
चैट देखो भाई, चैट तो क्लियर है भाई। कईयों की गुकेश, कईयों की अर्जुन, एक रोहन ही है भाई, बेटर प्लेयर जीतना चाहिए, ये भाई पॉलिटिशियन बनेंगे। बाकी सब लोग बिल्कुल क्लियर है भाई कि उनको कौन चाहते हैं जीतना। अर्जुन कॉस गुकी, अरे ये क्या है भाई? गुकेश अर्जुन, गुकेश अर्जुन, गुकेश अर्जुन, एक बंदा प्रग को भी ले आया बीच में, दोनों को जितवाओ साथ में। कोई तरीका होना चाहिए इसमें यार कि दोनों जीत जाए। मान लो कि इफ यू प्ले द गेम ऑफ द ईयर, बोथ पॉइंट विल गेट 1 पॉइंट या।
हो सकता, मतलब होना तो चाहिए भाई। एक एक ऐसा होता है ना कि बोथ प्लेयर्स कैन लूज ऑल्सो, लाइक इफ नोबडी शोज अप देन बोथ ऑफ देम लूज।
सो सो
तो दैट्स अ,
सो नेपो एंड डुबोव डिड दैट ना, नाइट का डांस, जहां पे दोनों को जीरो मिला।
हाँ, राइट
राइट।
राइट
सो
राइट
व्हाट
राइट
इफ यू
राइट।
प्ले लाइक अ वेरी इंस्ट्रक्टिव, दोनों को वन भी मिलना चाहिए, फिर आई थिंक दैट वुड बी प्रीटी फेयर।
It will be a once in a lifetime moment, but it would be lovely if it can happen to Gukesh and Arjun. Why, let's go. That's the best answer here.
And right now Arjun contemplating, yeah, that difficult choice. Oh, bishop g4 खेलते हैं वो, so he's indirectly putting pressure on that e2 pawn as well. And थोड़ा f3 knight पे भी of course, and developing the bishop, but more importantly threatening rook c8 to attack that, well, let's say slightly awkward queen on c2, yeah.
Correct. So, does this mean he is inviting the exchange with knight e5 or bishop e5? Probably, yeah.
I, yeah, because I think after it takes,
So let's go.
I
By the
think,
way,
yeah.
taking on e5 with either piece has a difference, yeah. Because if you take with the knight, then I can play rook c8 and I can challenge this queen, and this queen doesn't have the b2 square. अगर आप bishop से मारते हो तो it's slightly better for you because now rook c8 is not possible because I can play queen b2 and defend the bishop. But yeah, take
Oh
take take
wow.
and rook e5.
Yeah, and now I think maybe just knight f3, because I think I defend the e2 pawn and I also attack your rook. So my queen also has more squares. And once the rook moves, let's say rook e7, I think looks very logical. I think maybe rook d1 or something like that, just putting pressure on the d5 pawn, rook c8, moving the queen to b2 as you mentioned. And maybe white is just slightly better. Next, rook d4, rook d1, h3, एंड पूरा लंबा गेम, 2 घंटा ट्राई करेंगे गुकेश आराम से। कुछ बना ठीक है, नहीं बना तो ड्रॉ।
हाँ, लाइक टेक्निकली काइंड ऑफ अ टू रिजल्ट टाइप ऑफ अ पोजिशन, क्योंकि वो क्रेजीनेस यहाँ पे है नहीं। नॉट श्योर इफ समथिंग वेंट रॉन्ग फॉर अर्जुन और मे बी देर इज नथिंग इन दिस वेरिएशन दैट ही कुड फाइंड। बट या प्रॉबली आई एम गेसिंग G3 जो थर्ड मूव पे गुकेश ने खेला, दैट वाज अ सरप्राइज फॉर अर्जुन। दैट्स माई गेस।
या
एंड देन ही
या
tried to play fast just to pretend कि he wasn't surprised. But yeah, the final position feels like he wouldn't be as happy with it.
या ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू, आई थिंक अर्जुन की टाइप ऑफ पोजीशन नहीं है, बिकॉज ही वुड रैदर have like a crazy imbalance, like he would prefer कि ये pawn यहाँ हो, ये pawn यहाँ हो, some crazy stuff, rather
Mhm.
having a dull position जहाँ पे वो defend करना है, like not his style of position for sure. But of course Gukesh, first of all, yeah, has to take on e5 for that. And I think Gukesh also is a guy who loves pushing. So he might think कि भाई e5 मारूंगा, it's too dull for a win, and maybe it is a like a most likely a draw. So he might do something else. Is there something else here, Sahaj?
You can play rook c1. Great point there. And then Arjun can play just knight c6 and you can keep the pieces on the board and the battle is on. The
Oh,
battle is on. But किसी ने chat में पूछा भी था एक question पहले कि is it good to exchange queens when you have IQPs? The short answer is yes, but okay, it's a bit more complicated than that because इसमें exceptions भी होते हैं. But if you think about IQPs in general, don't think about it in terms of queens. Try to exchange as many minor pieces as possible. It helps you if you're playing against the IQB. So, for example, अगर इस position में जो आपके सामने है, if I can just remove all the bishops and all the knights from the board, it drastically helps white. Because there is nothing that controls the d4 square. मैं easily यहाँ पे double up कर सकता हूँ and I can put pressure on the d5 pawn. But अगर कोई minor piece होता है board पे, that can control the d4 square and sort of not allow you to sort of occupy and put pressure on the d5 pawn. So that's what he should do. By the way, he does take bishop e5. He does
भाई,
take
he's
it.
very accurate. As Sahaj भाई correctly mentioned, bishop से मारेंगे तो queen को b2 square मिल रहा है. Arjun takes back in a second, and of course he has to take the bishop on e5. Yeah, that's a very strong piece. अगर rook c1, Arjun would gladly put that bishop back on d6. Taken by the way with the knight, and rook e5 आएगा, and then I think knight to f3 feels like the most logical move.
Knight f3 or maybe even e3. Knight f3, e3 या फिर directly e3. जो पूछ रहे हैं what is IQP? IQP is isolated queen pawn. This is the most common sort of structure you get in chess. इसीलिए इसका एक मतलब abbreviated version है, which is called IQP.
And also, I think, I saw this book by Duretsky, jahan pe he analyzes this like knight f3, for example, Sahaj bhai. I
Yeah.
want to tell you how complicated top level chess is because at some point I realized by ये तो पेगल के ऊपर है. Like bishop f3, and एक book थी, I think analytical manual, something
Dvoretsky's
like that.
analytical manual.
हाँ.
Yeah.
And it was a similar position, like ऐसी endgame थी. In fact, the pawn was not even on d5. It was symmetrical or whatever. And bishop against knight was the only imbalance in that
Mm-hmm.
position, chat. Just to highlight, okay? And he analyzes that position for freaking 30-40 pages. भाई I was like, bro, भाई ये क्या chess है भाई, ये chess मैंने देखी नहीं आज तक. I was like, there's only one imbalance, bishop against knight, bro, stop.
I absolutely. I think first of all, Dvoretsky's analytical manual, like don't try this at home. अगर आप if you're not a super serious chess player, don't try it at home. It is one of the hardest books I think in chess that we have. Very very difficult to go through because he just it's not just because वहाँ पे combinations है कुछ calculation. It's just so much data that you have to go through. So just
Yeah.
because of as Sahil bhai mentioned, just एक imbalance के ऊपर इतनी इतनी मेहनत
And
he does 30-40 pages on IQPs as well. मतलब इतना कुछ है उस बुक में. It is insane.
and you just to point out, मान लो कि नाइट वो पोजीशन हम लगाएंगे नाइट f3 वाली साज भाई एक बार
Mm-hmm.
एक्सचेंजेस के बाद, ही विल से पहले व्हाइट को h4 पुश करना चाहिए, दैट इज वन प्लान.
Mm-hmm.
Then he will go on for 3-4 pages. What if we play g4 instead of h4
Mm-hmm.
first? Then 4-5 pages. But maybe king g2 and then h4 is the better plan. But no, then there are some issues. Then maybe first rook e1, bishop g2, and then h4. No. Then
Mm-hmm.
maybe h3, wait for black and h4. And this goes on for like freaking hundreds of pages. And उसने खुद कहा था द्वैत्सकी ने कि this is meant for only players above 2700. That's
Yeah.
what he said. So if you really want to go into deep chess, now kabhi, not for learning, you will not learn anything from that. I didn't learn anything. But in terms of understanding how these players think, वो book कभी इसका पहला chapter पढ़ना भाई, पहला position solve कर लो. You will have respect for how good these players are भाई. It's just insane.
बिल्कुल भाई but I would not recommend you to read this book
भाई
especially if you are
करो
not
भाई.
at this level.
Just find some online resource. पहला chapter का
Hmm.
वो कहीं से ले लो. First chapter,
सैंपल तो
just
मिल
first
जाते
chapter.
हैं. सैंपल तो अब रेडिली
हाँ.
अवेलेबल होते हैं हर जगह इसके.
यू विल या इरोडोव से भी आगे भाई, इरोडोव से बहुत आगे. आई हैव डन इरोडोव यार, उसमें तब भी कुछ पहले सॉल्व हो जाते हैं इरोडोव में. यू कांट सॉल्व दिस. बट एनीवेज, गोइंग बैक टू द पोजीशन, आई थिंक करंटली गुकेश इज स्टिल कैलकुलेटिंग कि भाई मुझे नाइट f3 खेलना है, क्या खेलना है. आई थिंक e3 आल्सो पॉसिबल, बट आई थिंक नाइट f3 जस्ट लुक्स मोर होलसम.
या E3 नाइट F3 आई थिंक बोथ ऑफ देम आर पॉसिबल. कोई चैट में पूछ रहा है प्लीज रिकमेंड अ बुक फॉर 1000 प्लेयर. देखो मतलब आई थिंक यू शुड ट्राई टू गेट एनी बुक दैट हैज अ लॉट ऑफ कॉम्बिनेशंस. लाइक कोई भी लाइक 1000 कॉम्बिनेशंस 1000 मीटिंग पैटर्न्स स्टफ लाइक दैट. वो दे आर इजी टू गो थ्रू प्लस यू आर सॉल्विंग इट. आप एक तरह से एक वो रूटीन बना सकते हो कि हर दिन मैं 10 करूंगा 20 करूंगा 50 करूंगा वट एवर जितना भी आपके पास टाइम है. बट किसी भी दिन छोड़ना मत. हर दिन करो. चाहे एक ही करो बट लेकिन करना जरूर.
Yeah, this means neither of our commentators are eligible for that book. Bro, majority of players in this tournament are not eligible for that book. I'm sorry. Like,
No, but that's only like
it's
one section of the book, right? And
uh,
even if you're not 2700, you are aiming to be 2700, then also you
uh,
can
uh,
go ahead with it. By the way, he plays knight f3, best move by the world champion.
yeah. And Rukko, I think, chat question for you. I think simple question, but I think if anybody is learning chess, उनके लिए काफी valuable है. यहाँ पे रुक को कहाँ जाना चाहिए, रुकी 7 और रुकी 8? Which one do you think practically is a better move and why? Chat, come on, let's go.
I would say
जरा
rook
दिन बाद
e7, yeah.
साथ में आप तो ऐसे पूरे
No, I'm also thinking, but they
हाँ.
seem similar. But I would play rook e7 because I want to go rook
Yeah.
c7 at some point.
Yeah, exactly. And you should play rook e7, I think, Chad, because I think you have the option of doubling up rooks on any file. It could be queen d6, rook e8. It could be just rook c8, rook c7. And you already have kind of, you've saved a move in the future in some cases. And yeah, Chad is absolutely correct. Rook e8 is also a good move. I think it's not a bad move. But maybe rook e7 is practically just a bit better.
Yeah, maybe you can play rook c8 also and just decide on the next move कि आपको कहाँ पे रखना है rook, just to keep
Yeah.
things more flexible. But yeah, rook
Yeah.
e7 is what I would play here.
अब मान लो कि बिशप यहाँ B2 पे होता, देन यू वुड प्ले रुकी E8, या बिकॉज आई थिंक बिशप F6 आ रहा होता, क्वीन F6 की जरूरत है,
Hmm.
बट बिकॉज देयर इज नो बिशप, आई थिंक रुकी 7 मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस. ओके, रुकी 8 आल्सो अ डिसेंट मूव, ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन प्ले दैट. मीनवाइल या एक्यूरेसी लगा दो समय भाई, वी वुड लव टू हैव एक्यूरेसी एट द बॉटम ऑफ द स्क्रीन. लोग देखा जाते हैं कि गुकेश कितनी एक्यूरेसी पे खेल रहे हैं. मीनवाइल जस्ट फॉर कॉन्टेक्स्ट, गुकेश की एक्यूरेसी इज 99.5 एंड अर्जुन की इज 99.3. ऐसे में कहीं पे लिख लो भाई प्लीज, वी नीड द टू बोर्ड सीन भाई. आज में भी इट्स नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट, बट वी नीड टू बोर्ड सीन कल चाहिए भाई, वरना फिर समय भाई को हम रोस्ट करेंगे स्ट्रीम पे कल.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. What was the name of the player? You mean the author? It's Mark Dvoretsky. He's known to be the best coach I think that chess has ever produced. Is that right to say, or?
Yeah, one of the best ones for sure. I don't know who's like, it will be, there are some contenders, but
Yeah,
yeah.
जिसने जिसने Dvoretsky's endgame manual लिखी है, like I mean, especially at that time, I
भाई
mean,
पर भाई पर
I know
तो,
literally every chess player has either read some parts of the book or at least has it at their house. सबके पास होती
yeah,
है. Did
even
you buy it
Ludwig
ever?
has it. Yeah, of course, even Ludwig has it. Even Ludwig has it. Why? Just pointing it out.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that was the first chess book he bought. So yeah.
Yeah, that's the one of the most famous books, and it's like जो सारी proper end games होती हैं chess में. It's like an encyclopedia of end games, yeah. And it took
Yeah.
years and years and years of effort to like put all of it together, especially with help of no computers and and stuff like that. So it was very difficult, and that's one of the reasons why he's considered. He's not around anymore. I mean, he's not alive anymore, but he's known to be the one of the best coaches in the world.
Yeah. And also, I think as in this game Arjun thinks, maybe we can also have a look at the Prague game, Sajbhai, because we have a few moves. I think D4 के बाद knight c6 we saw, white castled, rook e8, and now knight to c3. So he's still refraining from taking on c5, and both players kind of asking the other player to do it.
भाई आप मारो, वो कह रहा नहीं 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 आप करो. मे बी बिशप जी4 ही कैन प्ले. बाय द वे, दिस लुक्स एग्जैक्टली लाइक गुकेश अर्जुन गेम, या जस्ट माइनस द टू पीसेस हियर. अगर डीसी पे मार दिया
Yeah,
आपने तो इट लुक्स वेरी
yeah,
सिमिलर.
true, agreed. Which book are you talking about? I think Duretsky's Endgame Manual. I think that's one of the. I was make popular section at tragic comedies, I think. जहाँ पे he shows how top chess players, like 2700 plus chess players, make mistakes, and then he tries to show what was the correct way to, yeah.
कुछ ऐसे सिचुएशंस है वहां पे जहाँ पे लाइक द वर्ल्ड टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स जस्ट रिजाइंड इन कंप्लीटली ड्रॉन पोजीशंस, which is which has happened in the past, yeah, in the 70s, in the 60s. It used to happen a lot, like dead drawn king pawn ending position and they just resigned.
Yeah. Shalve, how did you end up in chess? How did you love it? By every introvert who starts playing chess, I think they just get hooked to it. I think you can spend hours and hours and hours and hours just kind of playing and whatever learning. So I think मेरे लिए भी, I think just like every chess player, I think majority के लिए यही होगा. I think you probably see the board at some point, somebody teaches you the game, you start playing and you love the game. I think it's the same story for everybody, yeah? So same for you as well.
Of course, of course. I mean, chess is like the more you learn it, and the more you can, the more you can't not see it every day. That's why I love commentary, because yeah, but you're also looking at chess all the time, because I'll be doing this anyways. But yeah.
Yeah. आज भी प्लेयर कैंप्स नहीं है, हाँ भाई. आई थिंक हमने फिडे, आई डोंट थिंक ये मूड चेंज करेगी अपना, सो वी नॉट गोना गेट द कैंप्स. और थैंक यू फॉर रिमाइंडिंग मी, मैंने वो एड्स ऑफ कर दिए यार, वो डिफॉल्ट में यूट्यूब है भाई, यूट्यूब डिफॉल्ट ऑन करता है, सो आई जस्ट स्विच्ड इट ऑफ.
By the way, quick update here. There are two German players, Vincent Keimer and Frederick Swane, who are playing against each other, and looks like he has a massive advantage already, Vincent. A +1 position.
भाई कल की गेम जो उसने बचाई, उसके बाद तो भाई कुछ भी कर सकता है विंसेंट यार. आई थिंक ही कैन डू एनीथिंग.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the position. यहाँ पे position थोड़ी सी balance थी, maybe slightly better for white, but he plays rook e8, which was a slight inaccuracy here, but looks like prep to me. I'm not sure if this is that bad. But yeah, the only game which where white has a already a sizable advantage is this one right now. बाकी हर जगह mostly balanced ही चल रहा है game. So yeah, switching back to, let's go Pragg. Oh, by the way, Pragg के game में थोड़ा updates हुए हैं. He does take knight d4, knight d4, c d4, and now Pragg is thinking whether he should go queen takes d4 or whether he should go knight b5 and then take the pawn back, with the knight itself.
भाई नाइट भाई, इट हैज टू बी द नाइट. यार क्वीन तो हमारी बहुत आलसी है भाई, गेम के एंड में निकलेगी. सो नाइट बी5, अटैकिंग द बिशप ऑन d6 आल्सो, and then just take on d4, and it just looks very, very comfortable for Pragg. I love Pragg's position, honestly.
Yeah, I think so. It looks very similar to Gukesh-Arjun, yeah, especially the pieces are getting exchanged. Black का bishop g4 पे रख दो बस एक, and then it looks exactly like it.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually true. Very similar. True, true, true. Divya is not losing by I saw. We'll come to her game soon. चेस बेस पे तो क्या है हाँ भाई आई थिंक आई डोंट नो सागर भाई को मिले होंगे कैम्स भाई आई रियली डोंट नो कि व्हाट्स द डील देयर मेरे को अपना पता है भाई हमें नहीं मिले व्हाई
Hmm.
नॉट bishop f5 in Gukesh game Gukesh game bishop f5 was also possible I'm guessing um do you mean
Bishop f5
right
here.
now in this position
But why? Why would you play bishop f5? रुक को बचाओ ना पहले. Bishop तो already active है.
yeah like I think I would rather have the bishop on g4 because थोड़ा e2 pawn पे pressure है उसकी वजह से f5 पे it's not really doing much right साज भाई देखने में अच्छा लग रहा है but कुछ कर नहीं रहा है मेरे ख्याल से
एक वो ऑप्शन भी है कभी बिशप f3 मार देगी. Maybe it's not good right now, but having that option seems fine to me. Also, let's not forget that white की queen. I mean, it's a bit badly placed, yeah. And you would want if you play bishop f5, you're kicking it to a good square, which is b2. I mean, rather save that tempo for rook c8, क्योंकि at least आपका rook तो active हो रहा है उससे. That's why I
या
don't like
या
bishop f5 so much.
अग्रीड अग्रीड अगर रानी को हरास करना है तो एटलीस्ट पीस तो डेवलप करो रुक c8 इज अ मच मोर लॉजिकल मूव देन बिशप f5 एंड वो जो फ्री टेम्पो है एक ही पीस को मिलेगा सो माइट इज वेल डेवलप्ड एंड अनडेवलप्ड पीस इक्वालिटी भाई हैशटैग इक्वालिटी एंड साज भाई सो क्वेश्चन फॉर यू एंड चैट ठीक है लेट्स से Gukesh and Arjun play 100 games from here what are the number of games Gukesh wins draw and loses
That's impossible to answer. Impossible to answer.
भाई
I would say
भाई
majority of
guess
the games
guess
would be a draw. Majority of the games would be draws, though. I
हाँ
would
सो
say
क्या
like
रहेगा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन
maybe like I don't know, maybe Gukesh wins like 5 times and Arjun wins like 2 or 3 times, something like that. Majority of the games मुझे draw ही लग रहा है कि it seems like a simple enough position that both players should be able to hold. So yeah,
yeah I would say something like
72.5 27 भाई आप बड़े optimistic हो.
भाई एज लॉन्ग एज 100 एडिशन हो रहा है तो आई एम हैप्पी भाई बिकॉज कई लोग इसमें 100 भी प्ले करेंगे आई ऑल्सो अग्री आई थिंक आई वुड से लाइक 10 विंस फॉर गुकेश like 2 wins for Arjun and then 88 draws, something like that.
10 wins for Gukesh. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe actually, maybe. You never know. He's getting that position. Yeah? Knight is coming to d4, queen is going to b2, e3. And it's like Arjun ke paas wo counter attacking chances nahi hai, which he loves. So he might be in some trouble.
Deep bhai, thanks for the chat. You guys watch anime? If you do, what are your favorites? यार बहुत टाइम हो गया. I used to watch Dragon Ball Z. That was my favorite by till many years back. हंस क्यों रहे हो
Uh,
साज भाई
I have
आपने कोई और
seen
वर्जन देखा ड्रैगन बॉल जी का
never saw Dragon Ball Z. We didn't used to have a TV when I was playing chess at home because it was a distraction in that sense, and of course it makes sense as well. But in my later years, I saw Death Note, absolutely loved it. Saw Code Geass, absolutely loved it. And then Beastars is what I started watching, but didn't get so much into it. Now I'm watching Attack on Titan. So मतलब थोड़ा बहुत देखता हूँ मैं, but not really as much.
या Gukesh-Arjun is not 0-6, it's 1-6 actually. Gukesh won the last time. Okay, girlfriend books are also very hard. I mean, they are hard, but not as hard as that analytical manual. Totally solvable, I think.
वो तो analytical manual is a it's insane. मतलब उसका कोई competitor नहीं. I mean maybe actually no, analytical manual is the hardest book I think that I've come across.
Yeah. कोई बंदा कह रहा है लेम भाई ड्रैगन बॉल इज नॉट लेम ओके भाई शर्म करो तो शर्म करो भाई आजकल अब
Maybe
तुम लोगों
maybe they were calling Attack on Titan lame or something. भाई
वो
ऐसे
मैं देखा नहीं भाई भाई ड्रैगन बॉल्स को डिफेंड करूंगा भाई एज अ किड व्हेन यू वॉच इट इट्स सो मच फन टू वॉच बट एनीवेज ओके 9 के बाद अर्जुन इज स्टिल थिंकिंग आई थिंक इज कंसिडरिंग रूक c8 फॉर श्योर Pragg has still not played as well, Sahad. So, which game shall we go to? Maybe we check out Leon against Hans for a second. Because position थोड़ी wild तो है भाई मानना पड़ेगा.
भाई गोल्डन पॉन टच कर दिया लियोन ने एंड ही डज सीम टू हैव दैट पॉन ऑन d4 बट रिमेंबर यहाँ पे बिशप b2 डेवलप नहीं हुआ है एंड ही शुड अवॉइड प्लेइंग दिस मूव इन दिस सिचुएशन एटलीस्ट क्योंकि यहाँ पे d4 का पॉन इज ब्लॉकिंग इट्स वे सो बिशप a3 कभी बाद में आप खेल सकते हो और कीप द बिशप ऑन c1 ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ अदर पीसेस लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल d3 नाइट d2 नाइट e4 लुक्स लाइक अ वेरी लॉजिकल प्लान टू मी बट या वेरी वाइल्ड पोजिशन स्पेशली विद द पॉन ऑन F4. ये पॉन F2 पे होता तो आई वुड बी लाइक ओके ठीक है, अभी भी वाइल्ड है बट इट्स स्टिल ओके, बट F4 पे देख के थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे. But yeah, looks like Leon is better prepared. He seems to have more time. Yeah, it's a battle.
And it's a crunch game, right? So for example, if let's say any of them loses, they'll be on 2 out of 4. And iska matlab, they basically cannot afford to lose more than one more game in the entire event. So Salve, I think there's a cutoff, I feel. And wo cutoff right now, when people have no chance, is like 1.5 points. Would you agree with me? Like 1.5 out of 3, maybe your chances of qualifying are less than 1%. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but I mean, theoretically, you can still win all of your games and score 9.5 out of 11. That's also possible, but okay, that's very, very unlikely. So yeah, chances come hai. But I would say like 1.5, still you still have
Yeah,
some room because you need 8.5 points, something like that. You're
yeah,
still around there. Maybe I would say 1 out of 3, you're gone. Like up to up,
yeah,
सिर्फ
yeah,
tournament के लिए खेल रहे हो. 1 out of 3 is where you're gone.
yeah. And if they lose, I think they might be on that edge as well. So I think kahin na kahin pe a very important game for both players. Both players rated in hands of course is much stronger now, but I think both players will have some ambitions in this game. So let's see kaisa rahega. Kafi interesting position hai. Any other game, Sahaj bhai, we're gonna check. Wait, is Anish Giri already about to end the game?
अरे ये
Bhai,
क्या हुआ?
bhai.
ये कैसे हुआ? ये तो ड्रॉ हो गई.
Okay, so moving on. Bhai.
ये तो ड्रॉइश ही लग रही है. I mean not much
Uh,
you can say, yeah, because it's everything is exchange, but okay, he's playing with the black pieces and it makes a lot of sense, and he keeps his chances. Yeah, 2.5, he'll be on 2.5 out of 4 and still he's
yeah,
very much there. White से जीतो
yeah,
black से draw करो is a good strategy here. So
yeah.
um
नहीं, it's on white actually. I think Anish के लिए draw तो यहाँ सही है because he has the black pieces.
yeah,
And
exactly, that's what I
meanwhile,
mean. Black से draw,
yeah,
white से win is what you can hope for here.
yeah. By the way, Saj bhai, we should jump to the Parham versus Nodebek, the board one game because it feels like यहाँ पे बहुत तगड़ा एक game हमें देखने मिलने वाला है because look at the moves coming in soon.
So yeah, we have bishop e3, short castle, rook d1. Okay, interesting. Knight b4, short castle. Basically IQP के टाइम पे हर प्लेयर को d5 के स्क्वायर पे कंट्रोल करना है. व्हाइट को भी d5 खेलना है, ब्लैक को भी knight d5 पे डालना है. That's where the battle is there. So he goes bishop d7, trying to play bishop c6 to put pressure on the d5 square once again. And he goes knight e5, bishop c6, and f4. Let's go for the attack. Maybe he wants to play f5. Parham looks
Yeah.
good. He looks strong to
Bhai,
me.
he's really crushing it right now. I love his position. F5 incoming. And you can imagine chat, let's say black plays a random move, pawn to a6. Okay, let's try that. Already F5. And this is getting extremely dangerous. If e takes F5, rook takes F5, look at the bishop pointed towards F7, the knight pressuring F7, rook की file खुल चुकी है, bishop G5 could be incoming at some point, rooks can be doubled as well. I
Maybe
mean, it's not
g4,
a lost
g5
position.
also.
Bhai, this looks scary to be honest.
Absolutely. So one wrong move by Abdusattorov can be very costly for him. So he needs to be careful. But f5 तो आ रहा है. F5 तो आप रोक नहीं सकते. You cannot play a move like g6, right? Because it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like, oh, by the way, you can still play f5. You can play g4 also here.
Wow. Wow.
Why? You can play g4 in this position. That's insane.
Yeah, because EF5, bishop F6 and rook खेलेगा तो bishop F7 खत्म.
Bishop h6, attacking this, moving this,
Wow.
then bishop f7, GG.
भाई नोदरबेक विल बी फीलिंग द प्रेशर जो कल उन्होंने E3 मूव खेली थी एंड हल्की सी स्माइल दी थी आज शायद स्माइल उनके चेहरे पे नहीं होगी बिकॉज परम मकसूदलू इज ट्राइंग टू गो टू 4 on 4 भाई रुक ही नहीं रहे बंदा यार ये
When he goes on this rampage, like I saw it in Dubai Open, I'm telling you, it was 7 out of 7 he had. It's an
वाह
insane thing in that field. Yeah, I mean, of course, this is way stronger, but still in Dubai Open में कभी 7 out of 7 मैंने किसी और से आज तक नहीं देखा मैंने. I've been playing it for like 10, 15 years, never saw it again. But yeah, he's an insane player. By the way, going back to Gukesh versus Arjun,
या
where he did play rook to e7, so he does choose the square that we were talking about, and then Gukesh plays knight d4.
या आई थिंक दैट्स अ लॉजिकल मूव बेसिकली वो D4 का ऑप्शन ब्लैक को दे ही नहीं रहे उन्होंने खुद होता है ना मतलब ऐसे आप रेलवेज में जाते हो आप सोचते हो सेकंड एसी में टिकट लिया भाई तो कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं होगा एंड सडनली आप सीट पे पहुंचते हो देखते हो कोई सीट पे ऑलरेडी बैठा हुआ है वो बोलता है भाई थोड़ा एडजस्ट कर लो अरे तो मेरी सीट है, नहीं भाई एडजस्ट कर लो, देन यू आर लाइक वेरी पोलाइट, आप मना नहीं करते। फिर रात के 11 बजाते हैं तो भाई सोने का टाइम आ गया, ये बंदा कब हटेगा, वो बंदा हटता नहीं है। तो वही बात है, तो ये सीट इस नाइट ने ऑक्यूपाई कर ली है साज भाई, एंड ही इज नॉट मूविंग। अरे साज भाई हैप्पी बर्थडे भाई।
ओह, थैंक यू सो मच, बाय द वे, थैंक यू फॉर क्रिएटिंग दिस आर्टवर्क। पता नहीं किसने किया था, नीरी भाई ने किया था, समय भाई ने किया
नीरी
था।
भाई ने किया है, हाँ।
अरे नीरी भाई, थैंक यू सो मच टू एवरीवन भाई, दिस लुक्स सुपर कूल। ये अभी की है ना, तो पुणे की है, ओ सॉरी, चेन्नई की है।
हाँ
दैट
चेन्नई
इज
की है
सो
भाई।
कूल, थैंक यू सो मच।
या एंड क्रेजी क्रेजी पिक्चर देयर, आई थिंक उनके फोटोग्राफर काफी क्रेजी थे, टोटो नाम था उनका, मुझे याद है।
हाँ, ही वाज
बड़ी बड़ी
इनसेन। क्या
बढ़िया
पिक्चर्स
पिक्चर
ली थी
लेते थे।
उन्होंने यार।
या साज भाई, सो क्या प्लान्स आज आज रात के बर्थडे के?
भाई 8 घंटे के बाद, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? आई विल स्लीप, आई विल स्लीप एंड आई विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग एल्स आफ्टर दैट। दैट्स माय, that's my strategy. I mean, we'll do something next week, but अभी के लिए तो यार
या
we have to focus. So
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू।
yeah, you hitting the big 30, hitting big 30 means, you're more
सो यू टर्न 30 टुडे,
chilled.
या?
30, yes.
Oh my God. So chat, आपकी उम्र क्या है? Would love to know what's your age. Everybody joining in the chat, because the day I turned 30, I remember my entire life perspective changed. I don't know what happened. I woke up the next day and I was like, I had a different outlook on life completely. Chat, would love to know if anybody of 30 or 20, at that stage, like कुछ feel हुआ है ऐसा तुम्हें?
मैं तो अभी भी वो रेलवे एनालॉजी के बारे में सोच रहा हूँ।
भाई भाई जेन्युइन कंसर्न यार। आई डोंट, आई थिंक लास्ट टाइम बिकॉज स्लीपर ट्रेन में तो आई बीन इन शताब्दी रिसेंटली, थोड़ा टाइम वो
हम्म।
कुछ महीनों पहले, बट आई हैव नॉट बीन इन स्लीपर ट्रेन फॉर अ व्हाइल। बट वो वीडियो मैंने देखी है भाई सोशल, उसमें मतलब सोशल में ऐसे, वो भाई पूरा लोग बैठे होते हैं भाई, वो प्रयागराज के टाइम पे भाई कितनी भीड़ थी ट्रेन में, इट वाज क्रेजी।
या, इनसेन, इनसेन, इनसेन। ओके।
एक बंदा कह रहा है शताब्दी वाज माय एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड, ये क्या था भाई?
सहज भाई, आखिरी बार
ये क्या
तू एसी में
था?
ट्रैवल कब करे थे? आई थिंक इट वाज, ओके, मैं इंडिया में मतलब रहा नहीं हूँ फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम। आई थिंक 2017 2018 में एक बार मैं चेन्नई गया था, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली। इट वाज अ
गॉट इट।
लॉन्ग लॉन्ग जर्नी। एंड ऑल्सो वेंट टू भोपाल वंस इन, तो उसके थोड़ा बात है, 2018 हो सकता है।
हम्म। As per colors and pairing, is it like Pragg and Parham can't be paired together at all? No, that's not true. So जब भी वो pairing, जब other options नहीं available होंगे, then somebody will get double white, and वो तो कभी ना कभी pairing हो सकती है. So as long as there are options, they will avoid the doubling of colors. But when there are no options, they will do that. So it is possible they play each other.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, Ruxie played by Arjun, so he's inviting him to go queen b2, and then maybe he doubles up on the c file, and maybe hopes for some rook c2 ideas in the future. But okay, the knight is sitting on d4, so that's never gonna happen. Yeah, this is gonna be a long fight, and I think Gukesh is looking super comfortable to me. I know Gukesh is gonna do something like that sort of creates the fire on the board, and maybe Arjun is waiting for that to happen. But we still need to see some fireworks, yaar. It's Gukesh versus Arjun after all.
भाई आपका बर्थडे आज, पटाखे तो फोड़ने पड़ेंगे भाई। कम ऑन गुकेश, लेट्स गो भाई। आई थिंक जब गुकेश का खुद का बर्थडे था, आई थिंक ही डिफीटेड मैग्नस द नेक्स्ट डे एंड ही डिफीटेड हिकारू ऑन द सेम डे। भाई बर्थडेज की वैल्यू कोई गुकेश से सिखाओ, सीखिए इनसे भाई, सीखिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बर्थडे के दिन कभी नहीं हारना होता है। आई आल्सो हैव अ रिकॉर्ड, आई प्लेड अ लॉट ऑफ मैचेस ऑन माय बर्थडेज, नेवर, नॉट अ सिंगल लॉस। कभी हारना नहीं है बर्थडे पे, बस दैट्स द थिंग।
Yeah. Such I'm amazed by our no TV rule. I remember reading the same about Parima Janegi. This seems very tough life.
I mean, it's tough in the beginning, but I think you get used to it. And I think I mean, I still have a TV and in my house, but I still don't watch it. I mean, I watch Netflix from time to time, but not really like hooked on it or anything like that. You get used to it. Plus, yeah, agar if you are focused on one thing, and if you want to improve on one thing, and back then, chess mein, like if you wanted to do something out of it, like right now we have more options. Yeah, you can be a commentator, you can be an author, you can be, I don't know, a coach, and you can do all of these other things. But back then this was not an option, and if you wanted to make a living out of chess, you had to be the best, and to be the best you had to make sacrifices. It always comes with that, and I was okay with that. I think
या
I was
या
pretty happy with that.
या तो प्लेयर बनो, या फिर वो सेकंड हैंड इलीगल किताबें बेचो भाई। टूर्नामेंट्स पे भाई कितनी सारी खरीदी है। बाय द वे, I think we can jump to Ivanchuk against Vidit because that game feels quite interesting, Sahaj. And knight d2 तक हमने देखा था. Move number 9 and Vidit played pawn to a5. That was the best move. Bishop a6 आने वाला है, attacking the queen. Now pawn to c4, attacking the knight. And यहाँ knight b6, I think I've seen multiple occasions, but knight b4 was played. And now knight f3, controlling that c2 square. And queen to g6. Bhai, knight c2 check.
I'm seeing king d1 as one of the moves here. What is this?
And look at this. If h5, the best and the only move is queen c2. Why?
Wow.
And look at this, chat continues. Now you can play a3, right? You can say कि knight पीछे तो मैं queen मारूंगा, but now black takes on e2 and you have to take with the freaking king.
क्योंकि knight c2 की
Oh,
check नहीं है, but yeah, that's crazy. And then you go
oh,
knight
that's crazy.
a6 and whatever, yeah. Again, you have to play king d1 here for some reason, probably to make room for the bishop. But yeah, insane variations here.
Wow, I think Scotch Gambit definitely a crazy opening to have भाई, मजा आता है देख के.
Sahaj bhaiya, you won the bet for me. हाँ, I did, no? Parham plays with white pieces.
कैसे?
Parham, yeah, Parham is white.
बट नोदिर के क्या आ रहे हैं? नोदिर के ब्लैक आने होंगे ना?
But Parham तो white से खेला ना.
अरे पर नोदिर के पिछली गेम में नोदिर के व्हाइट थे ना, सो परम के तो ब्लैक आने ही थे. अगर दोनों के सेम कलर आने होंगे, ओनली
यार
देन यू
ये ना
कैन डू द बेट, राइट?
टेक्निकलिटी पे मतलब वो
भाई
कर रहे हैं.
टेक्निकलिटी कैसे? उसके तो ब्लैक ही आने थे ना भाई, तभी तो उन्होंने पेयरिंग
I
ऐसी रखी.
told you Parham will play white pieces. That's it.
नहीं, बट वो तो गुकेश और प्रोस के लिए था. आई थिंक व्हेन दे बोथ हैव द सेम कलर, राइट?
चलो ठीक है, चलो ठीक है. द बेट कंटिन्यूज या बिकॉज अगर परहम का ड्रॉ होता है या फिर किसी का ड्रॉ होता है एंड समवन गेट्स अपलोडेड अगेन ही विल गेट द
ठीक है,
प्रेफरेंस. दैट्स
ठीक है,
माय.
डन डन डन
You will
डन
remember this.
डन.
Whose
सो
position do you
चैट.
like in this game? I would say I prefer black currently, but looking at the follow-up, I would say white also looks decent. I mean, it's very balanced. कोई मतलब किसी को prefer. It depends on how the moves go. अभी बहुत messy सी है position, so not fully sure.
शुभम मिश्रा कह रहे हैं नए नए साल में चीटिंग है. मेरे कॉलेज में एक शुभम मिश्रा हुआ करता था भाई. सो वो तो आप नहीं हो, तो आई एम गोना इग्नोर दैट.
इसीलिए इतना पास से आके देख रहे थे आप.
हाँ, मैंने कहा वही तो नहीं है भाई यार, शक्ल देखा मैं.
Oh, by the
साज भाई,
way,
डू यू थिंक? हाँ.
he did play knight b5. Pragg versus Abhimanyu plays knight b5 on the board. So he's gonna capture with the knight on d4 or the bishop on d4. Literally, like it's the same setup of Gukesh versus Arjun. Like I'm just gonna quickly switch between these two games. Like this is the position. Like focus on the pawn structure chart. ठीक है?
या
White का pawn structure यहाँ देखो and यहाँ पे देखो. It's basically the same for both players.
या एब्सोल्युटली सेम. थोड़े पीसेस डिफरेंट है, बट आई थिंक द
Hmm.
स्ट्रक्चर इज द सेम. अग्रीड.
Do you think Pragg will hit 2800 soon? I think so, yes, for sure. He's only 11 points away. 11 ही तो
And
point
by the
है.
way, he did he cross Caruana yesterday? He didn't. Yeah, he's 0.3 behind. By 0.3 पीछे. So if he wins today, he reaches like 2792, 2793, I think, for the first time ever.
Wow. Wow. That is Gukesh's highest, no? 2794 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah. अर्जुन की तो 2809 है भाई. That is crazy.
That is insane, yeah. Arjun तो मतलब वो उसको हो जाता है उसको.
By the way,
The madman for a
Hikaru,
reason.
I think he started playing those state tournaments again because he's 2814.2.
Wait,
भाई,
is he
he
going to cross Magnus?
Bhai, it is. He won't cross Magnus, but I think he's definitely going to cross 2820. I think if he wins that entire tournament, I think 1 point per event, man lo, 0.8 per event. You win 7 rounds, that's like 5.6 rating. Like he will be 2718 or something.
And then imagine that he has a spectacular candidates event, which I think he will qualify for if he has the number of games and everything. Then he might cross Magnus.
Bhai,
It is
that will be
possible. भाई
like
लास्ट
a.
टाइम विदित ने ही खराब किया था उसका टूर्नामेंट. अगर विदित ना होता वहां पे तो हिकारू would have won. Let's not
And
forget
you know
that.
what? And Hikaru जैसी Carlsen को cross करेगा ना, guys, I think I love streaming a lot. Yeah, well, I think it's time for me to retire from classical chess. Are you doing it because Magnus से आगे निकल चुके हैं आप? Magnus, कौन Magnus? भाई, भाई,
Crazy.
भाई, बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई.
Absolutely. By the way, Pragg ने तो खेल दिया. Gukesh, I think one slight update after rook c8, he does go for queen to b2. So I think the Nice square. I think the most appropriate square for the queen. Sort of defends the d4 square. You have e3. Queen बड़ी harmoniously बैठी हुई है यहाँ पे. And then I think rook c1, rook d1, something like this can be possible. And yeah, Arjun will not be happy here, yaar. Arjun, 10%. I think you were right. Arjun will not be happy here.
Yeah, I think you're basically depressed. Yeah, knight on d4 controls the c2 square and the e2 pawn, the only two potential weaknesses you have, and you can never attack the knight on d4. There is no way. So it's just a depressing position, but of course, Arjun still should be comfortable, but I think thoda suffer karna padega. And good question. I think I saw thoughts on Hikaru farming, state tournaments and these games. I think it's fair game. जो डिंग ने किया था आई थिंक दैट वाज इवन मोर वियर्ड आई थिंक बट आई थिंक वो रूल ही ऐसा है राइट सो फिडे हैज टू सेट द रूल्स एंड प्लेयर्स को देखना है कि भाई अब मान लो कि 30 गेम का लिमिट है आपको अब दुनिया भर में ट्रैवल करना है आपको टूर्नामेंट्स खेलने हैं आपको टाइम निकालना है लाइफ से or you can just kind of play these state tournaments and your job is done yeah so all of us would do the latter right Sahaj bhai in Hikaru's shoes you would not you would not
बिल्कुल.
put extra effort in because it's more optically correct.
Yeah, also he has a very successful like streaming career as well. So I mean, if he travels for tournaments, it also affects that. And I mean, yeah, if it's very much within the rules of chess. I mean, अगर आपको rule से problem है, आपको ये problem नहीं कि हिकारू क्या कर रहा है, then change
Yeah.
the rules and then we can talk about it. I think फिरोजा ने भी किया था ये last time during the candidates and डिंग ने भी किया था ये पहले. तो it's not like unheard of. In fact, I mean, technically speaking, गुकेश भी तो candidates में तभी आया था जब चेन्नई हुआ था. If we talk about it,
Yeah,
that's
that
also
was
true,
also like
right?
last minute, yeah.
लास्ट मिनट टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ था गुकेश के लिए ताकि उसके मतलब जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट थी इट गॉट कंप्लीटेड एंड देन ही वेंट ऑन टू बिकम अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इट वाज विद यस यू कैन आर्ग्यू दैट गुकेश प्लेड अगेंस्ट स्ट्रॉन्गर प्लेयर्स एंड stuff like that and Hikaru is not playing stronger players but that's a personal choice. I think it's still within the rules for me.
Yeah, and also Alieza ने भी सेम किया था and also Hikaru like you can imagine yeah him drawing a couple of games कोई 2500 GM बोले कि चलो भाई Hikaru से खेलने का मौका है let's go and play and he draws Hikaru he beats Hikaru in a game like it's not like he just because he's playing state tournaments he can't draw or lose so I would say it's fair game and I think it's on FIDE to fix that ताकि ऐसा
Yeah,
ना हो ideally you
exactly.
want
I
people
think आई थिंक दैट्स अ ग्रेट पॉइंट बिकॉज मैं चैट में भी देख रहा हूँ कह रहे बट वहाँ पे तो 2600 के प्लेयर्स थे यू आर राइट बट इज हिकारू स्टॉपिंग एनी 2600 प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम जॉइनिंग दिस
yeah
टूर्नामेंट नो ऑफ
yeah
कोर्स नॉट
yeah yeah
दे कैन जॉइन इफ दे वांट आई मीन एंड ऑल्सो लाइक हिकारू है वहाँ पे तो आई मीन प्लेयर्स शुड बी विलिंग टू प्ले हिम या आई मीन हाउ ऑफन डू यू गेट अ
भाई
चांस एज अ
कोई
2500
मुझे
टू प्ले
टिकट भेजो
हिकारू.
चैट में से मैं निकल रहा हूँ खेलने भाई कमेंट्री गई तेल लेने भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ अभी खेलने भाई तुम भेजो टिकट भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ मैं निकल जाऊंगा भाई खेलने के लिए स्टेट टूर्नामेंट भाई तो आई थिंक आई डोंट नो व्हाई पीपल आर नॉट प्लेइंग सहज लाइक दिस शुड राइट इट वुड बी अ ग्रेट अपॉर्चुनिटी.
Yeah, exactly, Aman. That's my point. That he's not stopping anyone from joining these events. So it's not. I think it's completely fair game. By the way, Arjun does play Rook C1, Rook C7.
Yeah.
Sorry. So doubling up on the C file, and I think he's planning what Rook C5 maybe. I mean, he doesn't have this entry point on C2 though. So what is his
Yeah.
point?
I think it's just optically looking good. Yeah. As for example, you go to the gym, you pump up your muscles, but you don't intend to fight at all. I think that's basically this. I've doubled up rooks. I've kept my bishop active. My knight can come to e4 if required to. And I'm going to play h6 at some point, taki back rank mate now. And I'm going to pass the ball to you. So what are you doing to win the game? Because that's a difficult choice for Gukesh as well, right? I will play a6, h6 as black, prevent knight b5 and back rank mate. I will maybe move the queen to d6 at some point, and I will just wait and chill. And White also has to find a plan, and one of the plans is to play rook c1, but then rook चले जाएंगे तो draw के chances और बढ़ जाएंगे. अगर rook d1 खेलते हो, then of course the e pawn is pinned, and if rook d2, then there is knight e4 in some cases if the queen has moved. So it's not so easy for Gukesh to, let's say, pressure a d5 pawn.
I think a great breakdown there because once you play rook c1, you are allowing rook takes c1 and you're allowing the complete trade of rooks. And bilkul, agar wo equal है position, then Gukesh cannot do much. Yeah, he needs pieces to sort of complicate the situation and play for a win. And Gukesh does want to win this game. Playing with the white pieces. He's the world champion, of course. And of course, एक वो 6-1 का score भी है which Gukesh wants to sort of get close to. So that's also there. That's also another factor here.
What are chances of Param to win that tournament? I would say very high. It's not just the points he has, but also how he scored them and against whom he scored them. I mean, Param defeated Firuzja in the last game. That is beyond impressive. Usse pehle bhi he crushed David Anton and Aryan Chopra, two 2600 players, extremely strong. So I'm going to say that Param Maksudlu right now in this moment is the favorite to win the Grand Swiss and qualify, especially because of what he's doing against Noderbeek right now. He has a great position.
Yeah, and by the way, one update there, he does go rook c8 in this position, and f5 is on the horizon. Whether he goes knight c6 and then plays f5, or whether he plays f5 immediately, that remains to be seen. But yeah, I love his chances in this position. Parham is, I think, doing an amazing job here. He might qualify to the candidates, but and let's not forget he defeated Ali Reza yesterday with the black
Yeah,
pieces. His
yeah.
own,
Saj bhai in chat,
technically
I'll be back in
countrymen.
5 minutes. Actually, मैं ना यहाँ पे शिफ्ट हो रहा हूँ. I'm shifting from Delhi to पनवेल, तो वो कुछ वो रेंट का कुछ वो agreement sign करना है. So I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, साज भाई, ठीक है?
No worries, no worries, no worries. We
हाँ
can take
हाँ
it from here.
हाँ.
सहज भाई हिकारू को स्ट्रीम पे लेके आओ भाई. वन डे और डे वन. How will Parham fare against other top GMs and candidates if he goes through? He might make the candidates' results more unpredictable. That is true, and but I think it's not really. I don't really think. I mean, I know Parham की rating 27 तो नहीं है अभी, but I would say that he's very much one of the elite players in the world right now. So he does have experience with pretty much everyone at the top level these days. So people do know him. People do know his style. People know वो कैसा बंदा है. He's kind of like Rapport, like कुछ भी कर सकता है board पे types. So Param's peak was 2745. Yep, exactly. एक time पे जब when he was climbing up the ladder, he was just not stopping. Because अर्जुन जैसा rise हुआ था उसका. So it was crazy. Yo राकेश भाई, what's up? Welcome, welcome. आप ही आ जाओ यार. Do you believe that one of these players are going to surpass Magnus in future? यार ऐसा question देखो परहम के लिए I'm not as sure because he's a bit older. Nodirbeck possible because he's a lot younger. That's only thing I'm basing it on. But yeah, I think it's very the answer to that question is I would say gonna be usually no because the ceiling that he set was 2882 if I'm not mistaken. कोई 2882 के ऊपर जाता है then you can say that that person has surpassed Magnus and that's not happening especially with the rating deflation and all of those other things. But yeah, Rook C1 played by the way in Gukesh's game. So switching back there, Rook E C7, Rook A C1 आ गया है. Now, are we supposed to take this or no? Should we take this or no? I don't want to take it. I want to play like something normal. Like why should I take it, right? It's tension on the board. Let white take this on c7. Why should I take this? So maybe like a6 or h6 or something like that. Just a quiet move I think should be a good thing. Magnus said his 2882 rating is in 2014 is equivalent to 2850 in 2020. Could be, yeah. I think that's a fair comparison. Because I think उस time पे Fabi was also 2850 if I'm not mistaken around that time. So it could be to 2850 is what you have to reach to basic. Also यार Magnus के और भी बहुत सारे accolades है, right? Being a world champion 5 times and all of the other events that he has won in the past years. That's also there. So it's a very tough ceiling to break. अरे 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 थैंक यू राकेश भाई आपने विश नहीं किया मुझे अभी तक बट थैंक यू यस आई नो इट्स माय बर्थडे फाबी इज 2844 या श्योर 285 नहीं था but thank you so much Soch King very nice of you. But yeah, Rook C1 played, and this is the current position. Arjun thinking right now he does have more time on the clock than his opponent. The best move here seems to be H6 actually, and not so surprising because Black ke paas, I mean, it's just a slight improvement, right? You're just not having any back rank problems in the future. Maybe if White gives a check in the back rank at some point, I'm not sure when, and then it's the ball is in White's court. Wait, आप क्या कर रहे हो? Let's talk there. How does White really improve after a move like H6? Like, what do you do? Like, you can play Rook D1, you can play H3, you can play E3, but and then what? Don't think classical chess will even survive long enough with all the tournaments for anyone to surpass. I think you're wrong there. 100% wrong there because classical chess is even more challenging these days than it used to be. I think it's gotten even more exciting. because you're seeing these different types of ideas being implemented at the top level on move 2, move 3, move 4. So I think it's only going to get stronger. It's only going to get harder. It's very, very far from being over. Classical is best. I mean, yeah, I mean, classical is of course the OG way, but I mean, freestyle is also amazing, but classical is, come on. But this event's time control is really bad. I don't see. I do agree from a viewer's perspective, but I have to say कि अगर आप candidates के लिए qualify कर रहे हो, वहाँ पे यही time control होता है. फिर World Championship के लिए आप qualify करते हो, वहाँ पे भी यही time control होता है. Then it makes sense to have it. But yeah, from a viewer's perspective, especially after 40 moves, जो 50 मिनट का जो additional time मिलता है, that's a bit long. True, but it's needed, यार. It's needed. H5 by Ivanchuk. Okay, let's go. Let's quickly switch to that game. This is the position. H5 खेल दिया and Queen C2. We were actually discussing this position. If White goes A3 here, then Queen E2 के बाद King से मारना पड़ेगा. How crazy is that? We just showed it a bit earlier. So yeah, this might happen on the board. But right now, Ivanchuk is thinking. Not really a big difference between these two players. Still early to say. But yeah, let's switch back to maybe Pragg versus Abhimanyu में कुछ updates हुए हैं. Yeah, he did play bishop e5 here. So last time we checked was c takes d4 and then knight b5 to attack both the bishop and the pawn, and black plays bishop e5. And now you can either take knight d4 or bishop d4, and you have to think which is better. You can be a bit afraid of this h5 h4 ideas. I do see it happening. Like for example, knight d4 के बाद h5 looks at least tempting to me. Actually crazy, because if you don't play h3 here, white is worse. Look at this. If you don't play h3, white is worse here. That's crazy. So maybe Pragg should go for bishop takes d4, because once you exchange this bishop now, then this h5 h4 doesn't feel as strong, because you don't have the bishop to put power on the g3 and the h2 pawns anymore. So yeah, bishop e5 played, and now Pragg thinking in this position, probably debating between bishop d4 and knight d4. How to remember chess concept? It's an opening prep by revision, by practice. Basically, it's not something you will get in one day, but if you read enough chess, then I think it's possible. I think Parham may come in to 20 soon. समझा नहीं मैं आपका question. You mean 2700? I think he's close. I think he's very close. Oh, look at this. Wait, what? F5, bishop d5, f takes e6. Oh, bhai, what is happening here? What is happening here? If bishop c4, knight c4, okay, fe6, this is fine, but okay, this pawn may be maybe a bit more weaker than his opponents. You can play bishop g5 probably to put pressure here, and maybe you have some knight e5, I don't know, bishop f6 ideas at some point. But queen e6 dangerous लग रहा है थोड़ा देख के. Like queen d7 पे आती भी है, then knight e5 comes in with a tempo. And this pawn is definitely better than this pawn, right? Because it's more advanced. And ये weak लग रहा है मुझे, क्योंकि not many pieces are defending it. So fe6, not bishop c4 then. If you go fe6 straight away, that's a big mistake, because white can go knight takes d5 and keep this bishop, जो king side के attack पे थोड़ा काम आएगा बाद में. Saj bhai thought he sacrificed the piece. For a second, I did actually. I was like, bishop c4, ef7, क्या हो क्या रहा है position में? I thought, okay, no, knight c4 is the move here. But yeah, still crazy, yaar. Very, very, very crazy position indeed. And according to the bar, at least he has a 0.5 advantage, which seems huge. It is huge indeed. I want your opinion if Arjun has potential to surpass the legends like Magnus, Hikaru, and Vishy sir. He is young, so yes, I would say so. But it really depends on how much he grows. Yeah, any player who's young, who's around the level of 2780, 2770 has that potential. But it's hard to comment on things like that. This anything. It's very difficult. Okay, bishop c4 played here, and now knight takes c4 to force the. Knight takes c4 to force diya. I think, okay, played within 6 seconds, by the way. Very, very fast. F takes e6 possible as position mein, and then bishop g5 is what we were discussing a bit earlier. F takes e6 already played. So the moves are coming in super quickly here. Bishop g5 attacking the pawn is what we want. Parham does seem to have a decent advantage though. Looking at Gukesh's game, no updates there, by the way. He's still thinking. By the way, okay. One update. Arjun did we were thinking of h6 here, but he didn't play h6. He played a6. I think the idea is still the same. कि भाई मैं वेट करता हूँ, मे बी यू हैव सम नाइट b5 आइडियाज, ये पॉन मर रहा था, रुक पे अटैक था, मे बी ही डजंट वांट टू अलाउ दैट and he just says the ball is in your court, and Gukesh responds with e3. Okay, now the position is setting in. Now Gukesh, I think, will feel super comfortable here. Again, I think Arjun should play queen d7, h6, something like this, just to make a waiting move and see what Gukesh wants to do here. I'm gonna like continuous comments on Gukesh by chess players is boiling my blood. He's rated low by his colleagues for some reason. No, yeah, I mean he's a world champion. I mean world champions are criticized in that sense. Yeah, I think it's, but yeah, it's not right. I do agree with you. It's not right, but एक वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ट्रीटमेंट तो मिलेगा ना यार. That's what it comes down to, I think, at the end of the day. H6, yeah, I think H6 probably is what I would expect here as well. Taking a look at Pragg, perhaps. Oh, by the way, he does take bishop takes d4. Let's go. Okay, so the best move by Pragg. I think this is nice. He goes bishop takes d4 immediately, and now knight takes d4. And by the exact position आ गई. If he goes knight takes d4 in this position, I think that's, if you go queen takes and rook se pawn mar raha hai, so why would you allow that? So knight takes d4 to force diya hai yahan pe. And like I'm just going to play knight d4 here, and look at this. Look at the pawn structure. It's literally the same. The pieces are literally the same. The pawn structure is literally the same. सब कुछ same है यहाँ पे. Very, very crazy. So Gukesh and Pragg having a very similar type of a position. What's your one controversial take about chess? Not gonna say it on, not gonna say it here. But कभी stream करूँगा तो then you can ask me again, bye. Thank you so much, bye. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here as well. If Prague places in top two this tournament and wins FIDE circuit, then they will prioritize for his candidate spot. I think if he wins by FIDE circuit, either the second person who's in the FIDE circuit gets the title, or जो बंदा third है, that person gets the title. But yeah, either way, knight d4 played, by the way. Chess is the only sport where the world champion is treated. But I don't really watch a lot, but I watch a lot of NBA, for example. And whenever, for example, Lakers win or Denver Nuggets won, they were always criticized. या कुछ ना कुछ चीज पे वो डाल देते हैं, और ये this ref was bad, या फिर ये player injured था, या फिर ये call आपने गलत लिया. I think it happens in majority of sports, not just in chess. Do you think if the world champion was someone else other than Gukesh? I mean, if it was Magnus, probably not, because Magnus has been there for a very long time, and a lot of his peers, I think all of his peers have accepted him as the best player in the world because he has proven it again and again. Apart from Magnus, I think koi bhi hota, he would have received. I'm not a similar, maybe like somewhere along those lines, I would say. I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone is supporting Gukesh and Prague, by us too. Let's go. And they have the same position as well. So, so it's a double treat for us today. Not Hikaru or Fabi, they would be treated as, you don't know that. You don't know that because Hikaru ने खुद बोला हुआ है ना कि Magnus is a better player. I read it in some, that one of those lie detector videos. Then वहाँ पे वो question आ जाता है कि, are you the best player? That's what it is. I think basically when you are the world champion, एक वो world number one होना is important. That's where the argument comes in. But that's not the same thing. That's not he आप I mean गुकेश के perspective से वो उसी को तो हरा सकता है जो उसके सामने बैठा है, right? He cannot beat anybody else. So it's a controversial take, I guess. But yeah, by the way, knight d4 plays. Let's jump back. Let's actually discuss some chess here. By the way, this is the game जहाँ पे fe6 खेला था. यहाँ पे कोई updates नहीं हुई. Still expecting bishop g5 and Parham versus Nodirbek. Trying to take a look at some other games if there is something interesting happening. Leon के game में कुछ हुआ नहीं है against Hans. Still seems very balanced to me. Oh, let's check out Buddy Pranav versus Nihal Sarin. So we left it around this. Okay, थोड़ा देर पे a bit later we left it, yeah, around knight c3. He plays knight h4. Yeah, ये देखा था हमने. Knight h4, bishop h4 हुआ board पे actually. He goes bishop to b5, trying to maybe create some pawn structure imbalance here. Maybe double pawns, and he can put pressure on the c6 pawn. But Nihal says, no, I'm not going to allow it to you. And then he returns with bishop d3. And this is an interesting point because he couldn't play bishop d3 straight away because knight se d4 mar raha tha. So that's why he went bishop b5, kicked the knight away, and then returned the bishop back to d3. That justifies why he wasted a move here. Black plays knight g6, queen h5, c6, and this is the current position. Slightly more comfortable for Pranav, I would say. Because pawn structure तो एकदम same ही है, but queen बढ़िया बैठी है, bishop is nice here, the other bishop is super nice here. Maybe this knight can join in on the attack. Of course, the rook is also favorable in comparison to the rook on f8, which is not doing much at the moment. So slightly preferred position for Pranav right now, but I think it's still equal, very much equal. साहिल भाई कहाँ चले गए? साहिल भाई आ रहे हैं, he'll be back very very soon. Nordirbeck lost नहीं यार, ऐसे ट्रोल मत करो. Nordirbeck को तो चल रहा है अभी. He's in a worse, not in a worse position, I think equally a position. But yeah, Parham does have a slight pull there. How good are these new kids like Mishra and Erdogmas? They are insane, bhai. They're insane. It's a new generation of chess. They are very, very well prepared. I mean, they are not afraid of anyone. That's the one thing that's different about the new generation, that they are not afraid to play anyone, which is, I think, very refreshing to see at the highest level. What's your eight for candidates? I did mention this, I think, in one of the previous streams. I think, okay, Arjun, Pragg, Nodirbek, Alireza, um, Fabi, of course, Hikaru. दो और बचे. Let's take Aronian, I guess, because Vishy sir ने भी कहा है. And okay, I want to see Vidit there as well, so I'm going to say Vidit as well. But I mean, it's 1920 का फर्क, you know. Don't take it too seriously. ये तो just take normal serious है. Maybe Parham as well, actually. I would love to see Parham there as well. And Rapport भी मजा आएगा. If Rapport can qualify in some way, that would be very very fun. Nepo, exactly. Actually, the correct pronunciation is Nepo. I actually heard it's Nepo Miyachi. So we are all saying it wrong. Bishop f4, yo, nice. The London bishop has come out in the position. Knight f4, of course, not possible because there's a mate in one threatened. And if black doesn't take this, we can go bishop g3 or something and just trade off this, maybe an active bishop. I don't really know if I want to call it an active bishop. But yeah, once you remove this bishop, you have some control over the dark squares. So makes sense this move. And Nihal is thinking in this position. By the way, Arjun के game पे बहुत बड़ा update आया, so I'm just going to quickly switch there. After e3, he ended up playing rook takes c1. So he is saying, let's finish the game right now. I don't want to suffer. White goes rook c1. Probably I don't know if he's going to take on rook c1 again, because इसमें queen को है ना ये फालतू की एक फाइल मिल रही है, which I don't like so much. Although what is the queen going to accomplish on c1 anyways? Like c5 पे आ सकती है. Then what? Not much to play here, but I think Gukesh will put pressure here for sure. You want Ding to qualify? It would be very interesting if Ding does. But यार वो खेल नहीं रहा ना उतना आजकल. Gukesh is not on the board. Probably that's why. But Gukesh घूमता नहीं है उतना यार. But so it's a bit strange. But yeah, maybe we went to get some coffee, some tea, something like that. But yeah, Rook C1 played, and for me, this is a major update, I think, in the position, for sure. Yo, welcome back. I mute. अभी भी म्यूट है भाई.
पता लगे रेंट एग्रीमेंट लिख दिया हो कि भाई आज से तुम्हारे लाइक यूट्यूब चैनल मेरा भाई, पढ़ना पड़ता है भाई.
Nice. So you were reading the entire thing.
नहीं,
Let
मैंने
me
पढ़ा हुआ
guess.
था, और जस्ट
Let me
जस्ट मेकिंग
guess.
श्योर.
फोटो लो, चैट जीपीटी पे डालो भाई. TLDR.
नहीं, तो नहीं, आई थिंक 3 पेज का ही था, तो मैंने पहले पढ़ लिया था, जस्ट वाज मेकिंग श्योर, तो नाउ इट्स ऑल गुड.
Okay,
एंड
cool.
हाँ.
साहिल भाई मैं भी आया 2 मिनट के अंदर. Yeah. Do you want me to
हाँ,
put on a certain game?
लेट मी चेक. लेट्स गो टू गुकेश ओनली, आई थिंक, बिकॉज रुक
गुकेश
C1
पे
हुआ
बैठे हैं
है.
हम, ठीक है. Just 2 minutes
हाँ,
में आ
बस
रहा हूँ मैं.
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
Be right back.
So rook a c1 was played, chat a6 e3 मार दिया. So I think that these exchanges are great for Arjun. But of course I think push करेगा यार थोड़ी देर के लिए. और d5 pawn, अभी बिशप डायरेक्ट पॉइंट कर रहा है यार. That's always a threat. चेस कमेंटर पैसा कमा पा रहे हैं भाई, मतलब इट्स ओके यार. मतलब इट्स नॉट, आई थिंक, इफ अगर हम अभी क्रिकेट पे कमेंट्री कर रहे होते तो भाई अभी हम मालदीव्स में होते. अभी हम चेस कमेंट्री कर रहे हैं, इसलिए भाई रेंट एग्रीमेंट साइन करना पड़ रहा है. 1 किलो शुगर, ये क्या है भाई? भाई ये ब्लिंकिट का डिलीवरी चैट नहीं है, उसके लिए अलग ऐप पे जाना पड़ेगा. I would say peak thing would have defeated Magnus in World Championship. I mean, maybe, but I think peak of any player could defeat Magnus. Yeah, peak of Fabi could defeat Magnus. Peak of Hikaru could defeat Magnus. Peak of Vichy could defeat Magnus. I think peak से compare करना is not fair, because Magnus का peak अगर हम ले ले तो 2889, then you can understand कि by then it becomes difficult. So I think it's not really fair to compare the peak of players with average Magnus. क्वीन C1 इज अ मिस्टेक, नॉट क्वीन C1 राइट नाउ भाई. दिख रहा है मुझे वो C8 पे रुक. आई मीन पहले रुक C1, लेट्स से रुक C1 क्वीन C1, एंड वो एंड गेम चलेगी. आई थिंक वो D5 पॉन विल बी अ वीकनेस फॉर अ व्हाइल, बट अगर क्वीन ट्रेड हो जाए देन आई थिंक इट बिकम्स क्लोजर टू अ ड्रॉ. बट स्टिल व्हाइट का पॉन चेन बढ़िया है. लुक एट द व्हाइट पॉन्स, E3 F2 G3 H2 सारे डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे हैं, और व्हाइट का बिशप कॉम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा है उसको. ग्रेट पार्टनर टू द पॉन्स. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाई व्हाइट इज स्टिल स्लाइटली बेटर. इंडिया यूएस में आप खेलो क्या? नहीं भाई यार, इंडिया यूएस में कौन सा सेक्शन हो सकता है भाई जहां पे मैं घुस भी पाता? इवन हाइपोथेटिकली देयर इज नो सेक्शन वेयर आई कुड प्ले. Nepos is pronounced as Nepomniachtchi. I heard his name. Yeah, it is Nepomniachtchi. But yeah, English language में it is Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, you have to be fair. If you read it in an English brain, Nepomniachtchi. विंसेंट काइमर विनिंग. भाई विंसेंट काइमर को जो चेन्नई का जो रोग लगा है भाई, तब से बंदा पहले ही जा रहा है भाई. क्या बंदा है यार. मतलब एक, आई हैव टोल्ड दिस मल्टीपल टाइम्स, चेन्नई जीएम चेंजेस लाइव्स. अगर आप टॉप प्लेयर हो भाई, चेन्नई जीएम खेलो भाई. ऑनेस्टली हिकारू प्लेइंग कैन इज अनफेयर. नहीं भाई, भाई 2814 रेटिंग है उसकी. 2814 रेटिंग है. इन व्हाट वर्ल्ड कैन इट बी अनफेयर दैट हिकारू इज प्लेइंग द कैंडिडेट्स? भाई ये साहज भाई की ये चेयर ऐसे, अच्छा इंपोर्टेड चेयर है. ओ गॉट इट, गॉट इट. Why is Gukesh thinking here? Why he's I don't think he's thinking. I think he's maybe not at the board. I think that's the only explanation. यहाँ पे रुक C1 तो आना ही है. I mean literally pre-move कर देता वो अगर ये ऑनलाइन चीज होता तो. साज में क्वेश्चन, आपने चेयर इंपोर्ट कराई है क्या?
नहीं नहीं, क्यों?
नहीं, अच्छा. तो अच्छा, मुझे पता नहीं था आप जब वहां शिफ्ट हो गए बुडापेस्ट से.
बुडापेस्ट में ही तो हूँ मैं, और कहाँ हूँ?
उधर ही हो क्या? ओह वाह, क्रेजी ब्रो. और एनीवे सॉरी.
What insider joke is this जो मुझे
नहीं,
समझ
कोई
नहीं
नहीं
आ रहा
बात.
पर?
रुक C1 प्लेड, आपके
या,
आते रुक C1 मार दिया साहज भाई. सो रुक्स भी ट्रेड हो सकते हैं. रुक C1 प्लेड, क्वीन C1, एंड कितना कितना आई थिंक एडवांटेज दोगे? बार कह रहा है +0.25. डू यू थिंक दैट्स फेयर?
yeah, very much so. Very much so. But the position is very simple. So I would say, oh, he plays Queen C8.
क्वीन C8. Sahaj, do you trade these queens as Gukesh?
I'm not so sure about this decision by Arjun because I feel like he cannot play for anything here. He's playing for two results, and if Gukesh takes the queen on C8, I mean, he should take the queen on C8, and it feels like only Gukesh is playing for a win now. It's two result position now, and
But as
it can be that
uh,
good night bad bishop situation. I don't like this by Arjun.
but maybe he's thinking, ठीक है, queen C8, bishop C8. I will put the king on D6 after I stop knight F5. Then I will play B6 A5, put my pawns on dark squares, and I have one weakness, sure, but maybe it's not enough to win for Gukesh. And from Gukesh's perspective, I mean, queen c8 is a committal move, right? So you can't take it back. So does he trade queens, which gives him a comfortable edge, right? So says +0.5. He cannot lose even in any parallel universe, but he cannot, let's say, create an attack, for example. Or does he move the queen to, let's say, I don't know, B2, maintain some more chances, but of course, giving the black queen the C file.
And also bishop h3. Bishop h3, I think,
True,
is also a nice move because you're eliminating the bad bishop from the position.
true. It's
I
very
would
optimistic,
expect
yeah?
queen c8. I would expect queen
Yeah.
c8 by Gukesh, yeah. But maybe this is mind games, yeah, because he knows Gukesh wants that, wants to keep, he likes to keep, all of his pieces on the board.
हाँ.
Maybe these are mind games.
या माइंड गेम से याद आया, अनीश गिरी has relaxed his mind now because he has ended his game in a draw. So that is
Oh.
one result coming in chat. So Aaj, I think maybe this could, it's a Sunday. Maybe these could be shorter games, Saj, by today, yeah?
Yeah, I think Gukesh-Arjun though for sure looks a bit anticlimactic, but yeah, it looks like a very quick draw. But I think Gukesh will push for sure though.
Yeah, he will push. Yeah, I think no risk position. Imagine chat, you could make an investment. ठीक है, जहां पे you cannot lose money. Even though you don't make too much money, but you just cannot lose money. Yeah, मतलब I think you would definitely make that investment, right, Saj bhai?
Exactly. Why not? आपकी एनालॉजीज यार.
भाई पर क्रिप्टो में काश इन्वेस्ट किया होता 2013 में यार मैं कॉलेज में भाई वो मिट्टी में पानी डाल के उसकी डेंसिटी चेक कर रहा था भाई स्कूल कॉलेज में काश थोड़ा क्रिप्टो विप्टो इन्वेस्ट किया होता बट एनीवेज साहिल भाई 2814 कब पहुंचेंगे आई थिंक दैट विल हैपन इन द ईयर 3000 में भी
नहीं, chess dot com पे
व्हेन
हो चुका ऑलरेडी, so your question is answered. In fact,
भाई
it's more right now.
2814 बोल रहा है भाई वो
हाँ हाँ, 2814 chess.com पे हो चुकी है मेरी.
वो अच्छा ओ ओके ओके
They never mentioned FIDE ratings.
हाँ ट्रू ट्रू श्रीनाथ इज लाइक वाओ व्हाट श्रीनाथ भाई द गाय हु
Yo,
रिसेंटली गॉट एंगेज कंग्रेचुलेशंस भाई कंग्रेट्स टू श्री भाई एक का बर्थडे है एक का एंगेजमेंट है भाई क्रेजी
क्या बात है भाई. पर शादी किसी और की हो रही है पहले.
पता नहीं किसी किसी की तो हो रही होगी किसी की तो हो रही होगी भाई श्री भाई आई थिंक वाज इट लाइक अ बिट वर यू नर्वस लाइक व्हाइल ऐसे गेटिंग डाउन ऑन वन नी ऐसे लाइक थोड़ा नर्वसनेस तो हुई होगी ना यू डू दिस वंस इन अ लाइफ टाइम या इन इंडिया एटलीस्ट मोस्टली हाउ स्ट्रांग वाज पीक साहिल टिकू भाई अभी दिखाता हूँ पीक अपना रुको आई थिंक अभी रुको साज भाई क्वीन C8 के अलावा आर देयर एनी अदर ऑप्शंस यू वुड कंसीडर
I thought क्वीन C7 बोलने वाले हो for a second.
मैं बोलने वाला था मैं क्वीन D1 बोलने वाला था एक्चुअली दैट्स पीक साहिल टिकू बट मैंने कहा छोड़ो भाई
Yeah, Queen C8 I think is what I would expect. I mean, yeah, I really think this match still, even though it's simple enough, I really think Gukesh will stretch it out for as long as he can, and he will wait for that one mistake by Arjun. He already has that one weakness, like you mentioned, the pawn on D5, but he needs to create another one. We need that typical principle of two weaknesses type of a situation, and we're getting it. I think we
या
might get it.
या नर्वस वेरी नर्वस श्रीनाथ भाई सो कोई प्रैक्टिस प्रैक्टिस करी क्या आपने मतलब उसकी लाइक बिफोर और डिड यू डायरेक्टली डू द मेन टास्क अनीश ऑलरेडी ट्वीटिंग दिस गोइंग एंड इन अ ड्रॉ आई कैन बेट माय लाइफ ऑन इट कम ऑन भाई इतना बेट मत करो भाई इतना भी गैम्बलिंग पसंद नहीं होनी
I
चाहिए साज भाई क्यों
wouldn't say that. Wouldn't say that just yet. It is Gukesh. Wouldn't say that.
साज भाई थापर में रोड और बुझना सीख रहे थे हाँ उन्हें कभी सिखाया नहीं एक्चुअली दैट्स द क्रेजी पार्ट आई वाज
Oh, actually,
वेटिंग
his
बट वो
tweet was Anish's tweet is how are the top two boards ending up in the exact same structure? I think he's talking about that Pragg game,
हाँ
जहाँ पे same structure है and Gukesh का भी same structure है. This is what we were talking
या
about earlier as well.
Yeah, in fact, the top, top. I still pawn the top three, mein, but yeah, I think two boards looking very, very similar there and very drawish as well. I practiced but messed up nonetheless. Oh, how did you mess up though? What was the mess up? Would love to know.
चैट में थोड़ी लिखी है दिव्या थंड, मुझे लगा दिव्या ब्लंडर लिखा किसी ने, दिव्या थंडर. व्हाट इज दिव्या
पता है
थंडर?
क्या हुआ? किसी ने कहा दिव्या ब्लंडर एंड साथ में किसी ने कहा पूजा गैम्बिट तो मैं सर्च कर रहा हूँ पूजा ऑन चेसकॉम पूजा कौन है हाउस डू यू थिंक पूजा विल मेक इट टू द ओलंपियाड टीम साहज भाई
You tell us. You tell us, भाई. It's your gambit.
भाई साहब कुछ भी चल रहा है यार दिव्या स्लाइटली वर्स बट ओके यार द गेम गोज ऑन
Yeah, I think this might be a draw. You can just bring the king to d6, c5, b6, a5. And yeah, this is the position. I think Gukesh will have a long thing before he decides whether he should play queen b2 or
ओ
whether he
क्वीन
should.
F1 क्वीन F1 ही प्लेज वाओ
Wow. So not just denying the queen trade, he's also denying the bishop trade. Just putting it out there.
वाओ And next, I think H3 will be on the board, and he's also kind of allowing Queen C3 from Black's perspective, which I think is something Black really wants to do. The Queen can then go to D2, combined with Knight coming to E4 or Queen B2. Like this is a decent activation for the Black pieces.
Yeah. For sure, but at least he gets a game here. I think it's a more probably he didn't believe in queen takes c8. He thought the position is, even though he has that two result type of a position, he didn't see a way to break through. So now he is ready to keep the queens. By classic, exactly classic Gukesh on the board.
Yeah, yeah. I was doing Jon Snow videos to practice, bro. If I had watched Game of Thrones, I would understand it. But um, I'm gonna say, nice.
By
Anyways,
the way, Alireza in a slightly worse position against Simon Gumulars. Maybe we can check it out. He
yeah, yeah.
made a
Let's check it out.
mistake in the last move after knight d7. Bishop takes e7 mana tha, but he goes bishop e5 and bishop g3. And supposedly the computer doesn't like it so much because of some knight takes e5 ideas.
By if Firuza loses this, I think his chances of winning the Grand Swiss and qualifying are basically almost gone.
Yeah,
Not only would he be on 50% score after 4 rounds, he would also be losing two in a row. Like that's just impossible to come back from.
basically, yeah, basically. Maybe it's a calculated decision because he wants a game on the board, just like in that Gukesh game as well. But yeah, it's a
Hmm.
risk,
Hmm.
slightly worse, but okay. Um, the game is still on.
Yeah, and I think Firouzja, of course, is one of the favorites there, at least according to the C Square podcast. We can also check out the game of Pranav against Nihal Sahaj because I think वहाँ पे हमने knight h4 last देखा था. We have a few developments and प्रणव ने अपनी queen उठा के चुपके से किंग साइड पे रख दी है एंड नाइट ऑन g6 को मतलब अभी सारे ब्लैक पीसेस मतलब बोलते हैं ना कि वो बिशप मत लेना बस भाई जो f4 पे पड़ा है.
Exactly. So he plays c6, bishop f4. We saw it, and then bishop f6 is what he plays. Yeah, London bishop incoming again.
Yeah.
Who are you
Yeah,
supporting
I
today, Gukesh or Arjun, Sahil bhai?
I would say draw is nice. I think it's too early to support one player. I feel. I would think draw is pretty comfortable. दोनों के chances भरे रहेंगे. And then the best player wins. Yeah. अगर मान लो this was round 8, round 10, then I might choose one player basis the standings, the tie breaks, and also Arjun, of course, is playing to qualify. So for him, this tournament means more. So right now, I think a draw is pretty fair.
For Arjun, you mean?
Why? I mean, draw for both players is fair. Yeah.
Just trying to get an answer.
भाई
You know,
भाई
you
तुम
know it.
ट्रैप पे ट्रैप डाल रहे हो हम पानी में पानी फेर रहे हैं ट्रैप्स के ऊपर भाई लोग कह रहे हैं स्टैंडिंग क्यों चेंज हुई बिकॉज आई थिंक इवान शेपरिनोव probably drew his game and he went to 2.5 so now because his tiebreak must be best he's now replaced the second place spot so not many differences there because बाकी लोग खेल ही रहे हैं so standings का आप stress ना ले भाई not a reason to worry.
Yep, absolutely. By the way, let's take a quick look at Leon versus Hans. It's a looks like a crazy position already. By the way, this is where we left it. Bishop c5 ke baad. We were talking about how bishop b2 would be a bad move here since it's blocked by its own pawns. But he goes bishop a3, so logical move. Takes and he goes bishop to d7. Idea is simple. मेरे को bishop c6 करके ये active bishop trade करना है यहाँ पे. So white goes queen e2, bishop c6, and Leon now strikes with f5.
Hmm. I think he's trying to really, really go for it. Yeah, I think Hansky against. I think if you lose against Hans, he might throw out a tweet, roasting you. So you ideally don't want to lose to Hans in any case. But of course, defeating Hans will give him a lot of rating. You can see he's 100 points ahead, Hans. And also, I think in terms of qualifying to the candidates, Saj, do you think, because we saw Abbasov qualify to the candidates, not a bit surprisingly, let's say, do you think that also gives hope to other 2650 players that I can make it to the candidates, I can qualify via the World Cup, I can qualify via the Grand Swiss, and we've seen it before, like we have had 2600 players in the candidates in many of the tournaments.
Yeah, there was Alexienko as well, I think, who was in the candidates, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
previously. So I mean, and also I mean, Nijat had a spectacular World Cup run. Yeah, he also defeated Fabi in the
And Vidit
semi-finals. I
and
remember.
Anish.
Yeah, but I mean, but like it was like some 25 move game that he defeated Fabi. I remember some Roy Lopez,
Yeah.
it was 25 साल में Fabi को हराना is like, I mean, you're playing the best chess of your life, yeah. So yeah, very very insane, and it does I think offer hope. But I think when you're 2650, you if you can beat 2700, 2750 on a given day, then you have a chance here. And tournaments like these are really important for just that, yeah, because it gives a chance for everyone to qualify in a fair way to one of the most prestigious events of chess, which is the candidate. So yeah, and I think Parham is a good example. Yeah, he's not 2700 right now, but he defeated Firuza. He's a sole leader in the tournament and still pushing against Nodirbek as well. So um yeah, he's a favorite at this point.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do now, Sajbhai, let's go to the Param game and then quickly jump to Gukesh game as well. So Param, mein, I think he's just played, Rook C1, Rook C6, 95. So what I am thinking is there could be repetitions as well. For example, Rook C8, Knight C4, attacking the pawn on E6, Rook C6 and 95. Do you think that's a possibility?
Like a repetition.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. I think Parham that doesn't repeat. Parham will not repeat. He will play.
Hmm.
White भी है ना वो खेलेगा जरूर. Yeah, also he has minimal risk in this position. Black has a weakness on e6 which he can put pressure on. But yeah, I think this will Parham always plays a long game, so I think no repetition is what I would expect. By the
Yeah.
way, in Arjun's game, he ended up playing h5. So finally, the pawn has arrived. He wants to play h4 in the next move.
Yeah, I think this H pawn is such a nice move to play. Zero risk. King बिल्कुल safe है. King को एक square मिल जाता है. कोई back rank checkmate नहीं होगी. And H4 आएगा तो बहुत बढ़िया. So maybe now Sahaj is H3 on the cards, or do you think he's gonna play something else maybe here, Gukesh?
h3, bishop d7 or something. And then isn't your queen kind of tied up to the h3 pawn?
Maybe King H2?
So h3, bishop goes to d7, king h2. But I'm not so sure about this. Like queen c3 seems to be very strong
Queen
here for.
Queen
But
D2.
how do you improve? How do you improve? I just wait करता हूँ. Like I don't know, king f g6 whatever.
Hmm.
I don't know. It seems hard to make any improvements here.
Yeah, it's very hard without trading queens. Once black plays queen c3, I think you're kind of tied, right? You cannot lose a2 and f2, and that just really limits your options, I feel. And Gukesh is hoping for the best here. But to win this against Arjun, like we discussed this, right? Out of 100 games, how many does Gukesh win? If let's say 100 games are played from this position, I would say 99 would probably be drawn. That is my guess. What do you
Yeah.
feel, Raj?
Same, I think, same. And I'm not even sure. The possibility of Gukesh over pushing and getting into a worse position is also pretty high. Because I mean,
Hmm.
also it's impossible to lose if you don't do anything. But Gukesh will definitely push for the win in some way, one way or the other. But he has to be careful. That's for sure.
Agreed, agreed. And time
By
भी
the way,
काफी है. So हाँ सच भाई.
a4 played.
Oh wow. Bhai, that is a committal move, I feel. Because now, chat, look at this. पहले queen c3 के बाद, the queen was not really attacking any pawn. But now when you play queen c3, that's in direct contact with the b3 pawn. So knight on d4 is now stuck. At least for the time being. Unless I think he plans queen b1 or something.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, it's a decent move, but I don't see how it improves White's winning chances. That's the only problem.
Yeah, I think right. Maybe he wants to play a5 and probably fix some pawns on the light squares ताकि
Why
bishop भी
a5 queen
bad है.
c3? A5
I know,
queen
but
c3.
not immediately. I'm saying that this could be a plan in the future because you
Hmm.
were mentioning at some point that अगर queen straight होती है यहाँ पे, then you were mentioning an idea like b6 and a5 for black, right? So if
Hmm.
once the queens are traded and white gets to play a5 in the next move, then that would be an ideal situation. Maybe that's what
Yeah. Yeah.
he's planning to do कि अब queen straight करेंगे ताकि मैं a5 खेल सकूं.
I agree. I think that's a great plan if it can be executed. And right now, Arjun trying to think, is Queen C3 indeed my best move? Chat, by the way, जितने भी लोग chat में, I'm gonna wake you up. जल्दी से एक बार सब लोग हाई लिख दो भाई. Let's see कि भाई, and not forget यार, कल हमने membership gift करी है. So the number 1, 2, 3 chatters, you have a chance to win a diamond membership. And like भी आते रहने चाहिए भाई. 500 like membership. जल्दी से हाई लिख दो भाई. एक सेकंड के लिए पता लगे भाई चैट को, ऑडियंस को या प्लेयर्स को जो वहां पे देखें कि कितना सपोर्ट है उनके लिए भाई. कई बार 600 लोग साल में अगर सामने खड़े हो जाए ना, तो यू वुड लाइक वी वुड पी योर पैंट्स कि भाई इतने लोग के मार तो नहीं देंगे.
हाँ. अरे अरे so many people writing, yeah. Chat is awake, भाई. Chat is awake. Let's go.
Chad is watching. Chad is watching by, and they are cheering both Gukesh and Arjun here. But I think the game looks very, very solid. I think it would require some Herculean effort, but it is possible, Saj bhai. But if we jump to the Prague game quickly, I think that's a bit different still, because I think वहाँ पे ज़्यादा pieces है on the board. The
Mhm.
D5 pawn is more of a weakness, directly attacked right now, and rooks are still on the board. And जहाँ तक मुझे याद है सहज भाई, बताया गया था कि if there's an isolated pawn, you don't want to exchange your major pieces. You want to exchange the bishops and the knights. And
Right.
rooks on the board means Prague has more chances to win, let's say.
Yeah, I would. I think that's a fair statement because in the
Hmm.
other board, both the rooks are traded, and black does seem to have control of the c file as well. But in this position, I think it seems a lot more stable. Like for example, white can go for some knight e2, knight f4 types ideas, where he can put pressure on the d5 pawn, perhaps go queen d4 and bring the rook to d1 like this. That also seems quite interesting to me. So yeah, I think Pragg definitely has a higher sort of. There's just more pieces on the board, same structure, but more pieces on the board. That's why I think he has a higher chance, higher probability of scoring a win here.
Yeah, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Also, chat आज ना बहुत सारे Indians black pieces से खेल रहे हैं lower boards पे, so they are slightly worse. We'll come to those games later, but like RN Chopra, SL Narayanan, Ronak Sadhwani, like slightly worse. So I'm really hoping कि जो top boards है, they give us a lot of action. In fact, Hare Krishna with white is also slightly worse. तो थोड़ा थोड़ा डर लग रहा है. Puranik with black is much worse. So I think थोड़ा सहज भाई start जो है ना उतना crazy नहीं गया, but one game I want to have a look at is Aditya Mittal against a Dogmas. Sahaj bhai, the
Ooh.
battle of the youngsters. क्या लग रहा है क्या होगा यहाँ पे?
Oh, okay. So he has a protected pass pawn. Black's black pawn on b6 is okay, not the best. Opposite colored bishops hai. And black ka bishop, I mean, the good side is that black can attack these a4, c4 pawns much easier than the white bishop can attack the b6 pawn because bishop sirf c7 se attack kar sakta hai isko, whereas the bishop on f5 can attack it with many other ways. But there are more pieces on the board, and because of the superior structure that white has, because especially this, protected pass pawn, I feel Aditya has good chances.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think the d5 pawn is an asset. The b6 pawn is a big liability. Opposite color bishops, but I think they can also be used in an attack potentially. So uh, things looking great further there. A question: why is NM could not playing? I think Anish and I have a pact कि we will never play the same event, Saj bhai, because we are friends. So now, कि
Hmm.
साथ में मैच पढ़ के पढ़ना चाहिए. So Anish and I will never play the same event. I think कभी देखा नहीं होगा साथ में खेलते हुए.
I think
So
that's a nice way to put it. I was there when this pact was made, by the way.
yeah.
I was
Yeah,
the
Saj also has the same pact with Magnus, by the way. So
yeah, yeah,
Rakesh has
yeah.
the same pact with it. So you'll never see us play the same events. So वो चीज आता है.
Hmm.
And meanwhile, I think jumping to the game, Sasha, which game we gonna do? Maybe we can check out Vincent Keimer once, because I think he's absolutely crushing Frederick Swane right now. As you taught me yesterday, कि भाई क्या pronunciation है, Swan नहीं है. And now
Funny,
the
yeah.
D5 pawn is hanging, and it doesn't seem like there's a way to defend it. Yeah, easily.
You can play c6, but supposedly that is bad. You're supposed to give up this pawn. But yeah, Vincent seems to be close to winning already. So a quick win for the German player. Yeah, I mean, I think he's yeah, maybe c6, and what happens then? It just looks like a bad pawn on like as it is. Maybe I can go some king h1, rook g1 types of ideas, and I can put pressure on the king side. But yeah, the advantage is there because he has an extra piece on the board. Yeah, white has a bishop and a knight, and black has a rook. So that's a very clear advantage for him. Gonna be a tough game, I think, for Swane.
Yeah, going to be tough. Then he should be playing candidates because Anish isn't playing. Yeah, actually, Anish did well in the FIDE circuit. So then he had the higher chances. My points in the FIDE circuit are much lower, Saj bhai, like than Anish. So
By the way, a good point by the
yeah,
chat. There is 100% accuracy by Vincent Keimer right now on move
wow,
21. 100%.
wow. भाई कैसे कर लेते हैं यार भाई मुझे ही बता दो कैसे भाई कैसे वाह तो कोई
Crazy.
चांस ही नहीं है भाई ओपोनेंट के पास यार बेसिकली 21 हो गई है 100% एक्यूरेसी
I am not sure how this is possible, but yeah,
आई
this is
थिंक
insane.
आई थिंक विंसेंट का जो गुकेश का सेकंड आई थिंक चैट में लिखा है सत्यम जी ने कि भाई दैट्स एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू दैट along with the Chennai GM I think has kind of propelled Vincent Keimer forward and I think he's
Also
going to qualify
freestyle,
to the
yeah?
candidates.
Freestyle as well.
Yeah, and I think he's going to qualify to the candidates event. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है very high chances either via this event or via the World Cup, but I think he will make it. So Vincent Keimer का साल मुझे लग रहा है, and he'll be one of the contenders, and it's going to be a tough match, and maybe he's the one to challenge Gukesh. That will be crazy भाई, अपना ही second challenge कर दिया अगर तो.
That is insane indeed. And also he will know Gukesh really well as a
Yeah.
person. Yeah.
So as we see what happens here,
Pragg, by the way, played a
uh,
move. He played
yeah, let's
knight
go.
e2 here. I think that same idea of knight f4, queen d4, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. So yeah, having the extra rooks definitely helps his case. And yeah, that's the update on this board. By the way, Arjun still thinking after that a4 move. It's very, very balanced. Pretty, I mean, but yeah, Gukesh is still trying to create some chance in the position that game lamba chale. But let's see what happens.
एक बंदा कह रहा है विंसेंट चीटिंग. देयर इज अ यूजुअली इफ लेट्स से यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर योर बोर्ड एग्जाम्स एंड आपने एनसीईआरटी चार्ट ली, रट ली, एंड देन वही क्वेश्चन आ गया, इज दैट चीटिंग? दैट्स नॉट चीटिंग. सो सेम वे चेस प्लेयर्स हैव प्रिपेयर्ड ओपनिंग्स एट होम and they know exactly what to play. So it's called preparation by, I think that's the word you're looking for. And meanwhile koi keh raha hai Vidit has drawn really.
No, Vidit is playing right now. No, Vidit hasn't drawn. H6, GH6 doesn't look. Why would you draw this position? But he spent a long time before he played GH6. Yeah, 37 minutes.
Bhai, what's happening with this clock, bhai? He took like 23 minutes for Queen C2, which was the only move in the position, apparently. I mean, it doesn't feel like the only move, but it is. And now GH6 pe he took 38 minutes. Sahaj, like, I mean, that's a huge red flag, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. But I think 23 minutes वो white के भी हो सकते हैं. But maybe the clock is glitching a bit for me. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the first huge thing that I can see that for Vidit. But yeah, 37 minutes is a lot of time, I have to say.
भाई 37 मिनट्स पे तो यार लिटरली फ्लाइट पकड़ के दिल्ली से चंडीगढ़ पहुंच जाते हैं यार. That's crazy, by the way. And Ivanchuk still playing. Yes, he is. And Vidit has to play faster, otherwise this is going to be a misery full journey for today. And he's on 2 out of 3. If he loses, unke chances bhi to qualify for the Grand Swiss go drastically down. I would say less than 1%. And he's the defending champion. We want him to win. So let's hope so he does that. And Saj bhai, which game shall we go to now?
Taking a look, Pranav versus Nihal is pretty much the same. Aditya versus Ardogmas maybe same position hai. Hari seems to be slightly worse against Jeffrey Xiong. Yeah, definitely slightly worse.
By the way, Levon has drawn his game, so that's a
Okay.
minor update as well. And I love this Gukesh-Arjun ka board top right pe laga hua hai, so I like this. I think this is much better use of the space. So the
Oh,
star game is
nice.
always there in front of you, chat.
Very nice. So whenever there is an update, we'll get to know.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe we
Troll to ho gayi bhai. I think we still need a better version of two boards. Like same sized, maybe. But okay, I think this is a big leap in the right direction.
maybe we can go to Parham versus Nodir Bek because वहाँ पे slight update हुई है. यहाँ पे he played 95 here and Rook B6 and that's a draw offer, I think, no?
that is that is literally tempting you into playing knight c4. Yeah, that's literally, मतलब बोलते हैं ना, वो ऐसे बेट रख दिया कि भाई you can attack my rook, look my rook, I am here, knight,
Mhm.
hello, attack me. भाई literally वो बेट सेटअप कर रहे हैं. Rook c6 95, and of course Nodebe would love a draw here. He's worse, the e6 pawn looks weak, and if e6 falls then all hell breaks loose. So I think Parham, knowing Parham how he is, there is no way on earth he takes that draw though.
See, the problem is like according to the standings, I think it is fine, right? Because he's still gonna be one of the leaders when this round finishes. But for momentum break हो जाएगा आपका. Like you're on a hat trick basically. Yeah, 3 wins in a row. Last win came against Ali Reza, which is insane. And then you make a quick draw. I think that kind of breaks your momentum, sort of. So I don't think he will go for it in that sense. By the way, he doesn't. Knight B5 on the
Oh,
board.
and knight b5 is not the best move. And Sahaj bhai, I am a bit confused. What happens on a6? What's the plan?
just to bring the knight back to c3 because I think he didn't like the rook going to a6, and also he's creating a positional weakness, I'm guessing, with some knight c4 a5 knight b6 type of ideas. So nice move, I would say, to keep the game going.
But feels a bit much, no? Like though moves chalna just to kind of, because especially there's a weakness on e6 and you have an open f file. I thought ki this the attention will be directed towards the center and the king side and not the queen side.
But the
So
queen,
I
but that's a good point. I completely agree with you. I feel that the weakness on the king side is already created. Like वहां पर तो सब
Hmm.
कुछ बैठ ही गया. तो I think maybe he's trying to create something on the other side as well, ताकि he can play on both and maybe try to put some pressure on Nadirбек there. Maybe that's his strategy. But yeah, knight b5 is not
Hmm.
was not on my candidate moves for sure. When I was
Hmm.
observing this position.
I think Maqsood is known for these moves though. He will find some innovative ideas जो opponent ने सोचे ही नहीं होंगे. So that's a great find. Meanwhile, Abhimanyu Mishra has cocked up a nice move, I think. I don't know if it's nice or amazing or just okay, but Bishop B5 basically pinning that knight. And if you play a random move, let's say pawn to A3, Black is actually winning with the move. Okay, bishop e2, queen takes d4 is awesome, but even directly d4 is incoming.
Hmm. d4 is a threat.
You, if you take with the knight, then you lose the rook, and if you take with the pawn, then you lose the knight, and that's a deadly threat by Aminu Mishra.
Yep, great find there. So I think then this would mean that Pragg has to play something like rook e1 because not only do you get away from the pin, but you also defend the knight on e2.
Yeah,
So I think
yeah,
you're doing two things with just one move. But supposedly
yeah.
it's not the best move. The best move seems to be a4 here, at least what I'm seeing on my screen. By the way, he played his rook
हाँ
e1.
या आई थिंक वो इंजन ने देख लिया ना मुकेश ने A4 खेला है तो ही इज लाइक
Mhm.
कि भाई फिर A4 ही बेस्ट होगा आई थिंक दैट स्ट्रक्चर इज द बेस्ट बट इंजन भाई स्ट्रेस नहीं लेने का रुकी वन बढ़िया है भाई
Maybe Parham will lose today. Possible, but unlikely, I would say. It's unlikely. By the way, bishop takes
या
e2. Wow.
भाई दैट इज अ रिस्की मूव आई थिंक
Okay, this I really don't like.
चैट क्वेश्चन फॉर यू क्वीन से मारना चाहिए कि रुक से इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन आई थिंक गो बैक टू व्हाट वी डिस्कस विद अर्जुन वर्सेस गुकेश which piece should we take with where is nm2 getting married when he finds an nm rook rook rook
Absolutely.
see now it
Ab-
looks like a levy chat this is how levy feels Saj bhai you wanted to feel na this is how levy feels
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई, and you are absolutely right chat. Rook takes e2 is correct simply because you want to go rook d2 and you want to put pressure on the d5 pawn, maybe set your rook on d4 as well क्योंकि इसको कोई अब टच नहीं कर सकता यहाँ पे. But I really don't like this from Abhimanyu. I feel like you're going to lose the d5 pawn at some point. It's going to happen, and this it just looks very sad. By the way, rook e2
Saj
played.
bhai it's you're right. I really don't like this move by Arvind Mishra. Like I really don't like it. I mean, oh my god, like that's a mistake, and now Pragg is gonna win. I really, really don't like this move by Abhimanyu Mishra. I mean, it's making me sad from within. It's yeah, I don't know what to, I have no
I mean,
words, Saj bhai.
like as a chess player, I've still you can still talk about moves, right? कुछ आपको पसंद आता है, कुछ नहीं पसंद आता. But yeah, I still didn't expect him to go bishop e2. It feels too
True,
committal.
true, true, true,
It feels too
true,
committal,
true.
and
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, too committal. Yeah, too committal. Wow, yeah. I think by the way, Rookie 2 has been played by Pragg, and now Abhimanyu Mishra under huge pressure because Rook D2. I think we can even highlight the moves Rook D2, Rook D4. Then we either play Queen D2, Rook D1, or somehow try to bring the second rook to the D file as well. I mean, as long as we don't allow Rook C2 ideas, I think this is a great position. जब भी 94 आएगा, we have the option of taking it as well. So I
taking
just
on
think
d5 as well.
yeah, actually. So I think Sahaj bhai, I'm gonna bet on a Prague win in this position. This is, I think, the typical advantage that you get against an isolated pawn.
Yeah, yeah, typical Prag grind as well, I would say. And
Yeah,
yeah, I think Prag has very very good chances, especially with his last move bishop e2. Yeah, that was not good.
yeah. So things looking great for Prague, who, if he wins, could potentially join the tournament leaders if Maqsoodlu and Nodrbek draw. So that's an important win. Don't forget, chat. If you can have the standings once on top instead of the Arjun game, Samir I would love to have a look at them. Basically, we can see कि 2.5 पे बहुत कम लोग हैं. Even after some of results today that have happened, I think it's very few people. And in terms of the people who are already playing, it's just one, two, three, four, five people. That's it. So if people win, I think you really, really improve your chances of winning the event. And also don't forget, starting में जीतने की value बहुत ज़्यादा है because your tie break is much higher. So कल को at the end of the event, if your tie break is worse, you might need 8.5 instead of 8. So final round may imagine your tie
Hmm.
break is really nice. You can go for a draw and your opponent cannot. His tiebreak is worse. He's forced to go for a win. And that's exactly what happened in the Vidit game that helped him to win last time. So it's a big deal. You have to win right now.
You're right, because it does affect your tie break. I think that's a very big factor here. Unless you win by straight points, but उसके लिए भी आपको draws are not are not the best idea here. I think one loss by Abhimanyu, I mean, it will definitely, I think more or less it will take out his chances of qualifying at least into the top two. But yeah, you can win all of your games and still make a comeback, but it's unlikely.
Yeah.
By
Meanwhile,
the way,
chat, I think,
going
huh.
to Firuza versus Simon very quickly, because he did play the best move. Simon went knight takes e5, d takes e5, d4, and now Firuza is in some trouble.
Because, chat, question for you. Saj bhai, I want to play knight e4. I think knight e4 is a great move. I put the knight there. Next, it will go to d6. What can black do, chat? Let's not move Sajway. So knight e4, chat. What is black's best move in the position? How can uh, Gumalar, अरे यार,
Gumalars.
Gumulars, Gumulars just end Firuzja's candidate's chances at least for now?
Pawn chalao, no. Knight takes e5. Absolutely correct.
Yes.
Discover attack, and it's GG. Game over.
Yeah. You win a pawn, you take on f3 next. I mean, I think this is just game over. Rook c2 bhi kabhi na kabhi ghusega. The d pawn is a passed pawn. This is just game over already. Firuza would resign probably in this position.
Exactly. But okay, the good thing is that he doesn't have to move his knight, because the pawn is also pinned. So he can use this time to get his, sidestep his queen somewhere, maybe to e2 or to e4 or to a4, and then move the knight away, because then there's not going to be a discover attack anymore.
Sahaj bhai, that's what I thought. I thought queen e2 will be the move, but there might be some bishop c4 ideas long term. And queen e2 is a blunder. Queen a5, black is winning. Because
Ooh.
a5 pawn is now hanging.
And a2 also is hanging.
Yeah. So you can't go queen e2 in.
Crazy.
You have to find only two moves, chat. Either queen e4, which is not comfortable to, I mean, not as comfortable as I like it to be, or queen a4, which is even weirder. So queen e4 or queen a4. Otherwise, Firuzja might be going down 2 games in a row. That's insane to me.
It is possible, but I feel amongst these two moves, queen a4 is what makes more sense, because you want to put the
Hmm.
knight on e4, right? Like you mentioned, you want to put
Hmm.
the knight on
Hmm.
d6. So it makes more sense. But yeah, I think he has to find queen f4. Queen e4, maybe I'm not that convinced.
Yeah, and also queen b1, which was also the other option. There is queen
Hmm.
a5 again, and if you move the knight, you lose the a2 pawn. So and also
Oh,
e5. So I think kahin na kahin pe Firuz Shah in a crunch moment right now. This move could decide the game.
crazy, crazy. How much time has he been thinking? Okay, 5 minutes. Think he will find it. I think he will find it for sure.
People say one paper cannot decide your future. That might be true about board exams, but one move can decide your career, your world championship, your legacy. And for Firuzja, who's always been number 3 on the list, if you ask Magnus, any online event, he will say number 1 Magnus, number 2 Hikaru, or number 2 Firuzja, number 3 Hikaru, or number 2 Hikaru, number 3 Firuzja. He was asked about the Esports World Cup 2026. He mentioned number 1 Magnus, number 2 Hikaru, number 3 Firuzja. He's always on that list, and I think his legacy in over the board chess still has a lot of accomplishments to come. And I think this move is super crucial for his chances to qualify for the candidates.
No, I even asked him, no, during Tata Steel,
Hmm.
I even asked him, it was some question that who does he think is the closest to him in any format? And the
Hmm.
only person he named was Firuza. The only
Hmm.
person he named. And that's a statement by the, the goat of chess, essentially. So yeah, big moment for Alireza. He has to make his mark. I mean, if he wins
Yeah.
this game, he keeps his chances alive. If he draws or if he loses, then it's gonna be very, very difficult.
भाई मैग्नस को अगर फिरोजा से खेलना ही था तो जब फिरोजा ने फैशन कोर्स में एनरोल किया उस कॉलेज को बाय करके फिरोजा को फेल करवा देने का था पेपर में भाई सिंपल तरीका टू गेट फिरोजा बैक इनटू चेस आई मीन इफ ही रियली वांटेड टू चैलेंज या आई मीन मैग्नस डिडंट ट्राई हार्ड इनफ साज भाई आई थिंक मैग्नस की गलती
Fell off. Okay, going back to Arjun's game, because he did make a move, Queen C3 after 21 minutes of thinking. I think it makes a lot of sense. This is what we were discussing because the queen controls a lot of dark squares around the queen side and doesn't allow white's queen to become active. That's the most important
या
point, right? You're putting pressure on b3, but more importantly, you're not allowing the queen to get to c1, b2, d2, all of the comfortable squares that you can see. In fact, इस पूरे घर पे लाइक बैक रैंक पे ही क्वीन के पास एक्चुअली घर कितने हैं इट कैन नॉट गो टू एनी ऑफ दीज स्क्वायर्स इट कैन ओनली गो टू
या
b1 जस्ट
ट्रू
ओनली
एंड
b1 is there.
ऑल्सो इमेजिन दिस या लेट्स से व्हाइट passes the move, let's say I play king h1, ठीक है, suddenly 94. And to be honest, I am
Ooh.
not so tempted to grab that knight because that endgame, I mean, looks a bit sus, in terms of the bishop and the queen placement. So, I mean, black, then queen b2 happens or knight d2 happens. If you don't take the knight on e4, let's say. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm not sure
You
if
know
white
what
is
I
even
would do?
better anymore.
I'll just ये आती है ना मुझे मैं बोलूंगा कि ये पॉन मुझे यहाँ दे दो और ये पॉन मुझे यहाँ दे दो देन वाइट इज गुड.
हाँ, बढ़िया साज भाई. सो इलॉन मस्क का बैंक बैलेंस यहाँ डाल दो और मेरा बैंक बैलेंस उसके पास डाल दो. बस एक ही, बस इतना, बस इतना,
पर
बस.
इतना ही चाहिए बस. इतना ही चाहिए तो मतलब ये तो थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया इलोन मस्क इज टू मच बट ये तो मतलब एक पॉन वापस ही तो ले रहा हूँ मैं दैट्स इट. एक पॉन वापस आ गया तो वाइट इज मतलब नॉट कंप्लीटली बेटर बट ओके वेरी वेरी कंफर्टेबल हियर. बट या
या
डिफिकल्ट डिफिकल्ट. डज ही प्ले h3?
या I think he has to. He hasn't yet, but I think he has to play h3, and bishop likely d7 पे जाएगा, and then maybe you play queen d1 or queen d1, one of these moves, and I mean black can just play queen b2. Saj, I think I just want to get to the second rank. Next, play queen knight, like have that knight e4 threat, yeah, in the air at some point, and it's really gonna make it difficult for you to attack. I think Gukesh might already be regretting, at least that's my perspective, not taking on c8.
Or maybe he likes this. I mean, he can still exchange the queens whenever he wants, no, with queen c2 or something. Although he has to be careful
Yeah.
for some queen e1 check ideas. But yeah, I mean, if he took, then it would be a risk-free position. But he wants the risk because he wants the reward as well.
Hmm. No risk, no reward. Ukesh taking that to heart. And of course, that is true. And time bahut hai. I think if Arjun had less time, Saj, maybe it would make more sense. I think 49 minutes and 50 minutes to come after 18 moves and 50. अरे भाई अर्जुन तो लिटरली मूवी देख के आके भी डिफेंड कर लेगा मुझे लग रहा है
I
ये.
think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
है
ये
ना?
तो टाइटल ट्यूसडे में भी डिफेंड
तो
कर लेगा I think.
चैट, अगर अर्जुन ब्लैक होता और मूवी देखनी थी, कौन सी मूवी देखनी चाहिए अभी उसको ये पोजीशन डिफेंड करते हुए?
जो मतलब जो 1.5 घंटे की मूवी हो ना समथिंग समथिंग जो
कौन सी,
लाइक
कौन सी? लाइक अ कॉमेडी, अ थ्रिलर, वॉर
सर्चिंग
टू.
सर्चिंग फॉर.
फिर तो हार जाएगा भाई, वो फिर हार जाएगा भाई.
आई वाज थिंकिंग
वॉर टू दे.
सर्चिंग फॉर बॉबी फिशर.
ओह, फिर जीतना जाए भाई. What is the chance of I'll do qualifying for candidates? I already qualified भाई.
He said candy
I
dates.
know. I already qualified भाई. मैंने खा भी ली वो कैंडी. New
Lovely.
in theaters. Board is not updating. They have made a few more moves. Really?
No,
I
no,
don't
they
think
haven't.
so.
They haven't.
They
They
haven't,
haven't.
yeah. I
एक बार
don't
चेक
think
कर लो
so.
if it's correct.
Yeah, no moves. No moves just yet. All good chat. भाई हम कभी लेट हुए? हमारी प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी की तुमने स्ट्रेंथ नहीं देखी चैट. आई मीन 2900 लेवल की भाई. चैट, कैन यू गिव अ रेटिंग टू आवर प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी? कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो भाई. अगर हमें देनी होती.
किस चीज
बस
की?
फिट प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी की. आई मीन
10
वी
on
हैव.
10 भाई.
अबे नहीं, रेटिंग वाइज क्या दोगे?
FIDE rating.
हाँ फिडे या चेसकॉम, फिडे फिडे, लेट्स से फिडे।
अरे 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 चैट में काफी लोग जीरो भी लिख रहे हैं बाय द वे, बट आई वाज हैप्पी टू सी कि कुछ लोग 3,000 लिख रहे हैं। दैट वाज नाइस।
अनरेटेड कैसे हो सकते हैं भाई?
By the way, Gukesh still thinking in this position, and an update on Ali Reza's board. After d4, he went for queen e4. He doesn't go for queen a4. He goes
हम्म।
queen e4, and Gumilars plays rook e8, still keeping
टू
that pressure.
2186 तो नहीं है भाई, 2186 तो नहीं हो सकती, वेरी अनलाइकली।
वो तो किसी और की है।
हाँ भाई, मेरा मन करता है कि डायमंड टूर्नामेंट खेल के ना 2200 कर लूं, फिर मैंने कहा यार
मत
लोग
करो
मुझे ही
यार, मैं भी
बोलेंगे।
यही सोच के मैं 2500 की वो सोच सोच में 2460 हो गई है मेरी।
पता है मेरा एक प्लान है, बताया मेरा एक प्लान है, किसी को ट्राई करना चाहिए, लाइक यू शुड लाइक प्ले चेस, ठीक है, समबडी शुड ट्राई दिस, ठीक है, प्ले चेस, ठीक है, एंड देन लाइक सारी रैपिड ब्लिट्स ओपनिंग रेक्टिफाई कर लो, लाइक क्रेजी, लाइक गैम्बिट्स वैम्बिट्स व्हाटएवर, लाइक बिकम सो गुड, लाइक 50 मूव की प्रेप, एंड देन ओनली प्ले रैपिड ब्लिट्स, एंड देन वहां पे रेटिंग कर लो भाई 2500 2600 लाइक रैपिड ब्लिट्स में, एंड
डिड आई
देन
डिड आई डिड
क्लासिक।
आई हियर यू करेक्टली दैट यू सेड 50 मूव की प्रेप कर लो?
हाँ मतलब यू गेट द पॉइंट, लाइक 50 नहीं, मतलब 25 मूव की, मतलब 20 मूव की, मतलब 15
25 इज
व्हाटएवर।
ऑल्सो अ लॉट यार।
Ah, like crazy lines of Ratlo, and then like you become a rapid blitz specialist. I think Nihal could. Oh, by the way, H3 played on the board by. Oh, we are getting moves very quickly. By the way,
Okay, h3,
भाई,
bishop d7, queen d1, and queen c8 played. Oh, another draw offer on the horizon. आपका camera, Sahil bhai. But yeah,
हाँ,
attacking the h3 pawn, and if he goes queen f1, then queen c3 might be a repetition right away.
I think Gukesh should take it. Honestly, I can't imagine Arjun blundering this.
Bhai,
I really
if
can't
we
imagine.
ask the chat right now कि whether Gukesh will take it, I mean, अगर ट्रोल करने के लिए बोले दैट्स डिफरेंट, बट आई जेन्युइनली बिलीव एक भी बंदा हाँ नहीं बोलेगा यहाँ पे। जस्ट हाउ मच यू नो अबाउट गुकेश, एक भी बंदा हाँ नहीं बोलेगा यहाँ पे। बिकॉज
But
गुकेश, वी नो गुकेश लाइक्स टू प्ले यार, ही डजंट टेक ड्रॉज।
chat, what do you think? What do you think? Does Gukesh just play Queen F1 and repeat with Queen C3, Queen B1,
देखो,
or do
ट्रोल
you
ट्रोल
think?
की बात नहीं है ये, ट्रोल की बात नहीं है। देखो कितने लोग नो लिख रहे हैं। सम आर स्टिल ट्रोलिंग आई थिंक।
नहीं भाई, some are genuinely thinking maybe, yeah, he
आई
could.
डोंट थिंक सो। आई रियली रियली डाउट इट। आई थिंक h4 खेल के वो गेम कंटिन्यू तो कर ही सकता है इस पोजीशन में, तो आई थिंक ही विल डू इट। और मे बी ही प्लेस किंग एच टू। ठीक है भाई, ब्लैक के पास ऑप्शन ही क्या है? क्वीन सी थ्री क्वीन सी एट ही तो खेल रहा है वो बार बार। ऑप्शन ही क्या है उसके पास?
हाँ बट वाइट के पास भी क्या ऑप्शन है, लाइक मतलब मे बी
या बट यू
इट्स।
कैन स्लोली स्लोली इंप्रूव। लेट्स से यू को एच थ्री बिशप एफ थ्री खेल के जी सिक्स प्रोवोक कराओ, फिर सम हाउ यू गेट ट्राई टू गेट क्वीन एफ थ्री क्वीन एफ फोर, यू पुट प्रेशर ऑन एफ सिक्स, फिर क्वीन ई फाइव पे रखो।
हम्म।
आई डोंट नो, यू कैन कंटिन्यू दिस आई थिंक।
हम्म। ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू, आई थिंक देर इज सम पोटेंशियल, एंड एक इम्पॉर्टेंट चॉइस यहाँ पे लेनी है गुकेश को, एज ही थिंक्स कैन वी हैव अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द Pragg game, because surprisingly I think there is a lot of pressure. We have rooks doubled up again, but black can't really take on c2 apparently. If rook c2, that's a blunder. After rook takes c2, the d5 pawn is gone.
ओ वाओ, बिकॉज रुक रुक डी एट है ना मेरे पास एक्चुअली।
Rook d8, bishop e4,
डी फोर,
and queen g4 apparently is winning for white because queen e4 मर रहा है and rook c8 भी आ रहा है,
क्वीन ई सेवन और समथिंग।
and rook c4, rook e8, rook d4 and rook d7.
So rook c4, rook e8, rook d4, and then you go rook d7. Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
Yeah, so I think Pragg has great chances here. And in fact, the best move is
Hmm.
rook c d8 for black, which is logical, but then you're giving away the c file. Yeah, not an easy move to play.
But you want to play d4 as black, no? That's the whole
True, true,
idea.
true, 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 true.
Maybe when you play
But can
d4, you feel a
you?
bit more
Oh,
comfortable. I don't know.
yeah, true. But can you play d4 though? If rook c d8, let's say queen f3, queen takes, bishop takes, I don't think you can play d4, right?
So if I play d4,
Like takes, takes.
And rook e2, yeah.
takes and
Rook
rook c7.
rook c7 भी अच्छा, rook c7 तो खत्म ही है. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
winning all of this. Yeah, you're winning all of this. Okay, rook c1. This is the current position, and Abhimanyu in deep thought. Um, yeah, I think Pragg definitely has better chances though than Gukesh for sure.
By the way, we are seeing that knight and rook dance in the Maksudlu game yet again. So a6 was played. Knight को पीछे एक बढ़िया सा फुफ करके लात पड़ी. Knight c3 back, rook d6 attacking that d4 pawn. Knight c4 attacking the rook, rook c6. So still Noderbek is offering that draw if Maksudlu wants it.
Is it possible that Maksudlu takes this?
No, I think Maksudlu is even more hardcore, yeah, than Gukesh in terms of taking the draw. I don't think so. He will.
Yeah, nah. I think Gukesh is the most like. I mean,
Really?
you remember that tournament Tata Steel tha, I think, where he was playing Sarana. I think Alexi Sarana, and he was in a worse position and he could take a draw, like dead draw thi, but he went into Rook Bishop versus Rook wali position. But वो आई नहीं थी बाद में. It was just it
Hmm.
was an insane decision to me that
Hmm.
you are defending the whole game and you have a dead draw in front of you and you still continue the game. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just.
true, true,
I think
true.
Gukesh is still, I think, the top for me in that sense. Gukesh कभी draw नहीं लेता. This is, I think,
Actually,
okay, this is World Championship mentality, yeah.
मुझे मकसूदू की गेम याद है अगेंस्ट गुकेश ओनली गुकेश वाज ब्लैक लाइक एक मुझे याद है पास पॉन था गुकेश के पास एंड मकसूदलू वाज बेटर देन ही स्पॉइल्ड इट एंड देन ही हैड अ ड्रॉ he didn't take it against Gukesh and then Gukesh went on to win so Maksudlu also has the same attitude but
Yeah,
yeah I
yes, for
think
sure. I mean, dono,
hmm,
both are, I think, both have this in their own regard for sure.
hmm,
Both play for a win all the time. And that's what you need, yeah. You need to play for him. Because I think Parham also understands कि एक draw हुआ तो maybe it breaks his momentum and he wants to keep that. And कल Black से भी match
hmm.
होगा and probably he's gonna be up against Pragg or Gukesh with the black pieces, by the way.
Yeah,
Just putting
yeah.
it out there for you.
By the way, the clock difference in Predke versus Rapport is 9 minutes versus 1 hour 9 minutes. So Predke Alexander clearly, I think समय से खेलने का बड़ा शौक है उनको.
अरे वो तो हमें भी है.
भाई ये क्या था?
But also like it doesn't even look like a complicated position, na?
Yeah, true, true. So I think Queen B trade हो जाएगी. Then it's maybe he will be okay, yeah, because of the Queen trade. But yeah, I think he's taking it too close for comfort.
Hmm. But I think he will. I mean, probably the moves are not as difficult, but it is rapport. He can create some crazy ideas here. We never know. But yeah, crazy time control.
And Prague's
Uh,
opponent has played rook c d8, so I think he's not giving up just yet. Fighting it out against Prague. I think Queen f3 has to be played. That's the best move. Basically, the Black Queen is very active, attacking on f2, also controlling that diagonal. कल को rook move किया तो knight c3 can be an option. Also supports d4 very importantly. So Queen f3 would be a nice move here for Prague.
I somehow think that Queen f3, although it is the one of the best moves in the position, totally agreed with you, but I feel like it also simplifies the position a bit more. So
Hmm.
maybe it helps Abhimanyu to defend faster, right? अगर आपको, I mean, this is the kind of position where you want to, keep the game as long as possible and test कि
Hmm.
आपका opponent कितना ज़्यादा hold कर सकता है. I think that also explains why Arjun exchanged the rooks to so early because he doesn't want to suffer for that long. But Pragg के पास ये option है कि like if he plays Queen f3, queens get traded. Yes, the position is worse, but he will have more energy to save it. But if he doesn't trade now, and वो 1 घंटे 2 घंटे बाद अगर trade करता है, something like that, then maybe he has less energy to save it. So maybe a good psychological decision would be to not trade it here. I like
Yeah.
something like, I mean, I see a move like Queen f1, which honestly doesn't make sense to me, but I do like it a lot in this position.
Interesting. And also, by the way, Sahaj Bhai, I think Gokesh has played, which is a very interesting move, pawn to
Told you.
h4, because you are fixing black's pawn on a light square. So any bishop endgame, I think is definitely, I think that's a nice move to play. But you are giving away the g4 square. So imagine कल को queen if it enters queen c3, queen b2, queen d2 करके, then knight can not only hop into e4, it can also hop into g4, जहां bishop is not really attacking it, and then f2 can be a weakness for white. So it's a committal move, and Gukesh is saying, yo, you know what? I'm ready to take even more risks just to get some winning chances.
Yeah, I think for sure. Knight G4 looks scary. Also, what I don't what I'm concerned about here is a move like Bishop H3 as well. Like if you play Bishop H3, that also simplifies the position one step further. And I keep my knight for those knight E4, knight G4 ideas in the future because your pawn structure is basically set now. You
Hmm.
cannot move it as much. You can play F3, but it kind of disrupts, like your E3 might become
Yeah.
weak, G3 might become weak. So wouldn't be advisable.
And
Um,
also, you can't avoid this, right? I mean, bishop f3, there's bishop g4 that literally forces the trade instantly. So you
mhm.
might have to play bishop h1, which is, I mean, okay, maybe, but not exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, true. Then still like Queen C3 or something, and the advantage is just difficult to find here.
Yeah. Some pressure शायद some pressure. I think बड़ा interesting रहेगा कि क्या situation है. And meanwhile विदित की game में साज भाई, I think the time has equalized somehow. uh, Ivanchuk also took 25 minutes for one move, and that meant कि भाई Vidit caught up on the clock. He found the best move, knight d4, queen takes c2, king takes c2, important to avoid. Okay, I think he could have taken with the bishop also, but he prefers with the king. And now bishop g7, attacking that pawn on e5. Who do you like? Like, which color would you prefer to play from here?
Uh, I think neither, honestly. I wouldn't like this from either. Because black ka pawn structure is very awkward, with these h7, h6 pawns, c7, c6 pawns. On the white side, I don't like that that this pawn is on e5. It feels too advanced, and it can become a target in the future. Also, I don't like this bishop also as white because as soon as black plays something like d6, then this bishop becomes a super powerful piece. It feels sort of odd for both players, but if I had to choose a color, maybe I would give a slight preference to white, simply
Hmm.
because his h6 pawn just looks horrible to me.
True, true, true. Agreed. And
And
Saj,
you?
my chat point. No, I agree. I think I would also agree with you there. That at 6 pawn does look very weird, to be honest, and white can take it at any point. And also, Saj, by chat pointing it out that Vantika is again in time pressure. I think this is a common theme we have seen in the entire event. Clearly, one of the most important weaknesses she has to work on in the future. But as of now, she's better this time. She's not worse, but she has 11 minutes versus 40 for her very strong opponent, Alexandra Kostyanyuk.
Oh, yeah, it's like we are seeing the same story again and again, where she gets a good position, and then, I mean, okay, last round we can kind of exclude because her opponent had this monster preparation, but most of what we are seeing is just her getting into good positions, being in time trouble, and sort of messing it up there. And yeah, this something definitely that she has to work on. Although the position is not difficult to play for Vantika, like moves like rook e1, rook c1 seem very logical, and I would just play these moves simply because by time bachana hai mujhe.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think she should play quickly, and that's even more emphasis on why it's a weakness, right? The position doesn't feel that complicated now. So let's play rook c1, let's play rook e1, and then think, because I think 10 minutes now for Vantika, like I mean, it would, like, the thing is, when you're outplayed, like yesterday, you think, okay, that was a one-off. I crushed in the opening. But if you're winning and then you lose, then you kind of have no explanation for what just happened, apart from I had no time. And then you have to go back to the drawing board and try to solve that problem. I think she needs to play quickly. Even like, I mean, why not just play some random move like, pawn to b3, like just play quickly, because otherwise I think at some point you will suffer. And only 16 moves in, 24 moves to go, and less than 10 minutes now.
Exactly, because I mean, even if you make a move, your opponent has 40 minutes, she's not gonna play as quickly, and then you can think in her time. And I mean,
Yeah.
it seems, it's not as simple as I'm saying it, but of course, this is a strategy that you can employ, like, in future games, is to not be in time trouble, because it's been a recurring thing for Vantika, and it could hurt her chances to qualify for the candidates. And she's her game quality has been fantastic, but it's just the time which is not as approved. By the way, since we are here, can we check Vaishali's game as well very quickly?
Yeah.
She's also in some time trouble. Apparently, she had 19 minutes versus 34 minutes, and but the position seems balanced. She has an exchange up, but opponent has some control over the dark squares and this passed pawn on d5.
Yeah, I think this could go either way, and Dinara seems to have an ambitious position. You can imagine combining, pushing that passed pawn with an attack on the king side. But bishop d7, nice move. I think development was required. We need to get more pieces into the game. And now maybe d6 from white, just cementing that bishop on e7, also opening up the bishop on f3. Super important. And once the white rook enters, maybe rook d1 at some point, I think there'll be some pressure for sure. But game roughly balanced, yeah.
I think good breakdown there. I would just I just want to point out one thing which I'm not sure is working, because I was thinking of bishop g4 in this position, and somehow I feel queen d5 is losing because of rook d1 and you take rook d7, unless I'm missing something. Does black have to play queen e5 here or queen e4?
Yeah, maybe queen e5. Yeah, just attacking the bishop. If you take, I take.
The queen e5, the bar went up. I'm not sure if queen e4 is the best move. Yeah, queen e4 is the best move. Queen e4, queen e5 में bishop d6 है मेरे पास, I think, and then bishop
Ah,
d7
got it, got it, got it,
hangs.
got it,
Queen
got it, got
e4
it.
mein it's good, but
Yeah.
the trick is that if you go queen takes d5, na, then white has rook d1 and you can capture the
Hmm.
bishop with your rook. It's a slight tactic, I think, that she has to be careful about. But surely Vaishali saw this. That's why she played bishop d7 and she plays rook d1. Your move.
Yeah, on the board, and she's playing it quickly. She's trying to put pressure on the clock as well. Don't forget, Vaishali is the only one on 3. She's the Maksudlu of the women's section, and if she loses, then a bunch of players benefit. So we want Vaishali to keep winning or at least take a draw here. Meanwhile, if we jump to the Gukesh-Arjun match, we've seen Queen to c3 back from Arjun. He's saying, you know what, I don't see much pressure here. I'm going to activate my queen. Sajbhai, maybe your plan now, knight e2, knight f4, just to heavily pressure that d5 pawn and also the h5 pawn now.
I'm thinking knight to have bishop g4 perhaps, just to. Oh wait, sorry, wait, Queen Maria. What am I doing? What am I doing? But yeah, knight e4, knight e2. Maybe I move the queen somewhere to b2, knight f4. तब तो bishop g4 आ नहीं रहा यार. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, but उसके बाद भी, I think, can you really take on d5? Why? I'm not really sure. It's not easy.
Oh,
It's
by the
not
way,
easy.
someone else also said knight e2 then bishop g4. Bhai, I fell for the same trick. Immediately नहीं दिखता, but just yeah, if you see it, yeah, it's there. But yeah,
Yeah.
knight e2, then you play queen b2, I guess, or queen e5.
Yeah, I think I like queen b2. I like queen b2, just keeping a second rank. My next move could be knight g4 if you don't do anything, because then the knight is tied down to e2. So knight f4 instantly. Then how do I play this? I can't play knight e4 because he will take and take on
I'm
d7.
thinking knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4. And then you have
The
to
bar
defend this in
slightly
some way.
went up after knight g4, so I'm not sure if this was the best move.
Ah, knight d3, the bar says. And that's a big problem because d5 is now hanging.
Yeah, the queen and the pawn. I think you might be in some trouble here, although not a big one because
Okay.
it's only 0.2. But
Okay,
what
so
am I
there is
supposed to
some
find?
venom.
But what am I supposed to find after knight f4? What am I missing? Because bishop e6 allows. Maybe just bishop e6 because. But then knight d5, no?
Yeah, knight d5. I think that's good enough. Actually, apparently it's bishop g4 is the move, attacking the queen.
Queen
And
d3,
queen d3, now queen a1 check. Sorry, yeah, queen a1 check.
king
King
h.
h2, and now simply queen a2. Just attacking the f2 pawn is apparently good
Okay,
enough.
okay. Queen b2, I guess, is also fine, yeah? Yeah, queen
Yeah,
b2 is
queen
also
b2
fine.
also works. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So you need to put pressure on the f2 pawn. That's what is important here.
And after bishop g4, if you try to block it with f3, then of course, I mean, that's you're really blocking the bishop. I think that's the way to push forward, but
But
not
if you
what I
push
want to do.
f3, the problem is firstly the g3 and e3 pawns, and secondly,
Yeah.
you are no longer attacking the h5 pawn either.
Yeah. In fact, pata hai, after f3, best move is not even saving the bishop. It's queen c3. If you take on g4, black is better. Queen takes e3, check.
Wow.
And now king h2 is losing. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to play king f1 already.
Knight,
And
knight
now knight
g4.
g4. And now queen e2 only move.
Knight
It's
h2 is
knight h.
mate. Queen f2 is mate.
Yeah. Yeah. And now knight h2 check, king e1, and queen takes g3, and black is better. So I would say there's venom in the position still for both ways. But because itna clock pe time hai, I think they will figure this stuff out.
No, not as much, yeah. Gukesh only having 29 minutes. I mean, still quite a bit of time, but it is getting a bit low. So you never know.
Yeah, yeah. So Gukesh, of course, will be very careful about these threats. By the way, no moves by Pragg as well. So he's been thinking for a long time in the current position. No Queen F3, no Queen F1. We're still waiting for his next move. What is he thinking, Sajbhai?
So let's jump to Prague's board. We were looking at this position. I think the question is, whether he wants to play Queen F3 or not. Because I think again, there's that psychological implication here. Because once you trade the queens, it becomes simpler, and that means it becomes simpler to defend. If you can
Hmm.
avoid the queen exchange, tire your opponent out a bit, and then maybe go and trade the queens. Maybe that will be a sort of a more smarter approach. But Queen F3 does seem very logical. I think
Yeah,
he's debating whether to play Queen F3 or not, probably. And that's
true.
my best guess.
True. Also, very important update, Sahaj. I think Nihal's game might just end in a draw. The position is so simple. I think maybe black is slightly better because he has control over the e file, but with no knights on the board, symmetrical pawn structure pretty much. I think this looks like a draw to me. Do you think there are any chances?
Maybe Nihal has some chances, but hard to realize them. Like, if I think about this in the simplest form, I would say that, okay, I'm going to remove the queen and the rook from this position because those are the major pieces, and you want to think about the end games. Then white's pawn structure on the queen side is a bit loose because I can play bishop c1 always, and I can take this pawn on b2, and probably that's one of the main reasons why black has this a teeny tiny advantage in this position basically.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know, I maybe some chances, but very difficult to sort of win this against a 2600 opponent.
Yeah, yeah. I think likely Pranav, considering the form he's in, I think he will hold this game, and this should be a draw. Nihal goes to 2.5, so on the borderline of maintaining his chances. But yeah, I think he missed a win yesterday. That's going to hurt a lot still.
Yeah, Ronak, by the way, playing against Hammer right now. Someone was mentioning in the chat, just putting it up right now, and he looks like he's struggling here as well. That's not a good position because the pawn structure is completely gone, and this pawn on e6 is also a bit weak. The rooks are so oddly placed. I think Ronak will struggle here. He has 12
Yeah, and
minutes on the clock as well.
yeah, and he's on 1 point. I think his chances of the candidates are pretty low unless he manages to somehow twist this game around, which looks very, very difficult right now. Let's hope he does. Meanwhile, Sajbhai, Pragg has played Queen F3, a big update in that game, finds that move, and now he's offering a queen trade. I think Black probably has to take it because then otherwise F7 is attacked, Rook C7 attacks F7. So maybe you have to take that queen.
It's forced, yeah, because queen g6, whatever, just rook c7
Yeah.
looks scary. So queen f3 is basically forced. So Prag does see something here. He sees potential in this endgame. He knows he's slightly better here.
And I think how Prague won yesterday, that long grind, like in a position where he could have lost at any moment, he kept fighting. That's the kind of game that really gives you motivation, Sahaj, to just keep playing long games, keep grinding it out. Like that's the Magnus philosophy, right? Just stay there. Just stay there in the battlefield as long as possible and wait for your opponent to make a mistake. And I think that'll give him a world of confidence as he tries to win this tough tournament.
I think especially after yesterday's game, I think this his
Yeah.
confidence would be booming. I mean, his rating is also booming,
Yeah, true.
but his confidence would also be booming. That is for sure.
Okay,
So,
queen trade on the board.
oh, he already happened. Okay, queen f3, bishop f3 played, and now I think I'm taking a look.
What? Bhai, in this position, this is shocking. Chat question for you. What is the only move for black to get, let's say, a plus 0.5 position? Everything else is more than plus one. What is the best move for black in this position, chat? Come on. Black to play. This is not easy.
Okay, they're saying f5, d4, king f8. King f8 is the move.
Yes, it is King F8. That's the only move.
Hmm.
because you want to be ready with rook e7 ideas, I think, after rook c7 stuff. So, I mean, king f8, I mean, it's understandable, but not easy.
Absolutely. Because you also might want to play rook e7 or rook d7 like before, white has a chance to play rook c7. But I'm guessing you would have some back rank problems with rook c8 there.
Yeah.
This is probably why the engine likes king f8 so much. But I would expect Abhimanyu to find this, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But if he doesn't, I think that's a blessing in disguise for Prague, because I think he might just grind it out. Because, for example, if you pass a move, let's say you play h6, you try to solve your back rack problems that way, then rook c7, and it's already +2 for Pragnananda.
Wow. Yeah,
So
yeah,
I think
because you cannot
it's
allow
it.
rook c7 or rook c8 in this position for sure. Yeah, yeah, that's 100%. By the
So
way,
you won,
Gukesh
huh?
played
Oh wow, let's go.
bishop f3. So he's provoking g6. Yeah, this is his plan, I'm telling you. Like he wants to provoke g6, put his queen on f4, queen e5, something like that. Something like this he sees in
But
the position.
but bishop g4, like, isn't that just so solid for black? Like, I just got your good bishop, and now I think you can't avoid the trade. If you take, I might even take with the pawn, but okay, I'll take with the knight. I think
Pawn.
that's these. Yeah, I wasn't thinking with the pawn, yeah, but okay, I think
Ooh,
knight
pawn
takes.
is nice. I like it.
Yeah, because knight f3 का square गया ना, I think, and that just
Also
makes your
आपका भी
position
94 जब आएगा तब f3 नहीं आएगा.
exactly. But even knight takes, yeah, I think I'm pressuring f2. Now queen b2 incoming. Like I'm not sure if Gukesh has any chances there.
That is if Arjun plays bishop g4. Maybe Arjun also wants to play for a win and goes g6 and okay, but probably it's not the smart choice here because there's not much to play for, at least for black. You
Yeah,
can only play if Gukesh overpresses, and the way to get Gukesh to overpress is to completely equalize the position because then he will continue to
yeah,
play.
yeah, agreed.
Abhimanyu is the
And
youngest GM. Yes, you are right, Parth. He is the youngest GM in history.
okay, I'm checking some other games. By the way, Firuzja has apparently made another slight error with pawn to b3. I think the knight came to e2 instead, bishop c5. And now pawn to b3 is apparently not the best move. And after queen d7, it is minus 0.75 for the young Simon Gumulars.
भाई अब तो नाम प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ेगी साहिल भाई.
भाई करनी ही पड़ेगी, because after queen d7 the threat is bishop f5, and isn't the queen just trapped? We have queen d5, yeah.
You have queen d5, but I think you still gain this diagonal. You gain the option of d3. Maybe you gain knight b4 as well. Not a very difficult move to play queen d7, I think. Very logical.
Wow, Divya Zikros में okay, that's great. GM Paul Morphy जी, I think फिरूजा के पास 13 मिनट है ऊपर से भाई. This is extremely difficult for Firuza, who lost yesterday and is struggling today as well. Queen d7 played on the board.
Yup, yup. अली रेजा इज द ओनली प्लेयर जिसको हम ये नहीं बोल सकते कि भाई थोड़ा थोड़ा फास्ट खेल बिकॉज वी नो ऑफ द थिंग्स इज एबल टू अकॉम्प्लिश डिस्पाइट हैविंग नो टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक सो फॉर हिम इट्स फाइन.
Damn, damn.
By the time
By
Sahil learns to pronounce Sahaj's name, I'll be a GM.
सहज सहज ओके, सीख गया भाई. मैं जीएम बन गया क्या आप? सहज भाई, सहज.
सीख तो गए थे, मेरा वापस वही बोलते हो.
भाई डिफॉल्ट है भाई. सहज सहज ओके. सहज भाई, I think queen f4 is the only move. Do you think he finds it? Because queen f4 भी ना, I'm not so happy with that square on f4. Like, feels like my queen is a bit shaky.
Yeah, because I think your plan is bishop c6 and knight d4, I'm guessing. But you are inviting some g5 ideas, which look a bit scary.
Exactly. g5, queen f6, bishop e7, and bye bye queen. भाई okay,
h6
h6
कर रही
आएंगे,
है.
but maybe bishop
Oh,
f8,
sorry.
bishop g7 then. Oh, he finds it.
He plays queen f4. बढ़िया, nice. Okay. 12 minutes. Yeah, this is where Ali Reza becomes a beast. Yeah, जब भी कम time होता है उसका.
भाई आई थिंक यहाँ पे he needs to pull off a रौनक, yeah. He needs to make the right time draw before it gets too late. एक बार वो 9 मिनट हो गए ना फिरूजा के, I think he's not gonna hold this. So
I'm
if I was
sure if he offers a draw right now, his opponent is going to refuse.
really,
Yeah, 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 of course.
भाई
You
मुश्किल
are,
है यार,
भाई
फिरूजा है
you're
भाई.
half an hour ahead. यार आप खुद सोचो. एक 2750 का प्लेयर आपसे ड्रॉ पूछ रहा है. तो उसको ये थोड़ी ना लग रहा है कि ये पोजीशन ड्रॉ है, उसको ये लग रहा है कि वो हार सकता है। And you know that. That's why he's offering the draw. And you see the time also, like, because the 35 minutes he has more. He also feels that position is slightly better. So why would he take the draw there? I think it's too
गुड
late.
पॉइंट, बट भाई मैं डरपोक हूँ ना भाई, मैं अब हर किसी को डरपोक समझ रहा हूँ तो इसलिए।
Why? नहीं नहीं. I think if he offers the draw, it probably might backfire even because then opponent will get even more confident because
हम्म।
Alireza is not fully confident in his position.
True. But I think right now that D pawn is looking pretty impressive for sure, and E5 pawn is also weak. So huge kudos to Simon Gumulars. Yeah, I think he's playing some amazing chess in this tournament. And meanwhile, Sajbhai, um, I think we have a few developments in both Pragg and Gukesh's game. In the Gukesh game, Bishop F3, Bishop G4 was played, and Gukesh just calmly brings his king up to G2.
So okay, the bishop trade is offered, but he doesn't want to take it. Maybe he doesn't like this HG4 wale plans, and I'm guessing Arjun can take on F3 without any problems.
Bhai, Saj bhai, if bishop f3, let's say,
Mm-hmm.
knight f3 for now, let's assume, and queen b2, I fail to see how white can win this.
I I,
Like,
I
to
want to
me,
take with
that's,
the queen. Can I take with the queen?
queen se maar lo, let's say. And now I play queen b2 anyways. My idea is knight e4 or knight g4. I really fail to see any chance, like literally any chance for white.
Okay, let's go. Maybe I don't know. Queen F5.
Queen f5, you want to play? Knight e4
Knight G
anyways, yeah?
Knight G4 भी आ ही रहा है actually.
Knight g4 also. And knight e4 maybe looks more um, centralizing the knight, maybe looks a bit better.
I
So
was
knight.
thinking Knight E3 का check है मेरे पास. So I was kind of. But
Okay. हाँ, knight
But
g4
knight
also
e4 भी
there.
ठीक ही है, and honestly, because you can always go back to f6 and defend both of these pawns and bring the knight back to put pressure on f2
Hmm.
again, and you have infinite
Yeah,
moves. Yeah, and white के पास कोई progress करने का तरीका नहीं है.
yeah.
You can play f3 at the right moment. So let's ठीक है, चलो मैं थोड़ा आगे बढ़ता हूँ यहाँ पे. Let's go. You want to play g6. You're not going to go knight f6 here. Let's go king g1 perhaps.
Hmm. King g1. How do I?
g6.
Yeah, g6 looks nice because I just defend the pawn. No
Queen
big
हटा ली
deal.
मैंने f4 पे.
Queen f4, maybe just
Now,
king g7.
yeah, this is kind of what I'm hoping for. Now I can play f3. Okay, you have queen f2 check
Really?
right now.
By f3, I think
Queen f2 check है
queen
आपके पास.
queen f2 जा रहा है, मैं queen c1 दे रहा था,
No,
queen
I'm
f2 जा रहा
thinking
है
of
वो।
the right moment I can play f3, but maybe not now. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, this looks like it's a dead draw.
Yeah, and also going to the Prag game, there are no moves just yet, I think. Oh, King F8 played by Prag's opponent. Wow. So he is actually finding some nice moves, and I think that's a big step towards holding that draw by Avinu Mishra.
By the way, huge update. Alireza Firouzja draws against Simon Gumelash. He
What?
takes your advice. What?
How?
Why? There was a repetition on the board. He plays bishop d5, bishop g4, bishop e6, and it ended in a draw. Why? You were
Ronak
right.
Bhai, Ronak Bhai, you started a trend, bro. Ronak Bhai started a trend.
भाई टिक्कू ओपी
भाई
होना चाहिए, पहले से बोला था उन्होंने ये. पहले से
भाई
बोला था
रौनक
उन्होंने.
भाई,
मैं मान
रौनक
नहीं रहा
भाई ने
था.
ट्रेंड ट्रेंड चालू कर दिया है। आई थिंक दिस इज नॉट गोना स्टॉप नाउ, एंड ही डिड इट बिफोर 10 मिनट्स। 10 मिनट अगर 9 मिनट होता ना फ्यूचर के पास, आई डोंट थिंक ब्लैक वुड हैव रिपीटेड गेम, मतलब पोजीशन। देयर
Hmm.
इज नो चांस, देयर इज नो चांस।
Crazy, भाई,
बट
crazy.
ओके,
So
पता है द
Simon
बेस्ट मूव
Gumelaar is
वाज
on 3 out
D3।
of 4 now. I think a nice result for him.
या, but the best move was D3 actually. Now that we look at it, and it's kind of understandable, he didn't want to commit to it. Yeah,
Hmm.
D3, Knight C1, and then G5, which is not easy at all to find. So actually, very understandable.
Okay.
So let's go back maybe to Gukesh's game. If we have any moves, no moves just yet. Uh,
So basically, what we were discussing here is you just take here, you put the queen on b2, you put the knight on e4, and white can do nothing.
yeah. I think knight e bishop tha. You needed the white bishop, I feel, maybe for white to do something, but without the bishop, I think it's just a draw.
I'm just wondering if I played some moves like, I don't know, a5, is it really that bad for me? Not really, yeah?
Not really. I think you can just. In fact, I like it. But yeah, if I
Yeah,
want to
I'm
go.
just saying that if I want to continue the game as well, it's still possible. But yeah, it's like no
Hmm.
side can really improve.
True, true. And meanwhile, Nihal Sarin's game is about to end in a draw also. I don't see how either side is going to win this. Queens have been traded off. I think rooks bhi trade ho jayenge, and that is going to be a draw. I'm checking any other games where we might have some spicy details. But the Prague's game, Rook C7 played by India number one, and now Rook E7 is the only move. But I mean, it's the most obvious one in the position.
Yeah, that's why he played King F8. Yeah, he will find Rook
Yeah.
E7 for sure.
And Chad, I have a
Yes.
nice question for you, Saj bhai.
Mhm.
So Rook E7, right? Now, white to play. What is the best move you can play? This is a very nice move, and this can really put on a lot of pressure on the black piece. And it's the only move I think which is serious. If you don't play it right now, I think black almost kind of equalizes. Come on, chat. The best move. Think about what black is trying to do and what white is trying to do.
So like if I'm thinking of Black's plans, I'm thinking something like Rook D7 or F5 is something that I would be worried
Hmm.
about. I'm Because of that, I'm thinking Bishop G4 is what I would play.
Exactly. I
Is
think
that
bishop
correct?
g4 controlling that d7 square, and now white is threatening rook takes e7, king takes, and rook c7 check, and you can't interpose with the rook in the middle. So that's why bishop g4 is a crucial move and played by Pragnananda. He's not letting go just yet.
Wow. Can I go knight f6? Or no, you will just take and play rook c7 anyways. Wait, so how do I save the pawn?
This is going to be an endgame lesson, I feel, Sahaj. I think, this game, if Prague wins, is going to be an amazing, strategic, long grind, which I think we can all learn from. So, chat, do not go anywhere. बहुत मजा आने वाला है. I don't know how you save
I'm
it, Sahaj bhai, actually.
I'm curious actually why did the bar go down? Because here it was 0.4, 0.3 and now it's 0.2. Why did the bar go down? Was there a better move than bishop g4 in the position?
No, I think bishop g4 is the best, for sure. Because otherwise, like, black can play g6 or f5, and then I think bishop g4 doesn't work at all.
Mhm. Check Leon versus Hans. I actually did take a look at it. Leon is a pawn up right now against Hans. He has a comfortable advantage. Uh, yeah, we can take a look there, Sahil bhai.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure.
This is the position, bishop versus knight. He has that. Oh no, wait, there is no extra pawn. There is a pawn on. I thought there's a pawn on f2. I looked at it from a different angle.
Hmm.
Okay, so still slightly better. I like rook e7 ideas in this position quite a bit for white. Also, I like this bishop quite a lot because you can play bishop d5, put pressure on f7. The bishop is already putting pressure on b7 as well.
Yeah,
Is Hans in
I
trouble?
think
Yeah, 16 minutes.
Some somewhat exactly. I think position and bishop d5, rook e7, queen already pressuring f7. I think there is potential in the hand's position. I can imagine if d2 falls, then suddenly the second rank is weak. But
Mhm.
as of now, white's pieces look amazing. So that's going to be a difficult task for Hans Niemann, who's not had the ideal tournament, I think, like as he would prefer. And if he loses this, I think that would be a disaster. So Sajbhai, meanwhile, going back to the Prag game for a second, I think I saw the idea. So after bishop g4, the best move is rook d e8 actually. And
He
the
plays
idea is
knight
again,
d6.
oh, he played, yeah?
He played knight d6. Yeah, he didn't play rook e8.
Wait, takes, check. What do you do?
I think the knight defends the b7 pawn. Probably that's his idea. So takes, rook c7. I'm guessing king f6 or something. And okay, Pragg has a zero point 0.7 advantage. That's good. That's good. It's
Bhai,
increasing.
that's amazing actually, nahi?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. By the way, Arjun also played against Gukesh. He made a move. I think we should show that very quickly because it's a
Yeah,
committal one.
yeah.
He plays g6. So he doesn't take on f3. Yeah, even Arjun is like, if you
Ha.
want to keep the game going, let's keep the game going.
Yeah, he's giving him a chance to take on g4, jahan pe I think he might take with the pawn. That might be his naughty idea. Still don't think that changes much, but definitely I think Arjun is not somebody to shy away from a challenge.
Look at it, VD
Vidit,
blundered. Really?
so bad. Really.
I'm on the
Wait,
position.
kaha blunder? I
There is no
think they were
blunder.
asking to go to the VD game. We were not going to the VD game, and maybe they were like, blunder bolunga,
Oh,
so
acha,
they will
acha.
go to the VD. Oh, no.
Look,
Vidit gone to the washroom, maybe. ये क्या?
ये
Nice
ऐसे
hack, chat. मानना पड़ेगा. Nice hack. Nice hack.
इक्वल है भाई, बिल्कुल इक्वल है.
Yeah. I think bishop e5,
या
rook
बिशप
e4.
वी सेड h6 वीक है, यहाँ पे e5 मार सकता है, बट आई थिंक लाइक ब्लैक्स की दोनों पोजीशंस बहुत वियर्ड सी लग रही है मुझे. ये दिस पोजीशन मेक्स मी अनकंफर्टेबल, लाइक बो फ्रॉम लाइक बोथ कलर्स. आई फील
Yeah.
अनकंफर्टेबल प्लेइंग दिस.
Yeah, bishop on f1 saying king भाई तूने ही काम करना है तो मुझे काहे हायर किया भाई तू ही
हाँ
कर ले
हाँ
फिर.
हाँ.
बिशप ऑन c1
Ex-
saying भाई वो पॉन दिख नहीं रहा है मार दो भाई उसको कब मारना है हमें कब गेम रुक कह रहा है भाई मैं तो गेम में ही नहीं हूँ. So it
दो
feels a
ब्लैक
bit
के भी
weird,
दोनों
yeah.
रुक देखो ना, बिशप भी देखो, पॉन्स भी देखो.
हाँ,
इट फील्स सच अ वियर्ड पोजीशन.
really weird.
By the way, going to Parham versus Nodirbek, the top board of this event, that was knight c4, knight e5 करके repetition हो रहा था, but he says no. Parham says knight f3 and Nodirbek goes knight c6 and he plays king h1, continuing the battle. Let's go. Parham says no.
भाई परम विल नॉट ड्रॉ कुछ भी हो जाए. आई एम टेलिंग यू लाइक इट कुड बी लाइक किंग पॉन एंड ही वुड स्टिल प्ले ऑन. ही इज दैट काइंड ऑफ गाय. ही विल कीप पुशिंग एंड राइट नाउ टेक्निकली you can trade the d4 pawn for the e6 pawn. Saj, is that a good trade for white or black?
I mean, positionally for black, of course, unless you are running into some tactical problems.
Hmm.
I'm not really sure. So let's go takes. Apparently, taking was not the best option. So here, there is nothing. Yeah, if you go queen c8 check, I'm guessing just bishop f8. The rook defends the pawn on b7, and black is completely fine here. But there was something after knight d4 which I didn't see. So just gonna try and find what it is. Oh,
Rook d4 क्या?
yeah. It's rook d4, and then queen e6 check, I'm guessing. And rook
हाँ.
f7 pe I have knight g5 or knight e5. Crazy.
Wow. So king h8 maybe and then knight d4 and then you
Yeah.
got it. Meanwhile, Pragg game and developments hai. I think he's taken on e7, given a check, and now black has an only move. He has to move the king to f6. The plan is if you go to f8, which might feel logical at first, there is bishop f3, win the game on the spot. The d5 pawn is gone.
And he plays king f6, by the way, the best move. So bishop
Wow.
f3, there is an answer with king e6 or something like that.
And now, Sahaj, I think the bishop is better than the knight. The rook is better than the rook. And there's a weakness on d5. What black really wants is to play d4 and somehow exchange the pawn, but there is no way because the knight is blocking the path. You can't play b6 because I'll pick up a7. So I think white has some time here to improve. I was wondering maybe you bring the king up close to d3, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I think if my
let me just show what you just said to the chat as well. It's a very, very nice point that you mentioned, because the knight is stuck defending the pawn. You cannot move the pawn because दूसरा pawn मर रहा है आपका. And if you move the rook from d8, then white has rook d7. If the only piece that can move is the king, but it can only go to e5 where it doesn't do much, right? You can
yeah,
always give a check on e7 as well. It's like black is basically paralyzed in this position, and white can take this time to improve his position. I think that's a very, very nice point that you mentioned.
and time bhi hai Prag ke paas. So no problems whatsoever as of now. As long as you don't let that d5 pawn, escape, I think Prag has great chances.
For sure. By
And
the
he
way, should we take
plays
a?
king f1.
Oh, very nice.
Bhai.
Defending this against Prague is a nightmare. It has to be.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, Sach bhai, we're shifting games, I think.
Yeah, I was just asking, should we take a quick look at Divya to see how she's doing? Because apparently
Let's
she was a
go.
bit worse before, but now it seems like she has made a comeback, because this was the position. It was around a +1 advantage for Amin Basim. By the way, the only grandmaster I know who's also a medical doctor, just so you know. And if there are more, I don't know, but the only grandmaster, and he was 2700 at peak, very, very strong player and a medical doctor as well. I think that's a huge achievement. But yeah, he made a mistake with a5 here, and bishop f6, rook a3. king h8, rook e1, knight g7, knight f1, rook c8, knight g3, and queen goes to e8. And I think Amin Basim still has a slight advantage in this position, but it's a very fighting one. The only sort of downside I see in Divya's position is this lousy knight on b7. Yeah, it's not working. It
Hmm.
doesn't go to c7. It doesn't go to c5. It doesn't go to a5. What is it gonna do?
Yeah, I think it's lousy is a very, very, I would say, a very generous word, Sahaj bhai. Lousy. Yeah, I mean, it has no squares.
Hmm.
And if you let it go to d8, f7, maybe it has a future, but it does look like a passive piece. But I think बाकी सब बढ़िया है. होता है ना कई बार वो
हाँ
लाइफ में
हाँ, दो
एक
दो दो,
प्रॉब्लम होती है.
वो दो, कोई कोई एनालॉजी दो जो हमें समझ जाएंगे।
भाई मुझे वो सैफ अली खान की मूवी याद आ रही जहाँ पे ही वाज लाइक अ बिलियनर, हैड एवरीथिंग, मनी,
रेस।
ब्यूटीफुल वाइफ, लाइक बट ही कुछ टांग में लगी तो लग रहा था. आई डोंट नो व्हाटएवर मूवी दैट वाज, मे बी आई एम मेसिंग थिंग्स अप, बट या ही हैज वन प्रॉब्लम इन द पोजीशन, दैट इज नाइट ऑन बी7. बट बाकी सब चंगा है लाइफ में. सो या
Ooh,
आई थिंक
wait. That's a huge mistake by Amin Basim. From plus 0.5 to minus 0.5.
वाओ.
That's crazy.
आई थिंक ही वांट्स टू गो नाइट d4 maybe, but I think maybe that's too
But he wants to take and maybe take on F. Okay, वो तो मर नहीं रहा ना, बिशप से मार सकता हूँ मैं. Crazy.
Oh, bhai, Divya Deshmukh has a golden opportunity to get that win. That would be a huge victory for her if he can somehow win this. She has those, pawns, those strong pawns. What's the best move? Is it Queen G6? Is it something
I
else,
just
Sahaj?
just looked. Queen G6 is the best move here. Yes.
Oh, wow. Nice. Very
Crazy.
logical, though.
By
Very
the way, in
logical move for Divya.
in Gukesh versus Arjun, somehow the queens have been traded. So Gukesh played Queen C2 and takes, and now we are in this endgame.
भाई तो पहले ही ट्रेड कर लेनी थी. आई थिंक दैट वाज अ बेटर वर्जन. नो, नाउ तो इट फील्स like a draw to me. I mean, you might as well trade the bishops.
Can you?
I I mean, even if black takes on f3, let's say just king f8, do you have a chance or no?
You just have to be careful, yeah, because you say knight pawn endings are like king pawn endings. It's a very famous quote, and
True, true, true.
uh, just want to be careful if this is somehow winning for. Somehow he can find some trick here. I mean, probably in an ideal world, Gukesh will get a5, b4, and put the knight on c5 to put pressure on b7. That's the ideal situation. But I'm guessing Arjun is not going to allow it because you get knight e4 already putting pressure on f2. So none of this is possible. Knight e4 also
Yeah,
controls c5 as well. So
yeah. Maybe even if we take on f3, king takes, king f8, king f4, king e7, king e5, it looks
and
like white has really made progress, but he's one move short. Yeah. Now knight g4 check, king d5, knight f2. I mean, the bar says white is better, but I'm not really sure
कौन
about
खे
that. By
कौन खेल रहा है यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए? आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर
aha,
क्योंकि नाइट एच
exactly.
वन
I'm
नाइट
not.
जी3.
Yeah, and if the h4 pawn falls, then I think white will soon start offering a draw very quickly. So I think I'm not even sure why white is better actually here.
Yeah, I think maybe Gukesh is he realized that there is maybe some risk in the position and he is happy to take. Oh, by the way, huge update in the Parham game because we were discussing this position knight d4 and he missed rook d4 just like I did. You remember this?
Oh,
He plays
wow.
knight d4 actually here, which is a mistake, and now takes queen e6 check, rook f7, good move, bishop g5, and now okay, the position is still okay, but according to the bar, at least black is slightly more comfortable.
Oh, wow. So I think a break for Nodebek there, yeah, at the right moment, because this is where he would have fallen under time pressure. कई बार अगर आपको equality मिल जाए just before you reach those crunch moments, that can really rest your mind. And now I think he knows, yeah. I mean, Queen D, I don't know, I don't want to exchange queens. Is Queen D7 possible or no?
Queen d7
Looks
probably
possible.
takes, rook takes, rook takes bishop, rook takes knight takes, bishop takes. I mean, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, that should maybe, and if they draw, then it's a chance for Prep to catch up.
But is Nadirбек gonna draw?
I think so, yeah, I think so.
ये सब चैट में सभी को ही हरा दो अब तो. सब हार रहे हैं. Everyone is losing.
भाई हम नहीं फंसेंगे भाई, हम सख्त लौंडे भाई, हम तो बादल से भी नहीं फिसलते यार।
The only person who's I think losing is probably Anton Demchenko, who has a very very bad position here against Mamedyarov. As far as I can see.
टिकू
Okay,
लूजिंग एनएम
Chigayev is
टाइटल।
also losing.
भाई एनएम टाइटल के पीछे कौन वापस लेने के लिए, बताओ। क्रामनिक इज लूजिंग। वंतिका हैज 1 minute ऑन द क्लॉक, कोई कह रहा है।
Let's switch.
रियली?
This is Vantika's
हरिका
position.
हैज,
Yes, 1 minute on the
हरिका,
clock.
वाओ।
Okay, but this is easy. Come on, this is not a difficult position to play, right? You
बट
just
विल
go
शी
rook
विन?
e8.
या।
By the good thing is कि because of time, I think she won't lose this. Because
हम्म,
all you have to do is rook e8, bishop e8, and just king f2, king g1, king f2. Just play b4 to not repeat anything, and then 40 moves का wait करो, and then उसके बाद you continue.
that is true. That is true. That is absolutely true. Vantika at least will hold. Meanwhile, Vaishali is a bit better, Sahaj. A huge update. Bishop takes b7 was played by her opponent. She was greedy there, taking that extra pawn on b7. But now queen c2, a beautiful move played, attacking the rook. And iska matlab कि Vaishali could be 4 on 4.
Is she gonna have like a 1 point lead? She can have a 1 point lead, Sahil bhai,
Wow.
after this match. So let me just take a
I
look.
think I
Okay, no,
think
Lagno is also winning. Lagno is
Lagno's
also winning.
winning, but maybe then she plays Lagno tomorrow, beats her, and then she is qualified to the candidates. Yeah, I mean,
सीधा
very
5 राउंड के
likely.
अंदर.
Like it will be almost like very high odds, I would say.
Yeah. That's, I mean, still 6 more rounds, but yeah, I get
Yeah,
what you
yeah, yeah.
mean. But yeah, great update for Vaishali there. But okay, the match is not over, and Dinara is a very strong player as well. Um,
By the way, let's go to the Gukesh game. We have updates. This is happening. Bishop f3 played, king f3, and knight e4 on the board, tying down the king to the f2 pawn. And chat, I think this game should end soon unless these guys go crazy, which is possible.
नाइट एंड गेम में कैसा क्रेजी भाई.
भाई कुछ हो सकता है इम्बैलेंस क्रिएट करने के लिए, बट कैसे क्रिएट करोगे आई डोंट नो।
I
बट
think like right now, knight d2 check is a threat, right? I have to play knight d2 check,
ओ,
and v3 is
नाइट
hanging.
d4 आ गया इम्बैलेंस आज भाई।
यार ये गुकेश ना मानता नहीं है.
भाई
मानता नहीं है, कभी नहीं मानेगा ये ड्रॉ. He wants to
spoken
play
like a true second for one of the players, by the way. And after knight d2 check, what, where do you put the king?
f4, I guess,
f4, yeah, and knight b3,
and
knight
then knight d5.
d5.
By the way, played knight d2 check played.
Why you have to be careful if black gets a pass pawn. I mean, black has the outside pass pawn,
Psychological,
right?
I'm telling you, it's psychological warfare. They both know it's draw, but they both want to be that player, कि मैं win के लिए खेल रहा था, मैं win के लिए खेल रहा था types. Knight takes. It's a psychological. In the future matches, it can help them. It can set some, because we know. I mean, Arjun can be. I mean, Arjun is one of the favorites to qualify for candidates. I mean, good chance to also challenge Gukesh as well. So these things matter, I guess.
But the point is, let's say यहाँ पे मैं खेलता हूँ knight c5, ठीक है? Um,
Knight b6.
knight b6. Ah, you wanna stop two with one, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. And then I try to push on the king
Okay.
side.
Maybe f6, yeah. I just stop your king from coming to e5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming White is winning here or anything. I'm just saying White is playing, but White just wants to play. That's it.
No, I'm saying black could play. मतलब मेरे को लग रहा है कि if I manage b5 or somehow exchange the b pawn for the a pawn, even better. Like
Like,
as you
so
mentioned.
Sahil bhai, my argument there is that, see, to play b5, you need to get the king to c6, right? Otherwise, I will not move my
Ha
knight. I
ha
will try
ha
to.
ha.
So by the time you, let's say, play king d6 or whatever, I will already have f3 g4 prepared.
Yeah, yeah.
So you take, I
True.
take, and then h pawn also runs down. So it's like 50-50.
हाँ, another brand promotion जो हमें पैसा नहीं दे रहा है। वीडी मिस्टेक, हम नहीं फंसेंगे राघव भाई, हम नहीं फंसेंगे, जितने बादल दिखा दो हम नहीं बरसेंगे भाई।
बादल तो दिखा सकते हो, वी लव क्लाउड.
By the way, chat, still, I think Pragg is the one who has good chances to win. And if he jumped to his game right about now, King F1 G6 played by his opponent, I think H5 ka plan ho sakta hai. So maybe H4 then, just trying to, give us that H3 square. Although there is Bishop D7 as well, so maybe the bishop is not really struggling for squares.
Yeah, and then the bishop can come to g2 to put pressure on the d5 pawn. And then you slowly, route the king to d4, and then you put pressure here.
Oh, this is looking nice for Pragg, I think. Really nice. I'm checking चैट फिरोजा का तो ड्रॉ हो चुका है जस्ट एन अपडेट जो तैयो को दिख रहा है कि आगे आ चुके हैं वो उनके ओपोनेंट गुलू मार्स एंड Rapport is apparently winning. Jeffrey Zhang is crushing Hare Krishna. Pranav and Nihal are about to draw. Leon is better against hands. Aditya is worse now against a dogmas.
Oh, really? Let's take a quick look there.
And Vaishali is
Okay.
better, yes.
So this was the position bishop e4, knight d2 khela, which was an inaccuracy, allowing knight h4 to put pressure on the g2 pawn. He goes bishop takes c5. Crazy. Look at
Wow.
this move. Queen c5 pe you have knight e4, of course. So he doesn't go for it. He says queen g6. Now the bishop is attacked and mate in 1 is threatened. And Aditya plays g3. So I'm guessing bc5, knight e4, rook e4, and then you take on h4. Something like that.
Yeah, but I mean that just completely takes away any advantage white had. Yeah, I mean now black is absolutely fine.
Yeah,
White was
but
better.
question
He
is
was
how
the
does
weakest.
black play for a win? Because black ही better दिखा रहा है.
That is a good question, bhai, and I think Dogmas is equipped to find that answer.
Bishop f5 apparently is the move.
Oh wow, okay,
Yeah.
that's not easy at all.
That's not, yeah, it's not easy. Especially with 18 minutes on the clock, definitely not easy. By the way, some updates in the Gukesh board, I think this is the position that we were on. He plays knight c5 and knight c3 gaya wo, not knight b6.
He stops b5 that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we manage b5? Is there a way? Is there
My
a
question is
way?
if b5, ab5, ab5 must, no, that, is that losing?
I mean, probably is a draw, I guess, but
But why
I
suffer,
mean,
yeah? Why
yeah,
suffer?
why suffer exactly?
Probably it's a draw though.
Yeah, probably, likely. Vincent, brilliant move. I was almost about to regret, but it is a brilliant move. Vincent Keimer has just taken a pawn on c5, attacked the queen. What is this, Sajbhai? What is the idea?
Queen c5, then rook e8 and queen d8 is what I'm thinking. But then you have queen e7. So I was thinking rook e8, bishop e8. Like I'll just play it out. Probably it's not correct because there's queen e7 here. And because I was hoping to get bishop d5 and sort of pin this rook over here, but something
Hmm.
else is on the board. Probably rook d5, I'm guessing. Rook d5 से queen or bishop attack हो रहा है and somehow you can get the rook back. Yeah, must be rook d5, I think. Yeah, it is rook d5.
Oh wow. क्वीन c7 पे क्या खेलेंगे लेकिन?
रुक को कहीं हटा दो, सॉरी, क्वीन सी सेवन एंड रुक को कहीं पे भी हटा दो ना. h5 में भी और g5, h5 में भी.
Wow.
Yeah.
But not easy
Not.
to understand this, at least for me. I mean, it looks very crazy.
It's like if you think in this position for a long time, then I think you will find it. A move
Hmm.
like bishop c5. I don't think it's very. Oh, by the way, some moves have been played. Rook d5, queen c7 is on the board.
Wow. So Vincent Keimer showing some skills there. By the way, in the Parham game, Queen D6 has been played, and Noderbek is saying, "Bhai Queen trade karo," and uske baad your advantage has vanished literally off the face of the earth. And I am absolutely comfortable like Queen D6. I can't imagine Maksudu being better now.
Yeah, I think probably gonna go into a draw most likely. But at least it was a game. Yeah, it wasn't like a quick draw or anything like that.
Agreed. Draw incoming. I agree. I think this one is going to be a draw, very likely. Um, Which game shall we go to, Sai? I think we should go to the Prag game. I get a feeling कि वही है insane game जहाँ पे chances हैं. Although he played h4, h5 on the board, and bishop d7 was the best move. But he goes bishop s3, logical, and now king to e5. What's the idea of king e5 here?
Just centralizing the king. Maybe you want to play d4 at the right moment. I mean, honestly, you cannot really move any other piece, no?
Oh, I got it, I got it. He wants to play f5 and rook c8 and challenge the rook.
Ah, okay, that's also possible. But I mean, my
Oh,
question is, Sailbhai, which other piece can you play here? Like the rook cannot
that's a
move, the knight cannot
maybe
move. It's
a6.
like,
Maybe
I mean,
a6.
yeah, but those moves run out, right? Okay, but that's a
Yeah.
nice plan though. This F5 rook straight, I really like it. Missed it completely.
Oh,
Maybe
but लेकिन
that's why
Sajid,
Bishop D7 was good.
and now it's difficult because if you play bishop d7 now, apparently there's d4, and I completely removed every single problem in the position I have, at least the main one.
True. So
Yeah, I'm
Pragg
not sure
gonna
Prague
draw then?
is. Yeah, nahi, yeah, we need Prague to win. We need somebody on 3.5, right? I think, yeah, 3.5.
या अर्जुन गुकेश का तो ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है मुझे एक्चुअली नो आई थिंक गुकेश का पोजीशन अभी भी थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है मेरे लिए बिकॉज आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ गुकेश इज गोना फाइंड समथिंग इन दैट इट सीम्स अनलाइकली बट स्टिल पॉसिबल Prag, after looking at this f5 rook c8 I'm really not sure if Prag can push this position anymore. I really don't think so.
अरे यार, Prag, come on. I think Prag का साल है. I think if anybody can pull it off, it's Prag. But I agree with you. I think extremely difficult. Chat, by the way, let's get to 500 likes. If you're here for the first time, do subscribe to the channel. I think जो अगला World Championship cycle है to decide who's going to challenge Gukesh has already started. And this is the first major event. As we know, roughly 1.5 months from now, we'll also have the World Cup happening in Goa. If you want to visit, that is the best time. All the top talent in the world, I think, including all the Indian players. You might have all the foreign players. I don't know if Magnus will play, but I think everybody else will be there. And it's going to be a knockout event. So that is always exciting. And also, I think उसके बाद जैसे ही वो खत्म होगा, we will have, I think, World Rapid and Blitz, जहाँ पे FIDE circuit के points के लिए बहुत fight होगी. And then we'll have, of course, next year the candidates, and then the World Championship and the Olympiad. So अगला साइकिल चालू हो चुका है साज भाई. आई थिंक गुकेश का चैलेंजर का पाथ खुल चुका है अब, एंड बहुत सारे लोग इन सपने देख रहे हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में कि दे वांट टू बी द वन टू डिफीट गुकेश. एंड जस्ट कीप इन माइंड, if you actually end up playing Gukesh, how you've played against him in the previous game matters. So Arjun, for example, is not only thinking about मुझे अभी जीतना है. If I defeat Gukesh and I qualify, I already have a psychological edge in the World Championship as well.
I mean, Arjun, I think clearly has one of the biggest advantages against Kukesha because he has I think he's probably the one of the only guys who has a such
Hmm.
a such a big record against Kukesh. उसके अलावा और कोई नहीं लगता मुझे. I think Arjun already
Hmm.
has that. So I think maintaining this solid position, I think will definitely help him here. But yeah, this is
Yeah.
the current
Yeah.
position. Knight c3 में वो सोच रहा है, but not really much is happening. It feels like a मतलब dry position all across.
I have to agree. And
इतने ड्रॉज
once,
ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं भाई.
yeah, exactly. बहुत draws. I saw results, like we've had, like, I think one result, not even one result, I think. Yeah, Rapport one. That's the only result. Baki, we've had like 10, 15 draws or something. I don't know, 10 draws that I saw at least. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10 draw, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like crazy draws, by the way, and only one result so far.
Oh, by the way, Divya seems to have made a mistake because I'm seeing a change in the bar. It was a blunder according to the engine at least. Knight g5, she took bishop takes g5. That's a huge blunder. I'm not sure
Ooh.
why. Okay, but something went wrong. Maybe queen g6 was better here. I'm guessing. But yeah,
Yeah,
she took bishop g5, and now the position is again not the best for Divya. Again, that
yeah.
it's that knight on b7. Yeah, that's just not contributing to the game.
Agreed. And I think black has control of the c file, so you don't feel it right now. But imagine a rook coming to c3 and rook coming to c7, that just completely, paralyzes black's pieces. And for a6 pawn, d6. If a6 falls, then the a5 pawn is all ready to go. That's the end of the game.
Hmm.
So difficult position, and all the time situation. Kharabe. But why do I see Arjun and Gukesh there on the left? Samay bhai? हाँ अब बढ़िया है.
By the way, going back to Prague's boards, we have some updates. He went for f4 check. Very interesting because I think didn't want to allow this f5 wala idea because he thought it's a draw. And then
हाँ.
Abhimanyu went king f6 back. This is the current position. But now the downside is that it's because he's pushed the golden pawn. Now that this g3 and e3 pawns are slightly weak in this position. So you can always
Yeah.
go knight e4, knight f5, moves like that.
Agreed. I think this is not going to be easy. I think he found an important idea to prevent that rook c8 idea, but it's not the best version now. All these weaknesses, back second rank is weak. अगर black rook गलती से घुस गया, and now d4 is even more powerful, right? So if black manages d4, takes, rook takes, and suddenly the rook comes to d2, and then who's winning? I'm not sure. So I think Pragg will have to be even more careful now in this position.
I mean, he's playing for a win, though. I think that's why he
Yeah,
went
yeah,
F4.
yeah,
That's why he didn't allow F5 rook c8. I mean, that would be the safer choice, right?
yeah,
ठीक है.
yeah,
But he's playing for a win. Okay, King E2 played. He's also ready to
yeah.
sacrifice like a pawn here on G3. I think he's gonna take B7. He's gonna allow Black to take on G3, and I think he's happy with that. But now the question is, how does Black improve? Because you no longer have this F5 plan. You cannot play knight
Hmm.
E4, at least not right now, because there's Rook B7 hanging. So what do you do? Are you just out of moves?
Actually, that's a very good question. And in fact, I just checked. Black's only move to maintain equality is a5. Now, that is a very logical move because the idea is whenever you move the knight on d6, uh, white cannot just mop off two pawns in a row. Once you
Hmm.
play a5, white को दूसरा pawn मारने के लिए एक extra move लगेगी that allows you to save it. But a5 is literally the only move. So if you play a6, for example, I think white gets more time. Now king d3, king coming up forward, and suddenly white is better again. So even though Pragg made a mistake and allowed black to come back, I think this f4 idea is a great one. And now Mishra has to find a5 here.
If he plays A5, let's say, and I go King D3 anyways, then what?
Yeah, then 94, I think. And you basically give the b7. You can't take the b7 pawn, first of all, because this knight c5
Ah,
check.
Knight C5. That's the trick.
Um, so you have to play bishop g2 first,
No, no,
but
no. I
then
don't
knight
want.
takes.
I don't want
Huh,
to waste a move, now because this is wasting a move. I want myself to take the pawn first, and then you take my pawn first. यहाँ पे I think I'm wasting a move, so I'm
king
just gonna
d4.
assume knight e4 is
Hmm,
your move,
got it.
and let's say I go like A3 or something.
Okay, knight e4.
Still possible? Okay, knight e4.
But knight check bhi aayega na, so you will have to move the king anyways. That's the problem.
हाँ बात तो सही है. It's a
So you
check.
will have to move the king and you will move to d3, I think, not f3. So unfortunately, if Prague, I think if a5 happens, it's still a tough road ahead. But
Mhm.
a5 is not super clear. I think black could play a6, black could play knight e4. Like it is tempting to solve your like when you reach time pressure, which is we're reaching that zone. You want to clarify situations instantly. You want a clear idea instantly, and a5 is keeping things in limbo, which is not exactly what black is looking for, but it is the
Mhm.
best move.
Well, let's wait and see if Abhimanyu finds, because Yogi has 14 minutes on the clock, so
Yeah.
some time pressure there, but only 8 moves to play, so maybe not that difficult.
Yeah.
By the way, some update in the Gukesh game, he did play, it was knight c3 that we saw. He went knight d3 check, forcing the king back to f3, and now he goes king f8, probably trying to reroute. And I'm now starting to think who is better here?
Exactly. I mean,
कौन
I
खेल रहा है
kind
यहाँ
of get
पे?
a I think Arjun is doing absolutely fine. E4, nice move. I think you want to play king e3 and kick the knight away. And also push your pawns, right? You want your pawns as far up the board as possible. कल को कोई race हुई, so your pawns can also potentially queen. And now king e3 should be the move.
King e3, okay. I'll move the knight to e5 or c5, doesn't matter really. I
Yeah.
think the good thing is कि गुकेश का time कम नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. I think that's a very big point.
हाँ हाँ हाँ. And that important key, they have reached the 38th move. So they will
Yeah.
gain 50 more minutes in the next two moves. And I think once they reach that zone, unless a mistake happens in the next two moves, I think we can kind of expect a draw, right? I think uske baad thoda, it'll be very difficult.
Yeah, true. But I see there are ways to go wrong for Gukesh. For example, F4 is a bad move here. I mean, not really as bad of a move, but you're supposed to find F3 and G4. Otherwise, Arjun starts playing this position and yeah, but I think with the extra time of 50 minutes, it's gonna be a draw. But I think यही same position अगर let's say दोनों के पास 5 minute होते, so I'm
Yeah,
probably gonna say that Arjun has a better chance of winning this, right?
agreed, agreed, agreed. Also,
पहले it
Vaishali
felt like,
is, huh,
yeah, go ahead.
Vaishali is likely going to draw, I think. I think that game will end soon as well. So,
Okay.
that's an important result, Vaishali. It's drawn. It's drawn. She just drew.
Oh, amazing. So she climbs onto the leaderboard. She's on 3.5 out of 4. Still, I think only one player can catch up to her, and that is Katrina Lagno.
Who's
I think
completely
she,
winning. So, yeah,
yeah, against Yuxin Song, the girl who had that insane prep against Vantika. By
yeah.
the way, also Salimova is winning as well, supposedly. But is
Oh,
Salimova? Oh
wow.
no, she's on 2 points. No, she's on two. She's
That
not on two and a half.
yeah, Tanzongi was much better earlier, so that's a complete twist. But yeah, I think Vaishali will play. Uh, you know, uh, I think
Lagno.
Katina Lagno tomorrow, so that will be an important match. Meanwhile, if we go to Parham Maksudlu against Nodirbek, suddenly Maksudlu has an only move. Hello, hello.
What is the only move? Queen takes e4.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
but
only
that's.
move. Or suddenly Black is better.
But even then, I mean, Black is still playing, no?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is
Hmm.
suddenly Nodirbek suddenly could win this game and go into the lead.
Wow. They've cracked the code, these guys, I'm telling you.
Maxime is losing. Yes, saw that. Okay, not an important game for us in general, I think, because he's not playing an Indian player. But yes, Maxime Shilagraf seems to be losing today. Um, VD is slightly better. That is a good point. I think just now, Ivanchuk seems to have played a slightly passive move, and now after C5, Vidit Gujarati is slightly better, although it's still speculative, I think, but the bar seems to suggest that.
Yeah, yeah, but also don't forget Ivanchuk has 4 minutes on the clock with 17
Oh,
moves to make.
oh, I didn't notice that. Wow.
Vidit has 14, but I think that's still, I think, not the best situation. But against 4 minutes is amazing, you know? I'll take that
I
any day.
think, yeah, I think combined with the plus five, plus point 0.5 advantage and the 10-minute advantage, I think Vidit has great chances then.
Hmm. अभिमन्यु गोइंग लो भाई कौन सा अभिमन्यु ये मैं कंफ्यूज हो जाता हूँ
Mishra,
इससे यार
Mishra,
मिश्रा
Mishra,
की
I
बात
think
कर
10
रहे हो
minutes, 10 minutes to
अच्छा
play 9 moves. Sajay, I'll be back in just 1 minute, yeah?
या श्योर 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 अर्जुन गेम में F4 किंग E6 किंग D4 किंग B6 इज नॉट इजी भाई किस अगेन आई एम नॉट श्योर किसके लिए बिकॉज आई फील लाइक in that game it's not easy for either player. B6 is not a difficult move to play, I think, because you are always thinking about this A5 and white can sort of put a block on these pawns. But after B6, if you go knight D5, I can play B5. Not really a difficult thing. But also, let's not forget that they have a lot of time, these players. They have so much time. I mean, because we are already approaching move 39. And so, in one more move, they will get 50 minutes. I don't see anyone losing this unless कुछ बहुत crazy हो जाता है position में. But the likelihood of that is really, really less. Divya is winning now. What? I'm taking a look. I don't believe it though. Wait, what? That is true. Another mistake by Amin Basim. That's a bunch of mistakes actually. So we were here, takes F4. Knight E4 was an inaccuracy. She plays Bishop F5 correctly so, and Bishop F6. Big mistake. But why? Is it Bishop E4? Bishop E4 looks bad because if I take, oh sorry, if I take on G7 and if I take on E4, then you're still left with this lousy knight on B7. Ah, you're supposed to go Queen G6 here. And then maybe have some Rook C2 plans. But Divya didn't play Queen G6 in the past. Like in this position, no after Bishop H6, she was supposed to play Queen G6 here. So maybe I don't know what she didn't like about Queen G6 here. But maybe yeah, the situation is different. Maybe she can find it now. It's strange from Amin Basim to miss this. Looking amazing for Divya, no? Her time, yes. 13 moves and 7.5 minutes left. But okay, opponent का time भी उतना कुछ खास नहीं है यहाँ पे. So it's the same, more or less. Look at Rapport's game. Did opponent resign in a playable position? I checked that game and it wasn't a playable position. No, like that's dead lost. I mean, you could. I mean, if let's say if this was the final round of the World Championship match, yes, then White would play just to see how it turns out. But you know, here it would be a draw. By the way, another draw between Esipenko and Suleimanli. Oops, sorry about that. There, we are back. She played it. Let's go. Queen g6 played, and now bishop d7 check responded by Amin Basim, and she takes back with the queen. Was king takes better? You know, they are basically the same. Queen takes g7 is what she plays, and now bishop b1 is what he has to find. Okay, no, that's very difficult, no? Maybe it is not, because rook c2 can be a plan, and maybe you have some problems on the e4 square, so bishop b1 makes some sense in the position. But wow, Divya looks amazing. But she only had one loss, yeah, in the first round, and then she drew against two 2600 players, and now she's basically drawing against, or well, beating basically the strongest player from Africa.
Yeah, I think Divya is having a great year and is just continuing from where she left at the World Cup, yeah?
That is insane. That is insane. Okay, going to Parham versus Abdusattorov. He played queen takes c4, best move, rook takes c4, and now h3, and Abdusattorov is now thinking. Rook b4 seems to be a good move. H6 seems to be a good move. Just for everyone in the chat, if white goes bishop takes f6, now let's say h6, bishop f6, bishop f6, this really favors the bishop because the pawns are really far apart on both sides. And the bishop is a long range piece. It's going to be much better in a position like this. So still objectively equal, but white has to defend for a bit.
Meanwhile, also, I think Vidit is both players missing c5 there. And it's going from +1 to Vidit to 0, +1 to Vidit, 0 every move.
Okay, so this is the position we will add bishop f8, king d2, sorry, g3, king e7, and now king d2, yeah? दो अच्छा किसी को तो c5 खेलना है, कोई c5 नहीं खेल रहा basically.
हाँ, जो खेलेगा उसकी अगर if white plays it's equal, if black plays he's +1.
लोग वंतिका गेम बहुत लिख रहे हैं भाई. Is she in some major time trouble? Sahil bhai, can you let me know?
I'm checking. Oh, Vantika's completely lost.
She made a huge blunder. Actually, I'm just going to quickly show this to everyone. This was the position, and she was 0.7. She was plus 0.7 in this position. Okay, 0, 0, 0. And now she took queen 8, and she blundered a mate in 6 apparently here. Wait, what?
Oh my God.
Bhai, mate in 6.
It went from plus 0.8 to mate in 6 in 2 moves. What?
At least black has a draw with queen h5, queen e2, but I'm guessing the king is on h3, so she has some mating ideas, and she has 5 minutes to think about it. Wait, let me figure it out. Is it g5?
Yeah, g5, g4, queen h2 mate, khatam.
Oh, because after g5, you play queen b7 check. Now I'll go king h6 and you have no checks.
Wow.
And now g4 check is game over.
And g5
Okay.
पे queen f1 mate aa raha hai. So that is just done, yeah?
Array, queen f1 mate is, that's bad. That's really, really sad.
Oh, Abhinay Mishra made a mistake. Let's jump. Let's jump
भाई एक
ships.
सेकंड
जल्दी
यार
से.
देख लेते हैं ना g5 खेल लेती है वो कि नहीं.
अच्छा,
चार
अच्छा,
तो
okay, okay.
3 मिनट की बात है. Like I just want to see if she actually plays it or not.
She will.
You think
I
so?
sound like, Matthew McConaughey from Interstellar. She will. ये क्या था?
I really want to see if she finds g5 here, because if she plays queen h5 check, then it's a draw, and she has 4 minutes on the clock. Maybe she doesn't see the idea of g5 at all.
Why Prague is about to win. That is crazy. Sajid, let's go. I think we'll come back. Once d5
Okay,
happens.
cool. This is the position.
Yeah.
I'm going to Prague's game. Here we go.
So I think
Not
King
winning
E2
though.
was played and no A5 by Abhimanyu Mishra. He played Rook to E8 and now King F3, defending all the pawns. And now Rook D7 could be incoming. And now rook e7 trying to exchange, and rook c5 is the only move, and goodbye to the pawn, right?
Is it winning though?
Hmm.
Like, can I play d4, ed4, and some rook e1? I don't know. But yeah, surely Pragg is better. But is it winning?
I hope so.
She wait. She
No,
played
she,
queen f1 check. She didn't
but
play
also
g.
wins.
It
Now
also
queen
wins.
f3 she
Yeah.
can play, huh?
I got excited for a second because I thought she didn't play it, but
Yeah. Okay, Pragg is close to winning, chat. We need somebody in the lead, and Pragg could be the guy for us. Let's go, Pragg.
let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Rook c5 is the key move here. Let's see if he finds it.
Chat, does he find it? Yes or no? I think he will. Yeah, I think he will. बाबा इंटरस्टेलर हो रहा है निकालेगा भाई प्रग पक्का निकालेगा मूव लेट्स गो प्रग भाई रुक c5
Yeah, she did play queen g2. It is lost. Yep, she's lost. Vantika's lost completely.
Namedvarov drew from a winning position. That is crazy. Let's go Prague. I think rook trade नहीं करना है. By the way, Gukesh has played f3 in
Yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
game.
Saw that.
So a minor update. Arjun has 9 minutes for two moves. I don't think there's any pressure there. I think Gukesh-Arjun will go to 3 points each, and Prague has a golden opportunity to go to three and a half.
I'm still not sure if Gukesh will overpress here because see there is a draw, right? King f4, knight d3, king e3, knight c5 is a draw.
Hmm.
But Gukesh won't do that. Like he even if it's a draw, he won't do that.
Why he could do something like king d4, knight b3, king c4, knight d2, king c5, knight f3, king b6, and
I wouldn't do that against Arjun.
yeah, but knowing Gokesh, like if he really wants to push, I mean that's the way, I guess.
That's yeah, looks very risky.
And then knight d2, and suddenly black starts winning. But yeah, rook c5 on board. Let's go, Prague. Played
Let's
on the board, and
go.
d5 pawn को नानी याद आ चुकी है. उसको रात में बेड में किडनैप कर लिया गया है. The pawn has vanished. Nobody knows where he is. He is gone. Prague is a pawn up, and ये pawn मरेगा तो e4 e5 भी आएगा सहज भाई. फिर king भी पीछे जाएगा, and this is looking great. And d4 I think was the only try, right?
Yeah, only realistic try because you want to get rook e1 and some activity there. Maybe you can grab a couple of pawns, but looks unlikely. Okay, now I think Pragg should be winning. Yeah.
या कंप्लीटली बने हैं. चाहे ध्यान रखो ये पास पॉन है. पास पॉन क्वीन बनते हैं. सो इफ द पॉन मूव्स फॉरवर्ड, लेट्स से रीचेस d7, द गेम इज ओवर. सो द नाइट ऑन d6 इज क्रूशियल. ब्लैक चाहता नहीं है कि वो नाइट वहां से हिले, बिकॉज जब तक वो नाइट है ये पॉन कभी क्वीन नहीं बन सकता. एंड वो b7 पॉन भी डिफेंडेड है. So this knight is a great piece, and black doesn't want it to move at any cost. So that's very important.
But I think like the moment you play something like rook e1, I have rook d5 to just kick it away. Yeah. That's my
Ooh.
plan essentially. Because if you go rook e1, I just looked at it as well. Like rook d5 only move by the way for white to play for a win. Because if you play king e7, then I have rook e5 check.
Yeah.
And if you play knight f5, then okay, then we go into a rook ending, which is
Yeah, I think I would grab that as white. By the way, Vantika has been checkmated with a pawn. If you want to go and check Sahaj Bhai,
Mantika.
literally it was a crazy final position. H6 mate.
Oof.
Wow. A hard one to watch that one. And Vaishali, of course, she drew a while back. So let's go to the game of Prague again. Let's try to see if we can pull this off.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. Yeah, I think the time pressure has been a big problem for one thing. I mean, it was basically a two result position, I think, at some point, but just the time is such a huge factor.
Also, by the way, Vidit is still better. He did not find c5, but he found a second best move, rook g8. And suddenly, I think
Going back there,
he has a, yeah, I think he needs to find c5 still, but
no
he
one is
seems to.
playing c5.
Yeah. Come on, VD, you need to do that. By the way, 2 minutes for Ivanchuk chat. I think we
Ooh.
could see a mistake because 15-16 move खेलने बाकी हैं अभी.
यहाँ पे कैम्प चाहिए थे भाई, वैसल जो इवांचुक का रिएक्शन होता ना यहाँ पे, इट वुड बी क्रेजी.
I have to agree with you, Sahaj bhai. I think यहाँ कुछ insane होने वाला है in the next 5 to 10 moves, and the beauty of the position is कि time इतना कम है कि this game might not end to like it might end in the next 15 minutes. It is totally possible. Like we might have at least one person who's completely winning because बहुत mistakes possible है.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, Vidit also has 5 minutes for 15 moves as well. So, दोनों side से mistakes possible हैं यहाँ पे.
I think Abhinay Mishra also has 3.5 minutes, but he only needs to play 6 moves. But those
By
six
the way,
moves are crucial.
Bishop F3 on the board, in Vidit's board.
Oh, nice move by Vidit. Yeah, controlling that queening square.
Mm-hmm. And maybe C5 on the horizon still. White. Oh, baby. His plan of Bishop F3 is he wants to play Rook G5 and Rook E5. Because if the bishop was not on
Ah,
F3, then probably F4 maybe at some point could be a problem.
yeah, yeah. I hope Vantika recovers. Why? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, this is going to be a tough one because you're completely
Uh,
winning. Yeah, it's not going to be easy, I think.
it's hard to recover from that, I think. It's very hard.
5.5. Rook F6 played by Ivanchuk. You have to admire one thing, chat. Like Indian players don't play short games. Like everybody is playing. Like
Hmm,
everybody is playing, yeah. I think you have to admire they keep playing till the very end. I think so many players have ended their games, but the Indian players don't stop.
absolutely. Why is c5 best for both? Because black wants to play c5 to protect this pawn, protect this pawn. White wants to play c5 to not allow black to protect this pawn and this pawn. Basically, that's the simplified answer.
By the way, Ronak Sadhwani, who was kind of losing, yaad hai, completely lost position thi, is
Mm-hmm.
completely winning now. It's over.
Oh, wow. There was a brilliancy apparently on the board. Knight c6 and rook h6. Oof. Just trading off the last pieces on the board, and he's just an oh, this is just dead winning. Wow.
Wow. That's a twist in the tail. I think बहुत बेकार याद है 10 मिनट थे यार रौनक के पास पोजीशन
I remember.
-2 थी but somehow he comes back and John Ludwig Hammer I think yeah Ronak's chances of qualifying still exist, let's just put it that way.
For sure, for sure. Okay. Switching back. Where should I switch back to? Prague?
Yeah,
Oh, rook e8
sure.
on the board.
Okay, and by the way, Nihal Sarin. Sahaj, I have to admit, I thought that game was drawn a year ago, but I'm getting a feeling that he's pushing slowly but surely, and it's not easy for Pranav. Like he's keeping an eye on B4, he's keeping an eye on F5, he's keeping the H file under control, not allowing rook h7. I feel like the D4 pawn is a problem somehow.
B4, I think, is the main threat here. Um,
Hmm.
because if you capture everything, let's say A, B, bishop B, rook B, and you bring the rook to B4, once the rook gets to B4, it attacks both D4 and B2 at the same time. So that's his final goal. And to stop this, you will have to play bishop b4. And once you play bishop b4, ab4, and now you have these sort of broken
Yeah,
pawns that the rook can attack. But yeah, still with
I mean, if
correct
you
play, it should still be equal, but
yeah.
difficult.
Nihal has 1 minute, so he has to play quickly. Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh is almost winning. I think
Ooh.
white player decided कि भाई मैं अपना pawn sack करके I think it was difficult for him to digest that he's worse now. Divya grabs the pawn on b4, rook c6, and now rook d4 seems to be the winning move for Divya Deshmukh.
I think he's playing on time. That's why he's sort of compromising the quality of the moves because he knows Divya has less than a minute on the clock with 9 moves to make. Yeah.
Oh, this is not easy. This is not easy.
And ooh,
Oh, she
F3.
makes a mistake.
Okay, I think her plan is some queen h6, queen f4 check, something like that. I'm guessing. But queen
Yeah.
c1 is not an easy move to play. Come on.
Yeah, but the idea is to prevent that queen h6, yeah? So if white
Yeah.
sees it, I think he will play queen d2 or queen c1 and queen d2 maybe there's rook b2 idea. So queen c1 makes sense. and white has time to calculate. So Divya spoiling that, but I think tough hai yaar, with less time on the clock.
Especially, yeah, with 1 minute on the clock, definitely it's not, it's difficult.
Vidit, by the way, I think it's much better now. Somehow, the white rook is semi-trapped on the h6 square, and the black rook is coming to a8. I don't know, black rook can create havoc, and the white rook is not doing anything.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, bishop h3,
Oh,
that's a
blunder!
blunder. By correct time पे आए एकदम rook 8 incoming in the next move. And rook h4 finally c5 will happen there.
Yeah, but this is bishop h3 is insane, right? Because you're kind of blocking the rook's path. That was the only way back.
I'm guessing this just happened because he was, he's just panicking about the time.
Oh, Vidit Gujarati is about to win a crucial game. Will go to 3 out of 4 and will join Pragg and Arjun. And we might see one of them play up with it tomorrow. Who knows?
अरे भाई
Why?
माफ करो भाई माफ करो like no we don't want that.
Why,
Actually
that will be
नहीं
a
मैच
crazy
नहीं होगा.
match.
नहीं होगा आई थिंक बिकॉज 3 पे होंगे काफी सारे प्लेयर्स एंड विदित इज आई मीन they're both 2700
But
players so
but VD has black and Pragg has white and Arjun के black. So Pragg के साथ
but
हो
Pragg
सकता
is
है भाई.
gonna win most likely
अच्छा
no.
भाई हाँ, गुकेश गुकेश हो सकता है.
गुकेश से हो सकता है राइट.
Hmm.
तो कह
Yeah.
रहे दिव्या
So
winning again. Did he blunder
yeah.
something? Oh wait, what? Why look at this brilliancy. Knight g3, rook takes g4 by Divya. What?
Wow! Oh my God! What a move! If we take the rook Sahaj,
Finally.
why? What happens? Queen s6 check, right?
Yeah. And king
And Queen
g1, queen
s3.
h3.
Game
Just
over.
checkmate. It's a
Oh my
huge,
God!
huge mistake by
Wow.
Amin Basim here. But you can play knight h5, I guess. Then bishop h5
Bye,
just.
but bye. It's over. I think Rook G4 के बाद the best move is Queen C1. That's the only move, and that's also +3. It's over, I think.
Oh, that's a huge upset by Divya Deshmukh. भाई मजा आ गया देख के.
Wow, Divya Deshmukh causing a crazy upset. Will go to 2 points, by the way. That's very literally insane. That's a crazy
Yeah.
performance from Divya. That will be the same as Hans Niemann if you were to lose. But okay, Hans Niemann is drawing. Oh, by the way, can we go to Leon against Hans? A very interesting position because we have a rook behind the pass pawn for Leon, but it seems to be a draw. Any chances for Leon here, Sajbhai?
No. This is a dead draw. It's a theoretical draw, I think. Because his plan is that he's gonna put his king on a7 and then he'll vacate the rook. And then okay, then basically it's a draw.
Yeah, yeah. So that is crazy. And meanwhile, chat Pragg has not moved. Divya in the pairing seems to be fixed to a board. I'm not sure why that is the case. Why is there a star in front of her name? Do you know, Sajbhai?
No idea.
पता
Maybe
नहीं. I
they
don't know
they
why.
maybe they give like specific, stars for World Cup winners.
Why? No, I think she's fixed to a board. Why would she be fixed to a board? Doesn't make any sense.
Exactly ना क्योंकि वर्ल्ड कप विनर को यही बोर्ड पे देखना है हमको.
तो विदित का क्यों नहीं है भाई?
All the viewers, हाँ?
विदित का क्यों नहीं है भाई? वीडियो का क्यों नहीं है फिर?
विदित वर्ल्ड कप थोड़ी जीता.
अच्छा सॉरी, हाँ हाँ,
विदित तो
मैग्नस
ग्रैंड स्विस
मैग्नस.
जीता ना भाई.
हाँ हाँ. बट
Which
ग्रांड
is
तो नहीं
of
होना
course
चाहिए.
like I'm not understating that it's a Herculean task to win that tournament. But मैं वर्ल्ड कप की बात कर रहा हूँ.
By the way, Ronak has won, so that is a crazy update. Congrats to Ronak for squeezing that win out. Dogmas is defeating Aditya Mittal right now. The youngster is in no mood to stop. And of course, Divya is winning as well. And jumping to the VD game, Rook 8 on the board. And I think he's going to squeeze this one pretty comfortably now.
Oh yes, beautiful. He plays f4 to play
Another
f5.
blunder from Ivanchuk. It's over now completely. Why is he locking his rook in? Yeah, rook. He's trying to play f5. Yeah.
Yeah, f5 and f6. He sees. I mean, f5 of course because the bishop is trapped here for now. But Vidit is supposed to sack this bishop. That's not an easy task.
But look at this, Sahaj. So rook a2,
Yeah, then not
f5.
gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Why this will
रुक
happen? Rook b2 check is going to happen. King
एक एक
c1.
मैगी.
पहले खेलो तो king c1. Rook h2. You take the bishop. I simply take. There is no way you under the bishop now. There is no way.
I told you it wouldn't happen.
Rook h4 g5.
It didn't happen. He played bishop e4.
Ah,
I told you
ठीक
यार,
है.
मेरी
Also,
मैगी रह गई यार.
also a good move. Ayuni Puranik has drawn. Okay, another update. By the way, Pragg has played something and he has not played the best move. It's a decent one, Rook c7. And now knight b5 for black is the best move.
Then rook b on, then knight d4 and rook e2 check comes in. So if I go here, if I take the pawn, then there is knight. Oh, actually black is better here after rook e2 and rook a2.
Wow.
So he has to be a bit careful. So he has to go rook d7 here to defend the pawn on d4, and the game continues. Yeah, I think the pressure continues.
Yeah. But I think, of course, maybe not the best move, but I think it's difficult. Yeah, you want to somehow remove the knight from that d6 square and you want to play rook d7. Oh, blunder. What? I'm sorry. What? What is rook e7, Saj? I mean,
I'm
that has to
trying
be
to
completely lost, right?
no, that means he sees a fortress here. Abhimanyu sees a
But
fortress
f5 is
here.
a oh acha, f5 is the winning move, Sahaj. Only move actually. Rook e7,
Yeah.
king e7, f5. Okay, not easy actually.
King f6, fg6. Yeah, this now becomes a weakness, so maybe you can do something about it. But yeah, I don't think Pragg will go for it because he has 5 minutes on the clock. He cannot decipher everything in under 5 minutes.
Oh,
It will be
so
difficult.
Mishra, I think realized कि भाई, I think I'm lost. Let me give this try, and maybe he has missed how strong e5 is, f5 is, and f5 is the only way.
But I mean, if you play rook c5 or something or rook c1 or something, you still
Yeah,
maintain
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
chances.
Yeah. I think
So
after trading I
why,
meant, but
like,
yeah. Oh,
wait for
Vidit.
3 4 moves, na?
Oh, Ivanchuk has 10 seconds on the clock. And Vidit found the only move, rook a5. That was literally the only move in the position.
Oh wow, beautiful. So now f6 check. If
Two
you play f6,
seconds. Bhai, 1 second. What happened?
rook
Oh, he played
h7,
rook a7. Blunder.
yeah, and g4, and finally अब तो c5 खेल दो.
हाँ भाई, अब तो खेल दो यार. C5 में क्या श्राप लगा हुआ है क्या भाई? चल क्यों नहीं रहे लोग C5 स्क्वायर
No
पे?
one is playing
Yeah.
c5.
I think after Nepo now, people are hesitant to play C5 यार. It's the
Oh,
best move
wait,
भाई.
Pragg found it. Pragg found
Really?
f5. Yes.
Wow.
Bhai, this is some
Wow.
this is some legendary like class right there. Like what endgame technique you need to decipher this in under 5 minutes is crazy. Come on.
On the 38th move, yeah, I think most coaches, if
That
you tell them, like they would say you should not make committal decisions, but he's sure. He knows it's winning.
that is unbelievable to me that he found this
Wow.
so quickly.
सो चैट, आज की अपडेट अब तक की, आज की ताजा खबर, गुकेश एंड अर्जुन should draw soon. Pragg is completely winning now against Magnus Mishra. He will join the leaders. That's amazing news. Parham and Nodirbek are going to draw. So that means Pragg will join Parham in the lead. Then we also have Leon and Hans Zimmer drawing. Aditya and Odogmas is again equal. Divya is crushing Amin Basim. Vidit is crushing Ivanchuk. Hari Krishna drawing is FIDE Young. So overall a great day again. I don't see many people losing. So that's a good day for Indian chess so far.
You couldn't have said it better. By the way, going back to the Divya game because यहाँ पे what उसने HG4 मार दिया actually. Queen h6 check, knight
What?
h5, bishop h5, queen c1 is the current position on the board, and Divya has to find rook f4, which is the only move in the position to win the game.
Okay. I mean it's an easy move, yeah. I mean it's an
By
easy
rook
move.
f4, rook takes e5,
But bishop g4 check.
king g1.
कुछ हो रहा है क्या वहां पे?
नहीं check नहीं है ना आपके पास. You have to be precise here. So rook f4 only move, rook e5, bishop g4 is winning actually. King g1 में क्या हो रहा है?
Maybe I can even
Bishop
play bishop
d7,
f7. I can play bishop f7, right? Instead of bishop g4.
bishop d7 you have to find.
I control c8. Yeah, also works. एक
Does
रुक
he
का तो
find
कंट्रोल
this?
करना है मुझे.
Does she find this though? She has 1 minute on the clock. This is so much. I mean, this is very tense.
She'll find it. She'll find it. For sure, she'll find something great. By the way, chat, no updates in the Gukesh Pragg game. I think that will end in a draw soon. King f6 played by Mishra. Really? Let's go to Pragg's game.
Bhai, 36 seconds. Yeah, just want to see if
Oh,
she can
right,
play.
right, 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 right.
Just want to. Oh, she plays it. Let's go on the board.
Wow. Divya is on fire, yeah. I mean, she's she's not backing down whatsoever. Even
Unbelievable to me. Unbelievable that she's gonna take down Amin Basim. Wow.
chat साथ में 3 गेम्स 4 गेम्स खत्म हो रही हैं. गुकेश गेम इज एंडिंग इन अ ड्रॉ. विदित इज विनिंग. दिव्या इज विनिंग. प्रग इज विनिंग. 4 गेम लगातार खत्म होने वाली है.
Where do we go? Where do we go? Vidit.
या लेट्स गो टू विदित.
Okay, this was the position Rook A5 played. Bishop F1 and Rook A2. उसको C5 नहीं खेलना. He just doesn't want it. Bishop D3 taken. King takes D3. By the way, 20 सेकंड कैसे हैं विदित के पास?
भाई बहुत कुछ होगा यार.
अरे 30 सेकंड तो
अच्छा हाँ
इंक्रीमेंट होता
वो
है
ऐड नहीं
ना.
होगा. वो ऐड नहीं होगा. ऐड नहीं होगा. हाँ.
King D3 and now Rook takes B2. Only move by the way. C5 भी है बट उसमें थोड़ा G5 जिसके बाद थोड़ा स्ट्रेस आ सकता है पोजीशन में.
हाँ. आई थिंक यू नीड अ पास पॉन क्विकली ताकि रुक G2 आ पाए. ऑन G5 आई कैन जस्ट. या. कम ऑन कम ऑन. कम ऑन VD. 20 seconds. He needs to play right about now. Vidit Gujarati chat is the defending champion. 15 seconds now.
Rook takes
Takes, oh,
B2.
finds the only move. Wow.
Let's
He's
go. And
really
if
on
G5
fire.
now. Sorry?
Then Rook F2. Rook F2, I think, is the
Yeah,
move.
then Rook F2.
G6, Rook F5, and the game is over. By the way, we have reached 35 moves, so 5 more moves to go to the time control in this particular game.
By the way, Gukesh in under a minute. I'm not sure वहाँ पे 40 moves हो गई हैं कि नहीं. Can you please check?
I'm checking, I'm checking, I'm checking. हो चुकी हैं 40 moves हो चुकी हैं, so I don't think that game will last much longer. That will be a draw. I think King D4 96 repetition आने वाली है वहां पे बहुत जल्दी is my guess.
Really? You think
Me,
so?
yeah, and I think Prague has also reached 40 moves. That's a great update because he's simply a pawn up now in a bishop against knight in game. Also has a passed pawn. I think Prague is going to win this. It's going to take time because they've reached the time control, but Prague is going to win.
I think so too. Pragg तो मतलब ये winning है तो मतलब then he will find the win of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
दिव्या गेम में क्या हुआ साज भाई? एनी अपडेट?
Taking a look. Rook F4 played and he's still thinking. Rook C8 check, King
Oh
G7 played,
wow.
sorry.
Oh, it's over. It's over. Divya's gonna win, yeah? Beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah. Let it reach there first. Chat, come on, let's get to 500 like jaldi se because Indian players are cruising at the Grand Swiss. They're doing so well. I think with Maqsoodlu not being able to win, we are going to catch up with the leaders. That is so important कि Pragg एक इंडियन तो लीड में होगा एंड उसके जस्ट पीछे होंगे गुकेश अर्जुन और विदित. बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई.
Absolutely. And let's not forget Divya for this fantastic performance, yeah, defeating Amin Basim. Peak rating 27-20, yeah, 27-30, something like that.
Yeah.
It's great. Like he's won African individuals like I don't know, like 10 times.
Yeah.
By the way, only move for Divya.
I think we have a few more moves, Sajbhai, I think.
In this case, okay, Bishop F7, King G3.
Okay.
One more
Good
move left
Vidit
to be
game.
played.
Wow.
And Queen G5
Come
only
on, come
move.
on. What?
Only move.
Oh, but
Otherwise,
it's
she's
an obvious
lost.
one.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
it's
is.
an
It
obvious
is.
one though, right? I think. And there is no defense, right? What's the defense of the Queen G5? There is no defense. Bishop F5, Rook F5.
Bishop F5, Rook F5, then takes on G5, na?
Oh, Vidit has blundered. Ooh, but okay, it's still winning. It's still winning. He blundered, but it's still winning. Okay. Ooh, that
यार
was
अब डराओ
close.
मत
That was
ऐसे.
close. Bhai, it was a mistake. It's a question mark, but it's still winning enough. Let's
Okay,
just
okay.
put it that
Queen.
way.
So Queen G5 is easy. Everyone in the chat thinks, but Bishop F5 के बाद Rook
Yeah.
F5 मुझे उतना easy नहीं लग रहा देखना. I think there must be something else. She has
Yeah, I
36 seconds
also
on the clock.
maybe just saving the knight, like knight D8 also should be great.
Knight D8 is not an easy move to play though. Queen G5 played brilliancy on the board. Let's go. Bishop F5 answered.
Oh, let's go.
I only one move here. Knight C5. That's the only move that
Oh,
wins.
what? What? That's not
Another
easy.
only move. And it's the 40th move. 40th move curse right here.
One more move and Divya wins. But knight c5, I think that's an obvious. I think I didn't see knight c5. Knight c5 is the best move. Yeah, knight. It makes sense. It makes
Not
sense.
just
You
the
want to save
best
the
move,
knight.
it's the only move. Otherwise, she's worse.
No, she'll find it. She'll find it. She'll find it. She'll for sure find it. I'll be shocked if she doesn't. She doesn't. Come on, Divya. This is the game. You could defeat a 2650 player with the black pieces. 1000 watching chat. Let's get to 500 like jaldi se. 500 like पे एक membership giveaway करेंगे हम लोग. Divya Deshmukh fighting it out. What
And
she
she
played
plays
something.
it.
She whoa.
She plays it. Let's
Let's
go.
go. Let's go. And now I think she's winning. Let's jump to the VD game, Sacha, because VD has to play one more move. And he has only two winning moves right now. Everything else is a draw. It's King E8 or Rook G2. And Rook G2 pe Rook H8 check. So King E8 is the only move.
But maybe he can play Rook G to Rook G8 and gain some time and then think about the position, right? Because
Yeah,
it's the
but वो
40th
करना
move.
पड़ेगा अभी उसको. He has to do it. He has 30 seconds to play one last move before the time control. Anything else if he plays, it's a draw.
That feels logical though. Like this all feels logical. Like I mean, surely you don't want to play C5 now because it's King
Come
D6.
on. Come on, Vidit. You are playing so well. You have to find King E8. Not an easy move, I must say.
Played.
Oh, bhai! फाड़ू चेस भाई फाड़ू चेस मजा आ गया भाई किंग 8 विदित गुजराती फाइंडिंग द ओनली मूव ऑन द 40th मूव भाई वीडियो ओपन द चैट बनता है भाई लेट्स गो भाई
Absolutely, bhai,
दिव्या ओपी
absolutely. By the way, let me show you
दोनों
the follow-up
हाँ
here, which is also a bit crazy.
हाँ
Like if you play C5 in this position, now there is D6 check, C takes D6, and C5.
वाओ
This is the follow-up here, by the way. So it's still
एंड
not
एंड
over,
एंड
but I think there's enough
एंड
time.
व्हाट इफ आई प्ले रुक A1
Then Rook G5 check, I'm guessing. Only move, yeah? Only move, Rook G5 check.
no rook g5 is lost oh VD would lose
Where
no
Rook
I mean
G5?
starting with रुक A1 सॉरी भाई स्टार्टिंग में हाँ
After C5, you mean?
हाँ नहीं इंस्टेड ऑफ C5 रुक A1
Ah, here you meant Rook A1. Ah,
या
because there is
या
a back rank mate, na? Then you play D6 check, of
हाँ
course, and then King D7.
हाँ ओके 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 बच रहे हैं चैट
Amazing. Okay,
मीनवाइल
Vincent also on 36 seconds. But okay, I think the 40 move rule has reached there as well. Parham Nodirbek, I think very, very balanced, but Nodirbek is putting in the pressure in this over here. This is the current position. Nothing
Dogmas
happening
has
because
yeah,
सारे
Dogmas has
pawns different light
defeated.
square पे हैं.
Oh, Gukesh Arjun
Yep.
have drawn. Gukesh-Arjun have drawn, by the way. Big update. The two Indian, stars have drawn their game. I think fair result. Both played very well and both go to 3 points and maintain their chances. So now I think Vidit and Pragg and Nihal even become the stars. Can they all win today? Let's see. Meanwhile, Gukesh draws. Aditya lost to Dogmas. The two updates there. And Sajbhai, maybe it's time to check out the game of Pragg because we have Bishop G2 on the board.
Yeah, so the F5 is what we saw. It was crazy that Pragg found it so quickly. And after F6, he plays Bishop G2. Now, this is a fortress, I'm guessing, because White's king wants to penetrate on E5, F5, G5, but ये सारे squares एकदम बंधे हुए हैं यहाँ पे. So maybe White wants to play G4 at the right moment to get this passer on the H file, maybe on the D file as well. Or maybe to find a way to route the king, maybe via queen side and try something there. But it doesn't look like an easy task to me.
कई
You
बार
know, it's
chat engine.
very ironic that yesterday Abhimanyu was doing this exact same thing with the white pieces for 7 hours.
True, true,
And
true,
today he might have to defend it for the same amount of time. It's
true.
possible.
It is possible, and I think the good news is that Pragg is not risking anything, and he has a couple of plans, as you mentioned, Bishop F3, G4, एक pass pawn create करने का. He can read out the king, of course, to some way, and yeah, he does have a pass pawn on D4. So I would say he's not risking anything at all, and we can't trust the engine exactly sometimes, chat, because sometimes it can be a fortress engine might think it's +2, but it still feels like there should be a plan to win this Sahaj, like objectively.
There must be. There must be. Um, you have to think about because fortresses break करने के लिए you need three things. Yeah, one is you need zugzwang, meaning your opponent is out of waiting moves, which I don't think is possible because black always has king h6, king g6 in this position. Can't really block that. Or you can also go king g7 and king h6 as well, depending. Then second thing is you need a sacrifice. So basically something like bishop f3, bishop h4, like bishop takes h5 and you try to break something there. Bishop h5 doesn't seem logical. And the third thing that would break the fortress is an exchange, a trade. In this case, it would be g4. So
Hmm.
my guess is that in the final position, you are looking for a trade with g4.
Hmm.
That's how you would
Yeah.
break this
Yeah.
position. Nothing else
Yeah.
makes sense.
And I agree
Divya
with you. I think if
blundered.
VD wins, what?
Wait, what?
नहीं नहीं,
Impossible.
मजे ले रहे हैं भाई वो, मजे ले रहे हैं भाई
Impossible.
वो। अरे साज भाई फंस गए यार आप, वो ट्रैप था भाई, दैट वाज अ ट्रैप।
अरे,
चैट वन, सहज वन।
सहज 30.
नहीं नहीं भाई, हाँ सहज 30 टेक्निकली, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। By the way, Leon has drawn against Hans Niemann, so that is another result. Results coming in thick and fast now. Uh, Also,
Sai bhai,
Param Maqsood, huh?
do you want me to stay on a game? I'll just take a quick 2-3 minute break.
Huh. So I think we can go to the game of. I'm just checking which game is more exciting. I think let's go to Vidit's game, maybe. I think that's the one where it looks very tricky.
Okay, that's the game. Okay, I'll be right back in a few.
Yeah. These are great move. Yeah, Divya's playing amazing chess. I think उसके opponent की चाल है अभी. So she can't really play again. Ding blunder. भाई Ding अपने घर पे क्या blunder किया होगा उसने? दिव्या का ओपोनेंट सोच रहा है अभी, सो आई थिंक वी जस्ट हैव टू वेट अंटिल हर ओपोनेंट प्लेज, एंड हु इज काइंड ऑफ, होता है ना वो 7 स्टेजेस ऑफ ग्रीफ, आई थिंक ही इज गोइंग थ्रू दैट राइट नाउ, बिकॉज उसको देखना है कि भाई कहाँ गलती कर दी मैंने, हाउ डिड आई गेट हियर, व्हाट कैन आई डू, तो वो चलेगा तो या। Saj Bhai is now alone. Nothing changes in my life. I'm always alone. Most chess players. But meanwhile, I think King E8 ke baad, I think Ivanchuk probably should find C5. Rook A1, I think, has not been played. वो हम analyze कर रहे थे. But instead of Rook A1, I think C5 is the best move. As we discussed, कि उसके बाद black के options limited है. I think D6 has to be played or B3 has to be played. Both moves are very committal, and maybe black might not find them. Not an easy task, at least. Nihal is squeezing. Yeah, we saw it. We saw it. Yeah, Nihal Sarin is still putting on pressure on Pranav, and I'm hoping that Nihal kind of lost that half point yesterday. The hard luck is he's playing an Indian, so it's very hard to cheer against Pranav. But I think I'm hoping for a Nihal, win here in this Grand Swiss. If he wins, he qualifies to the candidates. His entire life changes. So I'm really hoping that happens. But he will need to ideally strike today if he can. A draw would not be so bad, but yeah, a win would be great. By the way, no updates in the Prag game. Even Mishra is still thinking. So we will stick to. Oh, but the C5 played by Ivanchuk. I think we'll have the move on the board as soon as Sahaj comes back after a 30-second break. But C5 played. Ivanchuk still very tricky. Yeah? Not going to give it a clean victory here. Sarin, do you feel nervous when alone? नहीं भाई, nervous क्यों ना भाई? Alone is best. You can do whatever you want. मतलब बाकी लोगों की सुननी पड़ती है भाई. मैग्नस ब्लंडर, वाह वाह वाह, ये सॉफ्टवेयर तुम्हें नहीं आता है भाई, तुम सॉफ्टवेयर छोड़, तुम हार्डवेयर में जाओ। इज द चांस गुकेश इज नॉट बिग टुमारो? नो, गुकेश विल हैव ब्लैक, इट इज पॉसिबल एक्चुअली, इट इज पॉसिबल, बट नहीं, नो द बिग, या इट इज पॉसिबल, इट इज पॉसिबल। वीडियो गेम में समय की फेमस लूसिन आ सकती है, दैट इज अ गुड पॉइंट, इट इज टोटली पॉसिबल, बिकॉज एट द एंड एक पॉइंट को क्वीन करना है, although the king is on the back rank right now, so it's a long path to that Lucena position. Harika became 4x4 toss. ऐसा नहीं है, I think Anish का हमने ट्विटर में देखा था, like he's also tired of those jokes, तो भाई let's move on, let's find new jokes, I think that's important. समय को लाओ भाई, समय शोज कर रहा है भाई। साज भाई ब्लडेड इन, अरे भाई भाई, Pragg winning, we know Pragg is winning actually. We are waiting for Mishra to play his move, so far no moves by Avani Mishra, and Hari Krishna also coming back. That's great news. Uh, Vidit still thinking. I think they have a lot of time now because of the time control. But I would say,
Yeah, I'm back. Let's
Vidi,
go.
yeah, Sajbhai, I think we have C5 from Ivanchuk, I think played.
Okay.
So he's really not making it easy for VD. And now I think you need to come up with one of two moves. Either it's B3 or it's D6.
I think D6 is more natural here because you want to get away from this back rank. Like d6
बट फिर सी
cd
बट फिर C5 पे तो खेलना है साज भाई, and C5, King D5 and King D7 is the
c5.
plan.
So d6 cd6 and king d7, right?
C6 and C5 is the move.
Why not king d7? That's also winning, no?
King D7 is winning क्या? Oh, but
dc7.
King D के बाद B3
Oh,
खेलना है
dc,
भाई.
oh,
Oh, hello
b3.
भाई, this is not easy.
हाँ, b3 is
This is
difficult. Okay.
not easy. Yeah, let's go back. I think C5 may be more likely, but King D5 के बाद you have to find only move King D7 and King C5 के बाद B3. Okay, it is
Some
winning.
end game lesson here, yeah.
Yeah, but this is not easy, भाई. This is not easy.
Okay, but he has a lot of time to think, so I think he will find it.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. He does, and um, yeah, Divya could be the next unit. Totally possible. Yeah, I think she's doing very well. Even Vaishali doing very well. We'll of course know soon how strong these
Did
players become.
did Divya win, or is she still playing?
No, she's still playing. Her opponent is still thinking. As far as I, no, he's play. Oh, he sacrificed the exchange.
Okay, jumping there very quickly. Rooks take c5. Okay, but this is winning. Come on,
Yeah,
this is dead winning. Yeah. Wow, this is a
even
huge result for
even
Divya.
H5 is winning. Even H5 is winning apparently.
Wow, with the idea of rook g4 check. Crazy.
Yeah, so that would be an insane move. But even just DC5, like, why do you need to calculate all this stuff? Like, what's White's next move, Saj? I don't see
Yeah,
it.
because dc5 you cannot play queen c5 because rook f5 is simply just hanging.
And also, Rook E5, there's Rook G4. So I really don't know what's the plan.
Yeah.
Wow. I have trust on VD when he has 50 minutes. Yeah, that time helps. I think उसकी वजह से काफी chances है कि वो निकाल लेंगे move. But until it's tricky, it's tricky. Sometimes you do not see these moves, yeah? And
By the way, Pranav versus Nihal, an interesting update here. We left it around somewhere here, and g5, b4, gf6, gf6, ab4, bishop b4, bishop c1, bishop d6, and it's a very weird endgame. We all have like three different pawn islands. All of them are isolated pawns, but Nihal seems to be putting the pressure on the b2 pawn here. The bishop is tied down.
yeah, I
Maybe rook
think
b4
the
is
main
possible.
Yeah, rook b4 very logical, and I think the point is that if you remove one of, like any pawn, let's say you remove any of the black pawns, the white pawns are still far away from queening. But if you
Hmm.
remove the b2 pawn, suddenly the a pawn is super strong. I think that's why Nihal is just slightly better, and
Hmm.
it's also easy to attack that b2 pawn. Yeah, I mean it's already under pressure. So
Right, and
um
on top of the d4 pawn as well. So
yeah, very interesting. Let's see what happens, Chad. I think Indian players doing well, but tweet ki Magnus Carlsen retired. By there is no chance. There is no way. He still has to play a lot more chess. I think he will not commit to it. Yeah, I think he will not commit to retirement. I think he will keep it open.
of course. Okay, going to Prague's game because one update there he did play bishop g2, and now Abhimanyu has to think whether he wants to play b6 or not because fortress banane ke liye you need you cannot commit
Saj bhai,
anything, yeah.
one traditional sign of fortresses is when you have an engine giving a plus advantage कि first line और third line में कितना difference होता है valuation में. If it's the same, sometimes it's an indication that there might be a fortress. And यहाँ पे the valuation is exactly the same for all the first three variations. So that's what makes me worry a bit.
So and none of these moves are b6, so the computer really doesn't like b6, so there must be
It is
some way to
B6.
break.
One of them is B6 and B6 I thought was the logical move because मेरे को याद है मैंने वो ड्रेसकिन एंड गेम मैनुअल में ऐसी बुक्स वो गेम्स देखी हैं जहाँ पे you put these pawns on dark squares and you just don't allow the king and the bishop to move in,
Yeah,
yeah?
because the it's like the entire sort of fifth rank is guarded and the king has no way to access. You have the d5 square, but आप यहाँ पे आओगे कैसे? e4 और c4 से आओगे ना? Both of them are
Yeah.
guarded by the knight, so the king cannot enter any way.
And
So
imagine, let's say B6, bishop F3. I play king H6, I just pass. You play G4. I take, you take. I still don't see where's the entry for the king.
now it's equal actually. You
Yeah,
shouldn't play
exactly.
g4.
So I still don't see the entries. So I think Prag का यहाँ पे आराम से like 30 मिनट सोचना भी would not be a surprise to me. I think this is crazy.
बट सोच तो अभिमन्यु रहा है यहाँ पे.
हाँ, like I think सोचना पड़ेगा दोनों दोनों players को. I think this is going to last long, I feel.
Yeah, it's a long, long game, I think. Gukesh and Arjun drew. Yes, we know. It happened, I think, some time ago already.
Also, I think Param Maksudlu, Noderbek, if we can go there just one look, I think it's gonna end in a draw as well. Don't see any chance. Do you see any chances for either side, Saj?
No. Not, I mean,
Huh?
Parham definitely not, but Nodirbek also, I don't think there's any chances. All the pawns are placed perfectly here
Yeah,
because the bishop is doing a wonderful job of guarding all the important dark squares. So I think this is fine. Just bishop e1, bishop d2, bishop e1, bishop d2.
yeah.
As long as you have waiting
King,
moves, this is fine.
yeah. King c3 रोकना चाहे. Bishop e3 would be a blunder. King c3 and black wins. वो bishop
Hmm.
defended है. So as long as king cannot step to c3, I think it is good to go.
Yeah, true. Abhimanyu is 2600. I don't think he can defend this against Pragg. Yeah, but also don't forget, first of all, that 2600 is very well capable of holding a position like this. Secondly, he's
Hmm.
also very young, Abhimanyu. So, it might not be his true strength. Uh, that still remains to be seen. Yeah, where his true strength is right now.
Agreed. Agreed. And okay, Maksudlu will draw. Pragg, no moves by Mishra. And Hare Krishna still equal. Vidit, no moves. Nihal, no moves. Divya, I think we have moves in the Divya game, Sahaj. I think DC5 was played. And now White has pushed his pawn to D6. So that's his last try, I think. But I don't see why H5 is still not winning, yeah? I mean, just H5 looks completely winning.
Only two moves, by the way, that win here: Bishop h5 and h5. But they're
Ah,
simple.
Bishop H5. Wow. Yeah, with the same idea, I guess. Should be
Yeah,
comfortable.
but 43 minutes is a lot. Sehaj is hesitating to say Abhimanyu. Ha, bhai. Exactly. Yesterday I said it, and people started assuming different things. But yeah, basically that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, Bishop H5 on the board. Divya Deshmukh about to win the game. Let's go.
Let's go, bhai. Bishop g4, rook g4, everything incoming. अब
Wow.
queen f4 ही मारना पड़ेगा. We can catch the final moments here because I think he will just resign, right? There's nothing else you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he will resign. The best move of the engines is Queen F4, by the way, just giving the queen for the rook. That tells you how bad this is. So this is just over, I think.
Beautiful.
I think Divya Deshmukh really proving a point. She's sometimes people say, nah, wo jeet gaya, tukka tha. Like this is evidence. It's not a tukka. I think she's severely underrated right now. I think 2500 to she'll run past 2500 like a breeze, I think.
For sure, for sure. And an event like this, I think, is wonderful. I mean, it's doing wonders for her.
Hmm.
What a game. एक
Crazy
2600
game.
2700 के प्लेयर को हराना basically is not that's impressive, भाई.
Yeah. I have to agree, Saj. And
How much
Divya
rating will
about
she
to,
gain? About, I want to say 6 or 7 points from this game.
yeah, seven, I think. It's almost 200. I think 7 points she'll gain.
Yeah.
7.5 is for plus 200, 200, I think. So this is almost 200. So 7 points.
Some updates. Abhimanyu did end up playing b6 in this position to hold that fortress, and now the situation is on. How will Prague
Bhai, I
break
have I
this?
have seen these positions in the same book we were talking about, Dweski's Endgame Manual, and I've seen a few draws there. So I'm
Mhm.
not sure if I'm not completely sure if this is actually winning. Hmm. What will be the score if Sahaj plays 100 games against Divya in current form? I don't know. I think it'll be pretty close. I think around 50-50 maybe Sahaj bhai, yeah? Maybe in current form, I don't know. But
Probably. I mean, you never know, yaar. You never know. It happens. You can only ask these questions. I mean, The rating is similar. I mean, I think she's higher rated than me now,
And also, I
and she's
think
playing spectacular chess.
individual mein it's a bit different, right? Because, for example, Arjun has a 6-1 score against Gukesh, but
Hmm.
in reality, their rating is similar. So I think there's an IM against whom I have a 5.5 half record. So it can happen. You can have like an individual nice score, even though the other player might be stronger than you. So ऐसे guess करना बड़ा मुश्किल है.
So highest rated player I have beaten in classical, you mean? क्योंकि टाइटल ट्यूसडे में तो हिकारू है. In classical, it was I think a 2670 player. It was either Gusein. I think Gusenov tha. Gusenov Gadir, if I'm not mistaken. 2669. I'm getting this memory
Hmm.
somewhere.
By the way, no
7.1
moves
from the
from
win. Nice.
no
You
moves
were
from
right.
Vidit. Yeah, extremely interesting.
Hmm.
I think we can. Which game shall we look at, Saj? I think maybe you can switch to the Divya game. I'm thinking that should end any moment. So let's
Sure.
watch that one. But I think this is designs now. I don't see what else White can do. Uh, Chad, if you play d7, for example, hoping for a new queen, as you all do, but it's not going to happen. Rook g4 check, bishop
Is
f3.
this my question?
Ah,
Is this Divya's biggest win, or has she
maybe
defeated
around
someone
her
strong?
biggest. She,
'Cause I'm pretty
I
sure
think
she must
she's
have defeated some 26
yeah, she has. She
before
has
many
around
times.
26,
Yeah,
50 players, I think. She
must have,
has.
must
But
have.
but
Yeah.
but but top five, top three for sure, I think. वो भी black pieces से.
Crazy. यार ये पोजीशन ना वाइट की
Okay.
साइड से देख के लग रहा है कि मेरी गेम है, तो बड़ा वो डिप्रेसिंग सा लग रहा है.
नहीं भाई, डोंट वरी भाई. अच्छी बात है ना, आपकी गेम है तब भी रेटिंग नहीं घट रही. इससे बेटर गिफ्ट क्या हो सकता है भाई?
It's true. True. Looking at the positive, seems like you are experienced in this.
नहीं, मेरी रेटिंग घटने का है भाई. बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस.
Nice, nice, nice.
Come on, come on, come on. I think Amin Basim, it's time to resign.
By the way, Hari Krishna fighting back against Jeffrey Xiong. He's no longer worse.
एक बंदा लिखा एडिस गुरेल नहीं, एडिट गुरेल. अरे यार, अरे यार. ओके, कम ऑन, लेट्स गो.
Taking a
बक्सर का भी आई
look
थिंक
at
ड्रॉ होने वाला है.
any
हम्म.
other game that might have finished. Ronak won already. We know that. Yeah, I think basically all the other games we've covered. Karthikeyan is the only game we haven't looked at yet, but he seems to be in a dead drawn position as well, and he's also trying to break through a fortress, but looks a bit difficult.
हम्म. Wow. Chat, so I have a question. So now we have seen so many days. I think 4 days are about to finish, maybe in an hour or so. Um, who do you think is the favorite to win? By the way, Rukjivan played in the Divya game. I think he's trying to set up some last tactics, but I don't think it works. So who do you think actually wins the Grand Swiss? Not qualifies to kind of wins the Grand Swiss so far, chat. Saj bhai, what do you think?
Um, Still very hard to say, but I think Parham looks very much in form to me. I'm gonna say Parham has a good chance. But then again, Gukesh is also just, I think, has had very convenient games so far. Gukesh also seems to be very much in form, and Pragg, I think, also has a very good chance as well. But it's between these three for me. Maybe I'll say Parham just because he's the underdog.
Chat
And
भी कह रही
you?
है
What do you
Prague.
think?
Yeah, I also think Prague has to be one of those.
Hmm.
Prague हो गया. I think I wouldn't choose Param. Maybe I would choose Prague, Nodirbek, and Arjun. I think these three will be my pick.
Hmm.
Uh, But yeah, I think Anish, of course, is always a contender. Uh, Gukesh, of course. I mean, Gukesh could kind of win, but I think maybe finishing first might not be that easy. Because other people are more motivated, right? It's just they might push harder, in the final game than Gukesh. Gukesh doesn't have a candidate spot to win. So that's why I think him finishing first might be less likely.
Vidit did not blunder, chat. He is still thinking in this position. अब नहीं फंसूंगा मैं.
Hmm.
By the way,
Gukesh has, huh.
some updates in the Nordirbeg game. So this was the last position we talked about. Bishop e1 a5. He plays h4 and now bishop to b4. So he's going for this pawn on c3. Basically,
But
bishop takes b4 is also a draw.
it's a draw. King e4, king e2, and
Yeah,
king d4, king d2. I think it's about to end.
king f4 जाओगे तो आप हार सकते हो because you'll king d3,
Hmm.
king c4 is losing for you. So just bishop takes b4 is easy. So I think Parham, I think finishes the game with a draw, and I think he will maintain his lead. And
By the way, can we go to Divya's game? It's about to end. Bishop g4 has been captured. I think it's time to resign. And what a game, I think. That rook g4 move was very impressive by Diva Deshmukh.
let me
Bishop
let me
g4
just show
played.
it one more time. This was the
Yeah.
position knight g3 he played, and it was a huge mistake by Amin Basim. And now rook takes g4. Insane sacrifice. And after h4, queen h6 check. Basically, if you go king g1, then queen h3, and this was just a checkmate. And if knight h5, then bishop h5, queen c1, and then rook f4. And yeah, basically so many pieces close to the white king, and eventually he
And look
just
at this, by the
lost.
way. Rook
Is this
zook
the piece?
g5, d7, but rook f5 check is the only move.
Yeah, and rook
Wow.
f8.
Only one move, yeah? Very, like a clever trap, I think. Maybe this is what
He
White missed in
plays
this. Wow. Wow, and look F5 check played. And Divya Deshmukh has won. Divya up in the chat. Why? Nice victory there. Amazing. And that's one
insane
more result.
performance. Insane
Technically, she
performance.
she maintains the chances to qualify. Yeah, just saying, just putting it out there. 2 out of 4 is still within range. Okay, so Divya's game is over, chat. That's one more result for us. And now I think we are gonna focus. Okay, no moves in the Avimanyu game. I think with it we can shift to now, I feel, because I think it's about time he has to play.
So this is the position c5. Vidit has been thinking for how long here? 19 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes almost. Not an easy decision, but I think he can calculate all of this. But yeah, d6, cd6, the c5 is a weird move.
If Divya wins Grand Swiss, which candidates will she choose? I think, as Saja mentioned, I think open might be the choice, but of course, it's still very unlikely. I don't remember a 2470 player actually playing the candidates ever in the open section. So it's going to be almost impossible. But of course, if she does, I would say the open section, that's a life changing opportunity. How should Pragg break through in the position? Why? That's the question. That's the question I'm wondering. I'm not so sure if we have a way to
I
break
think
through.
that's the position that I think that has the most to talk about, I guess. Vidit
Yeah,
is thinking, Nihal is also thinking for a long time. Um, yeah, I think let's switch to maybe Prague, yeah?
yeah. The evaluation is now further down, Saj. It's gone from +2 to +1.8.
Yeah, he plays a4, probably
A4.
inviting a5 by his opponent because he sees b4 as a potential breakthrough at some point, like routing his king to c3 and playing b4.
The idea is A5. I can play B4, takes, and take on A5, and then D5 and King C5. I get the
Like you
C5
see,
pawn.
a5 is already a blunder.
Hmm.
It's a clever try, very clever
Very
try.
smart. Very smart.
So Abhimanyu also has to be super careful. So a5 is not correct. Actually, let's figure out why it's lost. So apparently you can go bishop e4 check, king goes to h6, for example, bishop f3, king g6, and somehow you must get your king to c3. So let's say king e3, black's just gonna wait, king d3, black's just gonna wait, king c3, black's just gonna wait, b4. And if you take on b4, then I can take with the king, and then I can play a5, and the king might get some entry point with c5. And if you don't take, let's say if you go king g6, then takes, and now finally I'll push d5 because the c5 square is empty with king d4, king c5. So this is the way for him to play for a win. So he's basically inviting a5 here. Like in a
Hmm.
blitz, you would play a5 in a second, I think, without thinking much. But it's important for the fortress because this c5 square needs to be controlled, e5 square needs to be controlled, taki this knight is not bothered.
Hmm.
All of these squares, you can see the knight is doing a wonderful job of controlling. So if these two pawns are gone, then the fortress just goes away.
Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting.
Vidit still thinking, not much happening there. Nihal also still thinking. You cost us the final move, Sahaj. You didn't see the final moves. Yes, we did, no? We were
By
there
the way,
when the guy
Nodrbek is about to finish. Can we go to that game? I think we're gonna have a draw. Basically, Maksudlu is gonna sack the bishop for the
No,
pawn.
wait.
He did not. Yeah,
He
he went for this. I think it's the wrong color pawn, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
he draws it again. So yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
Basically, if king b3 or something, you just take, and you just capture this as well, and that's it.
Yeah,
Bishop a5, and
and
you
that's a draw.
put the king to h1, and yeah, that's a draw. Oh, I said that's what's happening, and it's a draw. Oh, they are
Yeah.
still playing.
No, I mean, he's gonna play bishop g3. I'm even guessing. Yeah, bishop g3, king g3, h4, king h4, and it's gonna end. Yeah, he didn't even save the bishop. Nice. He's like, मुझे टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करना है भाई, घर जाके शाही पनीर खाते हैं भाई, ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है.
Nice. So the top boards
Yeah,
ends in a draw.
so that means if Pragg wins, he will be in the lead. And by the way, Vidit has just played d6. Let's jump quickly, Sajbhai, because crazy update there. Let's go to Vidit's game. D6 played a nice move, the best move in the position played by Vidit after a long
Absolutely.
23-minute think.
If you go c takes d6, then you are talking about c5 here, which is not an easy decision. And c d6, king d7 is also winning. But the trick there is that after king d7, d takes c7, you must not take this pawn because probably you allow rook h7 and this pawn on
Hmm.
f7 kind of falls. So you must play b3. The
He
both
took,
of
he
these
took,
decisions. Ooh, okay. Let's see if Vidit actually finds the next crucial move. So c5 is winning, king d7 is winning, and b3 is winning basically.
come on, really. What can he do now? Not to forget, Vidit, if he wins, scores to 3 points, joins Arjun and Gukesh. We might see Gukesh versus Vidit tomorrow. That will be an insane matchup. Straight up for the candidate spot. Yeah, Vidit loses or Gukesh loses. I think they can't finish in top two. Come
True.
on, come on.
Oh, by the way,
And
Pragg also some slight update there. Look at this. He played king g7, not allowing a5, and Pragg plays a5.
wow.
So I'm assuming ba5 is lost because you can again route the king somehow to a4 and take the pawn. एंड ये याद रखना चाट कि ब्लैक का किंग उस साइड पे नहीं जा सकता कभी भी बिकॉज यू नीड द किंग टू डिफेंड दिस पॉन ऑन h5. दैट्स व्हाई द किंग इज टाइड
But
डाउन हियर
Sahaj bhai, what changes? I'm gonna just put the king back to g6. I don't see what changed.
आफ्टर ba5.
Eh, No, I will not take. Yeah, a5, king g6.
Yeah, but I think he's inviting him to take ba5 essentially. Oh, I think because you also lose the c5 square, yeah, because then d5 and you can put the king to
Yeah.
c5. But it's
And
this is just Prag's try.
But I
कुछ तो
think it's
हो.
it's also too early to commit to this. I feel like he could have maneuvered around a bit because now that was the only card he had. I don't see what else does he have. He doesn't have any pawn breaks apart from g4, and we already saw g4 is an instant draw.
Yeah,
Unless
I
he's
think
gonna
this
keep the
is
tension like that for a while, but that's something he has to look at always. And black doesn't have to think, yeah. Black can just ignore this pawn completely.
I'm trying to come up with some creative ideas like bishop h5, but
Yeah.
I don't
King
think they
h6
are
played.
working. Oh wow, he does not fall for it. And bishop f3. Okay, king g6 only move now for black.
चैट बस ध्यान रखो, नाइट कैनॉट मूव. The
Hmm.
knight cannot move in any case. अगर king f5, अगर king white का फिफ्थ रैंक पे आ गया ना, it is over. So knight cannot move. Pawns on b6 and f6 cannot move. Pawn on h5 cannot move clearly, and pawn on a7 cannot move. So the black king is the only piece which can move, and it only has two squares, g6 and h6. So you can literally predict what black will play in the next 100 moves. Literally.
Plays king g6. Basically, if the bishop is targeting the pawn, then the king will go h6 and g6. The bishop is
Yeah,
on d3, then the king will move g7 and h6. तो वो waiting move हमेशा है black के पास.
yeah. There must be something. I don't see it, chat. The evaluation has dropped from +2 to +1.3 now. And all the three variations have the same evaluation. That is typical of a fortress. Saj bhai, do you have a stronger engine now? Can you check?
If I open chessbase, is it fine here?
हाँ करो, check करो, check करो.
Okay, 1 second.
Because I think ये इंसान के निकालना आसान नहीं है. I don't think, I don't see it. भाई अच्छा अच्छा, नहीं नहीं, वो आपका बोर्ड है ना. अरे वो बोर्ड में छुप जाएगा. I think. ट्राई
नहीं
करो,
नहीं,
देखो.
मैंने chessbase खोला ना, फिर तो ठीक है.
हाँ फिर ठीक है, देखो देखो. Bishop f5 to prevent king g6. Uh, Bishop e4 check, king h6, bishop f5, but then the problem is the h5 pawn is not attacked. I can just play king g7. And it's not really doing much, unfortunately. You can't see where Pragg can. Let's hope so, bhai. That's the hope. Because Mishra might have found a fortress actually. Fortress king, yeah. कल fortress break करी, आज broke operative करने नहीं दी.
I have bad
Oh,
news
by
for
the
you.
way, Vidit has blundered. Can we jump back? He had to play c5. He went for c6 instead, though, Sahaj. And
Oh,
suddenly, rook h7 and Ivanchuk is back.
but rook h7 is a very difficult move here, no?
No, it is, but it's a road back for Ivanchuk at least.
Yeah, but
Like it's a
rook
way
h,
back.
like you're seeing rook g5, rook b5 as a simple plan for black, and you just push the pawns down.
Hmm.
By the way, I have bad news for you. On depth like 63 or something, the position is a draw.
Wow.
Plus
So it is going to be a draw.
1.0, which is an indication of a draw. Yeah, there's nothing that Pragg can do.
So yeah, I think Prague cannot do much, Chad. I think that rook
Like
e7
that,
was a
that
mistake.
exchanging that rook and playing f5
Uh,
was a bad decision.
wow. We thought it was a brilliant move in that position, and now it's suddenly a draw.
Mhm. Plus 1.5 at depth 70. By
Yeah. Yeah. It's a
low,
draw. It's
matlab,
a draw.
it's a draw. Yeah,
So
it's a draw.
that means we're gonna have Pragg, Arjun, Gukesh all on three, and maybe Vidit joining them as well, maybe Nihal as well. I don't know. But everybody will be on three. Nobody will be on 3.5. So Parham Maksudlu might still have sole lead.
Yeah, most likely.
Wow.
And
And who will
Erdogmus
play
is
Parham
also
then?
on three,
But
right? Erdogmus is
huh?
also on three.
Yeah, but 3.5 पे Masudlu hai, and he will have black tomorrow. And who had white today? So he will play Pragg tomorrow, I think.
If Pragg draws, yes.
Pragg
Then
draws.
again, then Pragg के black नहीं होंगे. Then Maksudlu के black होंगे. Then the Maggie bet is on, just so you know.
नहीं नहीं, बट प्रग के आने ही ब्लैक है ना भाई. प्रग के भी व्हाइट आ रहे होते हैं ब्लैक, देन दिस डिबेट ना. बिकॉज
नहीं,
प्रग के
because
आने ही ब्लैक है, एंड मकसूदलू के आने ही व्हाइट है,
but
सो
I'm
इट्स
saying Pragg will get a double white. That's what I'm saying.
यू
And
थिंक प्रग विल गेट व्हाइट टुमारो.
yes, if he plays Maksudlu, and
बट
Maksudlu will get black.
मकसूदलू
Like
हैड व्हाइट टुडे. अच्छा, ही हैड व्हाइट टुडे. ओके ओके, गॉट इट, यू मीन दैट वे. सो
it's the same thing, no? Same Maggie bet.
सो प्रग इज द हायर सीड, so his color should change.
No.
I think Prag will have black. Yeah. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है.
Pragg
ठीक
will
है, चलो कल
have
कल.
Pragg will have double white. That's what I'm
चलो ठीक है
saying.
ठीक है, चलो चलो कल पता लग जाएगा, कल पता लग जाएगा.
Done. अब तो
डन
फिनिश है
डन
ना
भाई, डन
ये तो थिंग कंटिन्यूज
डन
ओके.
डन डन भाई, डन. एक मैगी की बेट रेडी. बट if we go back to Vidit's game, I'm a bit worried now, Saj bhai. Rook at 7.
या मी टू साइज भाई. अल्फा जीरो शोज अ विन भाई. क्या बोल रहे हो यार. अल्फा जीरो का एक्सेस अगर आपके पास है तो मुझे भी भेज दो यार. आई वुड लव टू टेस्ट इट आउट माई सेल्फ.
Oof. But I think it's I kind of what else do you play? I think Rook A1 maybe is the other option, but Rook G5 check and then there's nothing. So hmm.
Yeah, the idea is rook h7, rook g5 check, king f4 only move.
Oh,
Black
that's
plays rook,
tough.
rook b5 to push the pawn. d7 check only move. King d7. Rook takes f7 check only move. King e6 pe I have rook c7. Okay, that's not very difficult because king f6 pe I have rook c6. And if you play c5, I have f7 and I will capture the c pawn at
But
any
King
cost. But
F4 is difficult. King F4 is difficult,
no,
Saj
you
bhai. I
are
think that's
attacking the rook, na? You are attacking the rook, so it makes sense. So,
okay, 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 okay,
but
okay.
the real difficult task is after rook f7 check, if he doesn't go king e6 and he goes king e8 instead, because if you play rook c7, then I can just push the pawn
Hmm.
and then I'm winning. Now look
Hmm.
at this. White has to find rook e7 check only move, king f8, and once again rook e2 only move. Only just
Oh,
rook e2 in
that
this
is hard.
position is a draw.
Hmm.
But I still don't see it. B3, rook b2 only move, c5 and king e4, c4 and king d4. Matlab, this is unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, it is hard. It is hard.
Even with like
Yeah,
an
with it is
like an hour on the
it
clock,
is
you
okay.
might not find this.
By the way, Plugg's evaluation is now plus zero point 0.4. So I think the engine has realized that there is not much he can do.
I think he's planning to sack the bishop on h5 at some point. Pragg.
Oh,
I'm
but what
pretty
will that
sure.
do?
That's it's just let's just go back there. So here b4, not an accuracy. This is also not an inaccuracy really. I think he's planning कहीं पे जाके बिशप h5 मार दे g4 g5 करके पॉन ट्रेड हो जाए एंड ये किंग से मैं इसको यहाँ ले जाऊं समथिंग
But
लाइक दैट.
G4 pe I will play king takes H4 na. So then there is no
Yeah,
G5.
I have to create the position like the perfect position for it.
It's not possible ना. King to G6 H6 पे होगा ही. So king H4 आएगा G5 F takes G5 king E5 and my pawn is queening first. I feel G pawn queen
Yeah, yeah,
F2.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
No, that makes sense.
I think it is a draw. I think we will have this draw soon actually. Yeah, Pragg has made a mistake. Chat, he's made a mistake, and it looks like a draw to me now. Actually, Vidit made a mistake. Pragg made a mistake. भाई क्या चल रहा है साज भाई?
I think Vidit K game it's not really a mistake. Like it's a
Uh,
study like defense for Ivanchuk. I think it's very unlikely that you find rookie two specifically is a very very difficult move.
Yesterday he had a great day. Today's day is a bit of a damn square. No, I don't think so. It's bad day. I think it's not a great day, but it's an okay day. I think like top players, nobody losing, and we were the ones pushing. I think it's and Vidit can still win. Nihal can still win. I think it could be a good day as well.
कुछ बिशप g4 वगैरह पॉसिबल है क्या? हाँ, it's actually a draw. I mean, I don't have to take it.
Yeah, I will not take it. Yeah, if I'm
I'll
black,
just
I'm
go
not
king
taking that.
g6.
Yeah, I'm not taking it. You can't convince me भाई जितना बिल्ट ऑफर कर लो भाई. भाई अगर
Hmm.
पेपी पनीर पिज्जा रखोगे G4 पे तो मे बी आई कैन टेक. बट
What is Pragg? Because he's playing extremely fast here. What is he seeing? King g6 is force basically. Clearly he sees something in this position.
ही प्लेड D5 क्या?
Yeah, he played d5 already on the board.
बाद तो evaluation is gone 9. No, now it's now down back again. अरे यार.
King g6 played. Yeah, he's just finding only moves in
Nah,
the position.
there's nothing actually. There's nothing. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Bishop a4. Also, Pragg is playing super fast here. So king h6, I guess. The problem is that he cannot even place the bishop on any of these diagonals क्योंकि knight सब कुछ control करके बैठा हुआ है. Maybe साहिल भाई, king h6, bishop e8. Oh, that's losing.
भाई नाइट है भाई, मर रहा है वो।
I see that, but I thought king f5 and king e6 and you push d6 or something
भाई
like that. थोड़ा ज्यादा रिस्की हो गया क्या?
भाई सदमा लग जाएगा भाई मुझे।
किंग g7 पे बिशप e8 पॉसिबल है? नहीं. I'm just trying to understand what is he thinking here.
भाई ये नाइट ऑन D6 को प्रमोशन मिलना चाहिए भाई।
King g7 played.
Pragg is clearly tired. I don't think he's tired here. I think there's nothing he can do. Like it's very frustrating because he had an option. He could have pushed, but he chose this path, and now he's like, "Arey yaar, I could have really pushed there." And you're kind of cursing yourself at this point. FIDE game, by the way, no
Same
moves from
position.
Ivanchuk just yet. As soon as we have the move, we'll go there. That's definitely a crazy game.
Yeah, because I think the follow-up for Ivanchuk is unbelievably difficult. I don't think he will find it.
Hmm. What about G4? G4 में कुछ नहीं होगा. Like black will take, and black will still keep the king on H6. There's nothing you can do.
Hmm.
क्या ही शतरंज है साज भाई.
Taking a look at some other. By the way, Goryachkin also defeating Dmitry Kolars.
Wow. Okay, Pragg is gonna draw this one.
How about Pranav versus Nihal? You want to take a look there?
Yeah, I just saw. Yeah, let's go. C5 played by Nihal. I think one more pawn trade. So opens the black bishop, of course, but also kind of moves further towards a draw, I feel, because
Are we getting a bishop versus rook here?
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Gukesh ka match already drawn against Arjun. I think nobody had a chance at all. I think the main sharp game right now is Ivanchuk versus Vidit. I think we're waiting for Ivanchuk to play. Pragg is going to draw this one, I think.
Yeah, Pragg का draw है, कोई chance ही नहीं. By the way, this is the Ivanchuk game. Very like it's like a study like finish for Ivanchuk. One mistake and it's over.
All draws in the top 9 boards today, really.
Uh,
4, 5, 6,
don't
7.
say that
Hard,
about
actually.
Vincent. No, Vincent can win.
Yeah, yeah.
Vincent has good. I
But,
mean, he's a
but
pawn
yeah, I
up.
think that just maintains the status quo, right? So now I think no changes in terms of the leads. So uh, Maksudlu maintains his sole lead, and yeah, chances of Hikaru winning candidates, I would say very high. If there are 8 players, I would give Hikaru like 25% chances maybe of winning the candidates.
Only.
Yeah, 25, not
Fabi
too low. Like
and
this,
Fabi को कितना दोगे?
depends on the other players. Then I think Hikaru, I would give 25. I'm pretty sure.
You will give Hikaru more than Fabi. I think Fabi is
Yeah, I
classical
can give
and
Fabi more also. Depends on who the other players are. If Pragg is playing, then I might give Hikaru more than Fabi. If they're not playing, then I might give Fabi more than Hikaru. I don't know. Depends.
by the way, Parham versus ये तो draw हो ही गया था. And this is the position. Yeah, it's basically between two games. Yeah, Pragg and Abhimanyu, and then we have Vidit's game as well.
No, I think Prague's game is a draw. I think that's pretty much over from my perspective. At least I think there's not much to do. I think the main game here is definitely Vidit because I think if he wins, that's a huge upleap. And also Nihal, of course, not to forget. And Just now, I think Pranav has made a slight error, Sahaj. He's brought the king out to
Pragg.
e3, and there are some problems with this.
You mean Pranav?
Nihal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pranav has just played king e3, and now after bishop f5, there is rook b3 checking coming, which is quite uncomfortable.
So Pranav playing a bit fast, I think. Why not rook b3 check straight away? King
There's
d2.
king d2 apparently,
Bishop
which is
f5
a
then.
bit.
So what's the problem there? Bishop f5. Ah, just
dc5.
dc5 and the f4 pawn is defended. But if you play bishop f5 first, then rook b3 check would threaten to take the pawn.
Hmm. Yeah, this is looking difficult actually. Nihal Sarin might just, pull one off here. Because he did kind of drew that winning game yesterday. So maybe it might be, you know, equalizing what happened yesterday.
For
Look
sure.
at Dogmas's last 8 moves. Really, is it that crazy? We can do that. Can you have a look at that, Saj bhai?
Are dogmas? Yeah.
Yeah, last 8 moves. Somebody chat said they're crazy.
Okay, so this was the position rook e5, d7 blunder, rook d2. Okay. Oh, we had two queens on the board. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Wow. Wow. Oh. Oh. Wow. Wow, bhai.
And I
Only
mean,
youngsters. Yeah. Only
I mean,
youngsters can do this, bhai.
and also props to Aditya Mittal for actually allowing him to, checkmate him in this way because this shows a lot of sportsmanship from his side as well. This is a
Also, it's
beautiful
hopeful.
finish.
Also, it's a bit of hope now, bhai, just in case,
Hope क्या है इधर?
Mate doesn't happen. I have two queens ready. Oh, that was nice. That was beautiful, actually.
It is indeed. Thanks for showing us.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the position of Ivanchuk versus Vidit. Tough position. Rook h7 only move.
I think Ivanchuk is somebody in his prime who would find this. But oof, come on, come on. Still waiting for Nihal and Vidit's games. I think these are the two important games for us.
Mm-hmm. So also in Pranav's game, you were talking about bishop f5 in this position, right? There was rook b3 check. Rook
Hmm.
b3 check में king d2 था मेरे पास, so I'm attacking this bishop and you can no longer capture the pawn. So if you go bishop f5, the tough thing is I can play rook h5 here, and now rook b3 check is only move. White goes king f2, bishop g6 is only move, otherwise black is worse. Then rook
What?
h6 and then bishop e4. So
Why?
it's
This is
also
not.
not an easy road for Nihal either.
Why? This makes no sense. This makes no sense whatsoever. So maybe it's not as simple.
Yeah, and also Nihal having 15 minutes on the clock might, yeah, be a bit difficult for him. I think the only one I
Chat.
think who still has something in the game is Vincent, yeah, and against Frederick Swane. He can still push for a
Hmm.
win here.
Hmm.
What about
Off.
rookie one by Ivanchuk? So, I see your plan. Look at this. This is actually very clever, yeah, because if you play rook g5 check, you king f4 check लगा के बैठे हैं. That's a very clever move. I like it. But after rook e1, see, I can just play king d7. I can get out of the thing, and then I can play rook g5 or I can play rook b8 and I can just push the pawn down. And आपके पास कोई threat नहीं है. But it was a nice move though.
Bullet chess में this would work for sure.
हाँ, बुलेट में कर सकता है.
Can prepare? No, I think Prague will draw today, so it might happen tomorrow, but it's not gonna happen today. And he's gonna play uh
Arjun.
Parham maybe tomorrow, so
Oh yeah, Parham, because he's the highest
could
rated.
happen. I think Arjun could also play though. I think also possible because color उनके opposite ही है.
Hmm.
So also likely actually Arjun plays him. Rook D1 has the same problem, yeah. I think King D7 again.
Yeah.
And next check, and the king has to move back.
Rook B8,
So
Rook G5, and you just push the pawn
yeah.
down. Rook G5 से भी मैं Rook B5 ही आऊंगा and just push the pawn down, basically.
Rook B1 is losing, by the way. Rook G5 check, King F4, and Rook B5. And again, I think
Hmm.
um, two connected pass pawns are just too strong.
Okay, question for chat. Okay, question for chat. Okay, Rook G5 check is winning in this position. Can anyone in the chat tell me what is the only other move that is winning in this position?
Nice.
Only other move besides Rook G5. There's only one move that's winning here. ये बहुत crazy है. C5, no. C5, I think there is King D5, and I get access to C6 or I lose the pawn. Yes, Rook H8. It's such a stupid move. But the idea is if you take, then I have Rook H5 check and I just fork the, or like, but it's a skew
Yeah,
to the Rook and then
yeah,
you win in the end game.
yeah,
Crazy
yeah,
thing is
yeah.
also, Sahil, after King D4, na? You don't play Rook H4. There is C5 check.
Yeah. You win the rook
Crazy.
simply and game over. Why crazy? है. And meanwhile, I don't see any developments in the Prague game. So assuming it's going to end in a draw soon.
This is the
Uh,
no, some moves have been played. Yeah, मतलब ये just move, pieces ही move कर रहे हैं. Oh, I think he's just accepting it now.
yeah, I think uh, hard luck. I think she could have done better there, but I think we all thought it was winning. Yeah, so understandable.
For sure. And then, yeah, the only game remaining is Vincent. I think we can check Hari as well. He's still also
Yeah,
playing.
yeah.
So this is Hari's position. He's a pawn
Sajid,
down currently.
I'll be back in 1 minute. Yeah.
Sure. So yeah, Hari is a pawn down currently against Jeffrey Xiong. He's double bishop advantage as well. If bishop f8, then I'm guessing rook takes f8 and you go one step closer towards equality because it's simplifying the position. But it should be a draw, but gonna be a long one because Jeffrey will play this. Rook c7 seems to be the best move for black. That also doesn't make much sense to me. What about Gukesh? Gukesh drew like some 2 hours back already. So that game is already finished. निहाल मिस्टेक क्या बात कर रहे हो सीरियसली कहाँ है मिस्टेक भाई नो मिस्टेक ओह या ही प्लेड बिशप b1 ना इट्स नॉट रियली अ मिस्टेक यार चैट अगर बार 0.51 से 0.4 पे जाता है तो वो मिस्टेक नहीं होती इट इट फ्लक्चुएट्स वेरी इजीली सो दैट्स नॉट अ मिस्टेक इवांशुक विल फाइंड दिस लाइन सुपर इजीली भाई एक एक मैगी बेट लगा लो मेरे से नो चांस even if he finds rook h7 which I think is possible like just to show everyone rook h7 just gonna run through it one more time rook g5 check okay king f4 only move you have three options here king f4 only move black plays rook b5 you have multiple choices here d7 check only move black plays king takes d7 rook f7 check only move king e8 एंड नाउ रुक E7 पे जा सकता है C7 पे जा सकता है H7 पे जा सकता है कहीं भी जा सकता है रुक E7 चेक ओनली मूव ब्लैक प्लेस किंग टू F8 ओके ब्लैक प्लेस king to F8 wait you can't see it is that true okay I think the board is lagging I'll show the line again no worries chat बता देना अगर अब सही है तो निंजा कैसे करूँ रिफ्रेश. 'फिर से रीशेयर करूँ स्टॉप शेयर करके Okay.
क्या हो गया भाई? आवाज आ जाओ.
There we go. It's working fine. Okay, I'm gonna show this line one more time to you, chat. So C6 के बाद rook h7 only move. ठीक है. Check आया. King f4 only move. Rook b5 जाता है. d7 check only move. King d7. Rook f7 check only move. Black plays king e8. Rook e7 check only move. And king f8. And this is where I think Ivanchuk is gonna struggle to find this move. There are actually a bunch of moves there. Like I think when you think about this position, especially from the previous one, you already assume you're lost here. First of all, so keep to like continue looking at this is not an easy task. And even if you do look, probably you look move that draw here, which is insane. ये move मुझे नहीं लगता कि इवांशुक will find.
Yeah, yeah,
Like king f7 rook c, what is going on? Rook c2 c5 king e, what? Sahil bhai, I'm supposed to play king e4 here. Like just give up the pawn and king d5 and somehow this is a
yeah.
draw.
Because king e5 is c4 check maybe. So that was the problem. But
हाँ हाँ वो तो I understood, but imagine
yeah,
calculating all of
extremely
this
difficult.
from that point.
Yeah,
It's insane. It's insane. Like
yeah. It's
king
a
e4 and like you have connected pawns next to the rook. Rook be behind the pass pawn hai. King d5 and I think probably like king e7 or something. King c4, rook a5 and rook d2. Basically ये एक fortress बन गया. रुक हिल नहीं सकता और इस किंग को मैंने कट ऑफ कर दिया है. तो ये insane thing to see.
yeah. And as we calculate this, I think Nihal gave me updates. So we saw king e3 last. And instead of bishop f5, Nihal found bishop b1, I think with a similar idea. Not as effective, but a decent move nonetheless. And white took on c5. Slight error. Takes on c5 with check. And now king d2 and bishop b4 check gives Nihal almost a +1 advantage. After bishop b4 check, the king has to come to e3, only move. And now bishop e1. What is bishop e1? Yeah.
Not easy, no?
Oh, the idea is once you move the rook h2 only move, there is rook c8. And there is no way to avoid the trade of bishops.
So if I go bishop
And
d2,
take
you
the b2 pawn.
take, and you play rook c2 check, king e3, rook b2, and yeah. Okay, some chances are there.
Okay, this is
But Nihal
possible to
has 10
find.
minutes on the clock.
No, yeah, I think he can find this. He can find this, I think. This is genuinely possible to find for Nihal. Because checks you consider first, and then king e3 is the only move there. But yeah.
Bro, maybe you are Gukesh fan, but why you don't want Pragg to win? Who said we don't want Pragg to win? We think he's not gonna win. Those are two very different things.
Nice. So come on, come on. VD, by the way, still no moves. What's happening? What is Ivanchuk thinking, really? I mean, he's trying to solve the position from move number one, and that's what he's supposed to do. But I think it's almost impossible to calculate all the nuances because just understand, he has so many options: rook a1, rook b1, rook c1, rook h5, rook h7, king d4, like rook e1, as we saw, like so many options to consider. It's not easy.
He's thinking for 30 minutes means he saw something. I think he thinks for 30 minutes because he doesn't see anything. Those are two
Yeah,
different things.
I agree. And maybe he finds it, but I think he could be
He will
thinking for
find Rook
45
H7,
minutes.
I think, but I think the follow-up is insanely difficult. Like he has 17 minutes on the. Yeah, this is a. It's like the kind of puzzle, like a very strong like coach gives you on like like during a training session, and then you solve it for like the entire day. And then he keeps telling, and you are like nothing. नहीं यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं है. There is nothing. I'm not able to find anything. And he's like, no, no, no. You keep looking. There is something in this position, and eventually you stumble across a solution. It's that difficult to me.
You know, अभी lunar eclipse लगने वाला है. So I don't know if you believe in stuff, but उसके बाद कुछ भी हो सकता है साज भाई।
क्यों? आई डोंट नो दिस।
कहते हैं ना भाई, इट्स ऐसे कुछ नेगेटिव इन्फ्लुएंस या व्हाटएवर। खाना नहीं खाना, ये नहीं करना, चेस नहीं खेलना।
कमेंट्री कर सकता हूँ आपके साथ?
नहीं, कमेंट्री तो कर ही सकते होंगे भाई।
फिर तो ठीक है ना, फिर तो बाकी सब
साज
झेल
आई
लेंगे,
बैक
नो
इन 1 मिनट,
वरीज।
या बैक इन 1 मिनट।
या श्योर 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 श्योर। You don't want Ivanchuk. I don't think Ivanchuk is going to be. I mean, maybe he's going to be sad, but this is like insanely difficult. I don't know how sad he's going to be. कितना टाइम हो गया सोचते हुए? Almost half an hour, yeah. But Rook on the seventh rank is natural. True, true. I'm not debating the fact whether he finds Rook at 7 or not. I think he will. Uh, but it's the follow up that I just showed you guys, which I think is very difficult. It's you have to make like some 6 or 7 only moves, and that final position जहाँ पे King F8 पे पड़ा हुआ है, यहाँ पे Rook E2 निकालना is like insanely difficult, I think. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. By the way, जो कह रहा है Pragg 1.9, Pragg has already drawn his game against Abhimanyu Mishra. So both of them are now going to be on 3 out of 4. And that means there's only one leader, Parham Magsudlu, with 3.5. I think great going for Pragg. I mean, he tried his best, but somehow there was a fortress on the board, and maybe Pragg didn't expect that. But yeah, that's the situation now. By the way, going very quickly to the Vincent Keimer game, because यहाँ पे भी 2 out of 3 है, and Vincent could technically win this, and this is the only result we might see in the top 9 boards, as someone mentioned. It's Queen Knight versus Queen and Bishop, and he has an extra pawn on C3. Still a lot of chess yet to be played here, I think. Not an easy task for Swane to save this. Can Vidit make 2 candidates? Technically, yes. So yeah, this is the position. We're back on it. Uh, still thinking for now. It's over 30 minutes.
भाई he's gonna lose on time क्या? There's one thing, like it's I think his spidey sense is telling him कि भाई कुछ है position में. Like his experience is telling him there is something in the position that might just save you. Like C6, uh, वो कह रहा है उनका intuition कि भाई it's wrong. Like this should not be the best move. And that's why he's spending so much time. I think he's trying to find it, but he's not able to. But his intuition is telling him something exists that might help you save the game.
Hmm.
By the way, Pragg has drawn. I don't know if he saw it or not, but
Yeah, yeah.
Pragg has drawn.
Already
Awesome.
announced.
Awesome. So
कोई
now we
कह रहा
have
था कि कोई एक इंजन है, इट्स शोइंग +1.9 फॉर प्रग, एंड प्रग का ऑलरेडी ड्रॉ हो चुका था. That was very funny.
So I think 3 more games remaining, chat, right? I think from an Indian perspective, I only see 3, I think.
1, 2, 3,
Kar
4 है भाई.
Karthik का तो draw ही है. I think it's a dead draw. Which was
कार्तिक नहीं, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट आर्यन चोपड़ा. आर्यन चोपड़ा इज लूजिंग
Aryan
अगेंस्ट.
is he's about to lose. Okay.
या.
Yeah. So in terms of the top play, I think Hari Krishna is about to draw against Jeffrey Jeong and Vidit and Nihal Pranav. Yeah, I think these are the games I think which are very
हरी इज
important.
आई थिंक गोना स्ट्रगल हियर अ बिट, नो?
No, right now it's equal, so that's good news. I just saw the evaluation. I was very happy because he was dead lost at one point, I think.
कुड बी, कुड बी.
Chat GPT is saying VD is winning. भाई Chat GPT को चेस समझ में आती है क्या?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
I'm gonna
चैट
ask
जीपीटी
Chat
लेकिन
GPT.
एडवाइस अच्छी देता है. बट कभी कभी ना आप ट्राई करना किसी भी चीज़ का पीजीएन निकालने के लिए. वो आपको गलत पीजीएन दे देता है हर
हाँ
चीज़ हर
हाँ,
बार. तो कुछ भी
मैंने उससे पूछा.
एडवांस जो भी चीज़ होती है वो हमेशा खराब ही
मैंने
होती है.
Chat GPT 5 से पूछा, What do you think is your chess yellow? Oh, कहता है, I don't have a yellow, but if you compare me to human yellow, my strength varies depending on time control and how much calculation is required. In standard chess positions, I can analyze at a level comparable to Super GM strength 2800 plus. But I don't have the consistency of a human player. Sometimes I'll miss simple tactics. Then you're not 2800 plus, bro.
भाई
If you compare me,
ये तो सारे चैट वाले भी कहते हैं।
हाँ सही में तुम मैं भी ऐसे बोल दूंगा, कई बार ब्लंडर होता है, बट 28 से प्लस हूं मैं। If you compare me to engines, then I'm nowhere near Stockfish or Leela when they're in full depth. Those in
हम्म
crushing best humans. In ELO range, I'll probably land between 2700 to 3000 range. I
हम्म
doubt it. मैं लिखता हूँ I agree. कल को if they
आफ्टर
take over
रुक
the world, तो
एच7,
भाई he should.
after rook h7, why not rook g3? Because d7 check. Yeah, that's the point of playing rook h7. There's always d7 check, and I can take your f7 pawn. That's why I think rook h7 he will find.
What does the bar indicate? So bar just takes the best move you have. So let's say white की position है, it assumes कि white is going to play the best move and tell us the evaluation. But that's why I think when Alpha Zero came in, it changed how it observed position. So normal engines would just judge their moves basis की बेस्ट मूव कौन सी है। जैसे स्टॉकफिश कैलकुलेट कर रहा है, इट सीज की +1 है एक जगह +1 +0 इट विल गो, और +2 इट विल गो विद +2। बट
Hmm.
स्टॉकफिश काइंड ऑफ लुक्ड एट परसेंटेजेस। सो फॉर एग्जांपल, मान लो 4 पोजीशंस है, चारों आर +0, बट इट प्लेड इन प्रोबेबिलिटी। सो इस +0 में कितनी प्रोबेबिलिटी है कि माय ओपोनेंट मेक्स अ मिस्टेक, इस +0 में कितनी प्रोबेबिलिटी है इस +0 में। सो इट प्लेड ऑन प्रोबेबिलिटी एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई थिंक इट वाज स्ट्रॉन्गर। आई थिंक बुक थी ना साज में इस पे एक, वो मैथ्यू सैडलर की गेम चेंजर, आई थिंक। रियली नाइस
Yeah.
बुक।
It's one of my, actually gave it to a student of mine, that book, but it's one of my favorite books.
या, लव दैट, लव दैट बुक। ऐसे वो एक दो गेम है जहाँ पे 2-3 पॉन सैक करता है वो, एंड इट्स क्रेजी।
यार वो क्वीन h1 मूव याद है आपको? जब वो पीस सैक करके क्वीन e4 पे आते हैं,
कुछ
e4
तो
से
याद है।
h1, लाइक मैं बोर्ड पे दिखाता हूँ, लाइक मिडिल गेम पोजिशन, अल्फा जीरो sacrifices a piece and then he brings the queen from somewhere to e4 and e4 से h1 पे जाती है ऐसे मिडिल गेम पे एकदम, which was
एंड
like
एक में
unbelievable.
होता है, इट सैक्स अ पीस एंड देन Ivanchuk blunders rook a1, no, you know rook h7 there, and now rook g5 is the only winning move for Vidit Gujrati. I think it's an obvious one. He
Yeah, very obvious. And he
played
plays rook
played
g5, king f4 played, rook b5. I mean, बोला था आपको यार chat. There's no
only
way he
move now.
finds.
Rook b5 is the only move. He has to find it.
Yeah, rook
But
b5 तो
what
forced ही है.
has. Yeah, but this looks very elementary, no? Like this is just over, I feel. What's the play? Is he trying to queen as well? Because king d6 is like, oh, the white queens with check, by the way.
No,
Maybe that's
it's
the.
too much. So rook b5, rook a8 check, I'm guessing. King d7, rook a7 check. King takes d6,
Oh! Oh, this is beautiful. Sorry, sorry, interrupt करने के लिए. हाँ. Rook
b3,
f7, b3, rook a7.
king e6,
No, not king
f7.
e6. There's a more beautiful move actually. b2.
Oh, yeah. But why is king e6 not working?
I
King
don't
e6
know.
king, but I see. Let me show the
Ah,
line
works,
first.
works.
b2,
King e6 works.
f7,
King
and rook
e6 works.
f5 check is what style by means. King f5 पे b1 queen comes with a check.
Oh, this is
This
so
is still not
pretty.
easy, bhai. This is, I don't know if it's winning. You have to be very careful यहाँ पे. But I think king e6 is like a lot
Yeah,
simpler
yeah,
because
yeah,
if you play
yeah.
f7, then rook f5 check, king e4 and you just take the pawn. And then you bring the rook back to b7 क्योंकि white तो trade करेगा नहीं.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, king f4 played by yeah, अच्छा, he killed the Ivanchuk. Now I think rook b5 only move.
Yeah.
Why no one talks about Vidit? Last time he won the Grand Swiss, so he might be holding a great chance to make it to the candidates, right? Of course, we're talking about it. We're looking at his game right now. I think maybe he's a bit lower rated than Pragg-Arjun Gukesh, so his winning chances are lower. But he definitely is one of the last time. So I would say, and with this win, his chances go drastically up. So Vidit is definitely a potential winner and could make it to the candidates. How to become a good? Saj bhai, what's your answer there?
Good.
How to become a good?
Good. गुड़ खाओ गुड हो जाओगे.
I think you mean good chess player. tactics daily is a good start. Solving puzzles. What's your longest think
Like, okay, I
when he was
used to
born?
I used to have a
Why am I
very
born भाई? Chill कर रहा था मैं.
No, I used to have a lot of issues with time when I was younger, especially before I became a grandmaster. Like this was one of the biggest like issues I used to have because I used to think a lot, and sometimes I would think for 50 minutes, sometimes even an hour, like in a 1.5 hour long game on just one move, and end up in like time pressure on like move 15, 16. This used to happen when I was like 20 to 2300 player. This was a very big problem for me, but the biggest I can remember is probably like 50 minutes or something like that. But my coach was not happy.
Hmm. By the way, Nihal has blundered, so his advantage has evaporated, and now Pranav is, well, I think holding. Yeah.
ये मेरे को लग रहा है एंड में जाके रुक से वैसे रुक ना आ जाए.
नहीं भाई, आई थिंक ऐसा होगा तो भाई फिर स्ट्रीम एंड कर देंगे भाई, वो नहीं देख सकते भाई. फिर तो हम 12 बजे तक बैठे हुए रात के.
मेरे बर्थडे पे रैम.
सही में. I think now Vidi's game becomes the most important game because I think
क्या
uh,
लेट्स गो बैक देयर. रुक बी फाइव
yeah,
कुछ यहीं पे बोल रहे थे ना. रुक बी फाइव रुक भाई. रुक बी फाइव पे मैं रुकी वन चेक दे रहे हो बट किंग डी सेवन देन रुकी सेवन चेक किंग डी सिक्स रुक एफ सेवन बी थ्री एंड पुश पुश पुश. Oh, actually, still not easy. रुके सेवन पे यू गो किंग ई सिक्स फर्स्ट. आप बी थ्री अगर आप बी टू पुश करते हो यहाँ पे तो एफ सेवन बी वन क्वीन एंड एफ एट क्वीन हैपन्स विद अ चेक.
and
So you
white
should
wins.
play king e6, f7 and rook f5 check and just take this pawn. And then it's winning. Yeah, there are some like traps that you have to be careful about. Oh, by the way, rook a8 check played and king d7 on the board.
Yeah. By the way, Rook A7 spec, there's also King E6, I think. That also wins.
Rook a7 check पे.
And then
बात तो एक ही है ना
uh,
लेकिन. King e6 पे a5
no,
को rook e. अच्छा नहीं
there's
बात एक है.
D7 also actually. D7 and then you need to play Rook D5. Um, and you win that way.
तो सब कुछ ही winning है यहाँ तो.
Uh, I think that was difficult. Rook H7 was difficult to find.
Who is favorite tomorrow? Vidit versus Gukesh. यार पहले वो मैच आने तो दो यार. Then we'll discuss. बढ़िया से.
भाई आज की पेयरिंग खतरनाक थी. वो ड्रॉ हो गया उनका आपस में, वरना दैट कुड हैव
हम्म.
बीन क्रेजी. By the way, I think Hare Krishna, are they repeating or what's happening? Yeah, they're repeating, I think. Hare
Okay.
Krishna and Jeffrey Jeong are repeating. I think Queen F7 आया, Bishop
No, 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 no.
F8.
Bishop G7 he will take. It's not repeating. This could go long.
No, but I think they repeated once, no? Queen F7, Queen C6, Queen C7,
वो सेम
Queen C6.
डिफरेंट पोजीशन थी वो लेकिन वाइट की क्वीन C6 पे थी और बिशप C5 पे था.
Ah, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, Queen C7 वाला एक बार आया, and अब Queen C6 होगा तो it will be a draw, I think. If Queen C6 is played.
Really?
I think मतलब एक और बार repeat करना पड़ेगा, but I think that will be a sign कि they are drawing.
बट क्वीन C6 पे अच्छा क्वीन C7 खेलेगा वो तो. हाँ मे बी. बाय द वे दिस इज द पोजीशन बैक एट इट.
Hmm.
ये एक बढ़िया रिजल्ट लग रहा है. निहाल ऑन 2 minutes बाय द वे.
Still tricky. I think वो Pranav ka king is a bit stuck, so he has to be careful. I think Ivanchuk has realized it's over. He realizes it's over now, and it's gonna just be a hard struggle. And they're 15 moves away from the next time control. So by the time that happens, I think he'll pretty much have the result. So Vidit is gonna win. He'll join all the other Indians on 3 points. And I think the pairing's gonna be epic tomorrow, Sajbhai, because we have so many 2,600 players, but very exciting youngsters. You can see Morisi there, who defeated MVL, by the way, to reach here. We have Gumulars, we have Avinu Mishra, we have a Dogmas. All of them on 3 points.
I think a Wonder might also join the leaderboard here as well. Thank you so much, Firearm. Very nice of you.
Yeah, you can see there Nodrbek Yakubov as well. So many youngsters on 3 points there. In fact, if you check, it's all youngsters. I think the only player who's older than 25 is probably Matthews Bluebum, and even I'm guessing that. Maybe Richard Rapport as well, but everybody else is younger than 25, Sahaj. That's crazy.
Hmm.
Right? Everybody is a
Yeah,
youngster. Oh
yeah.
my God.
Crazy. Rapport is also, he's 1 year younger than me, so he's around 29.
Wow. Chess is a young man's game now more than ever. By the way, Harikrishna has drawn chat, so they did repeat as we predicted. Uh, they have, okay, not exactly in the same fashion, but they have drawn their games. And that means we have two games remaining now. Uh, One is, of course, Pranav against Nihal, but that looks like a draw. I think the main game remaining is indeed Vidit against Vasily Ivanchuk.
Ah, there is a repetition on the horizon here. King c3, rook b3, king d4, rook b4, which is possible.
Hmm.
Abhimanyu Mishra has impressed me the most in the tournament so far. Yeah, I think he has played some spectacular chess. For sure, for sure. But I think also Erdogmus is another one for me, who's also, I think, someone you really have to watch out for.
Saj bhai, how does it feel to enter the 30s club? पूछ रहे हैं Firearm.
सेम ही है यार, बिल्कुल सेम है. No difference, I would say. King c3, rook e4, by the way, played. Oh, only move for Pranav with bishop c4. Only move being played.
Wow. Finds it.
Bishop c4, yep. Played very quickly. And actually, he's putting the time pressure on Nihal, which I really like.
I think now you grab the pawn, na? I'm guessing you do take it. And but then it's a very simple draw. Rook a5. The pawn is lost.
Then bishop c2.
I mean, I can't I
Simple नहीं
take
है
it?
यार ये. Simple नहीं है.
Wait, can't I take that bishop? Rook
I wouldn't.
c4,
I
king
would not take this
d3.
bishop.
Really? Rook
No, I would
c4,
not.
king d3,
Rook somewhere h4,
h4. Let's
which is
say
not easy, भाई.
king c3 नहीं. Maybe rook
किंग
नहीं.
c3 में तो आप जब भी b3 खेलोगे ना, रुक h3 चेक है मेरे पास.
Maybe king c2 then.
तब भी तो रुक h2 चेक रहेगा मेरे पास. So king e6.
Ah,
It's not easy.
okay. So how do I play b3 then? Okay,
So
rook
by the way,
b5
bishop
then.
f4, bishop f4, rook f4 played.
Nice.
Dead drawn position. By the way, some updates in the Ivanchuk game as well. He played rook f8 in this position. And now b3 is the move. Oh, this is the exact same line that we were talking about, yeah? Exact
Yeah, you
same.
can just take on d6 also. It will just transpose, right? Rook a7 के बदले
Yeah.
rook f8 से आया बस.
King e6 नहीं खेलना, but apparently, probably because of d7, yeah.
Oh, tricky, tricky.
But still, king
Ivanchuk.
d7, rook f7. Actually, the same position, rook e7, and you have to find rook e2, which I don't think
Ha,
is going to
ha,
happen.
ha.
So it's much
Hmm.
harder to defend than to convert, I think.
We are 5.5 hours in, chat. I think the streams are very long. अरे यार कैमरा होता तो मजे आते, but I think the games are definitely quite interesting.
By the way, a wonder Liang completely winning against Aryan Chopra. The +3 position, 2 pawns right here.
Oh, it's happening on the board, by the way. Bishop c2 played. I think I would just.
Oh,
By the
you
way,
mean
if I
in
give
Vidit's
a
game?
If I in the Nihal game, if I give a check, what are you doing, Sahaj?
Nihal's game. 1 second. Yeah, this is the position. Wait, okay, if I
Let's
bishop
say I give
c2.
a
Yeah.
let's say I give a check. Because I don't know how you escape checks here. If you go to the back rank, then I might even just take the bishop.
King d6.
Check.
अच्छा हाँ e4 पे तो मैं आ नहीं सकता राइट c5 पे आऊंगा
You
तो रुको
can't escape. And if you go to the back rank, then I basically take the bishop. I think that should be even a better version somehow.
Yeah, it's a draw. He plays rook a7 check by the way on the board.
Yeah. King d6. Are we gonna see a draw, or will Nehal still fight? I think there's not much to. Oh, sorry, will yeah, I don't see there's much to fight for. He will see some ghost, hallucinate, and will blunder. Who? Because there's so many games happening. So many to nahi hai, but yeah. Which is, by the way, has 18 minutes.
Vidit has a lot of time, yeah.
I would even just, okay, my battery is just again
अरे battery.
changing.
Let's go.
ये battery change चलता रहता है बस.
So yeah, chat. Basically, two moves remaining: King d6 and b3. Both of them are transposing. यार आप ही बता दो. Do you think Vidit wins this? Based on everything you know about Vidit, what do you think will happen?
इससे मुझसे
I
पूछो क्या?
I तो think 100%. I think 100%. There is no doubt in my mind that Vidit wins
हाँ
this.
हाँ, I think
Okay,
110.
99.73%. I'm not gonna say 100%.
Actually,
आपको
that's a
क्या
good point.
आपको क्या लगता है?
नहीं, I think, हाँ, he wins. I think he wins. आराम से he wins. I think.
यार
I
कुछ
mean,
लोग अभी भी नो लिख रहे हैं. I mean, basically, if the time situation was a bit reversed, then I could understand. But otherwise, I think it's.
the thing is, B3 is the move I would first think about playing, and B3 works, and that's really helpful. If your move is so forcing moves to G3, so it just becomes easy.
Hmm.
साज भाई, मैं डिनर करके आता हूँ 5 मिनट में.
अरे यार चलो ठीक है कर लो
Be
कर लो.
right back.
73. पता नहीं यार. 73 का क्या बनता है? अच्छा 99.73 विशी सर ने कहा था ना बिफोर गुकेश वन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप that he thinks it's a 99.73% that it will be a draw and 0.27% that he will win or something like that. तो एक वो जोक बन गया. माइनस वो क्या क्या बात कर रहे हो? This is dead winning for Vidit. Dead, completely winning for him. Of course, yeah. Basically कुछ मतलब he just has to not fall for king e6 जहाँ पे d7 का एक threat है. It's like king e6 कोई खेलेगा भी नहीं इधर यार, because once you play d7 king d7 rook f7 you can look at this position, right? And then ये position को याद रखना. And then इसमें अगर मैं b3 खेलता हूँ तो rook f7 king d6 आती है. तो सेम पोजिशन में मेरा एक जगह पे pawn b3 पे है, एक जगह पे pawn b4 पे है. तो it's like I don't really expect someone like Vidit to make a mistake like this. Like you can see इस पोजीशन में रुक f7 चेक के बाद पॉन b4 पे है. यहाँ पे रुक f7 चेक के बाद पॉन b3 पे है. So he pushed the thing. Maybe he's just rechecking his lines and trying to be 100% sure. But he's also been playing for nearly 6 hours, and one bad move can mess it up completely, and it's very hard to bounce back from that. So yeah. By the way, while he thinks, let's take a look at Karthikeyan's game. वहाँ क्या चल रहा है? He's been trying to play for a win for a long. Ooh, sorry, this is three, but it's a draw. Yeah, but if you go knight e6, that's a very classic loss because of knight e6, king f4, and you just sacrifice this pawn, take this, and it's GG. But knight e6 तो वो खेलेगा नहीं. He will keep the knights. He will play knight f3, knight e4 or something. and it's going to be a draw. By it's also crazy to be. I mean, imagine playing this tournament. You are half out of three, and you're playing against a 2600 grandmaster. I mean, that's how strong this event is. That's how brutal this event can be. It's very very hard. I mean, it's very difficult to, I think, it's very important, I would say, to start off strong in this event. Because एक खराब मैच होता है, दो तीन खराब मैचेस होते हैं, फिर उसके बाद you are in this state of mind के nothing is working and you still play such strong players. That can be very very bad. You and board are lagging. वो सिर्फ आपके लिए फायर आर्म, जान के सिर्फ आपके लिए किया मैंने. प्लीज गेट द हिंट. बस सच में लैग हो रहा है क्या? बता देना मेरे को. अच्छा, आई एम. प्रोड्यूसर साहब एक बार बता देना लैग हो रहा है कि नहीं. समय भाई पूछ रहा था कि लैग हो रहा हूँ क्या मैं. हल्का सा लैग है, हाँ. देयर इज अ स्लाइट लैग. What was the purpose of rook h7 and why was it the only move? It was because it was the only move that attacked or that threatened something. Like rook h7 के बाद अब d7 check का threat दे रहे थे, and black जैसे ही इसको मारता है तब अब rook f7 check का threat दे रहे थे. That's why. बट इन इस पोजीशन में बहुत सारी ऐसी मूव्स हैं विच आर वन मूव थ्रेट. जैसे रुके वन जो उसने खेला, दैट्स ऑल्सो वन मूव थ्रेट बिकॉज रुके एट चेक का वो थ्रेट दे रहा है. बट दिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ सच मूव्स आर, it's very very difficult, especially when you are almost 6 hours in, um, and it's a very technical end game. This is not really a theoretical end game, right? This is what you call a practical end game. Like इसकी कोई थ्योरी नहीं डेवलप हुई है अभी तक, बट अगर आपने सही से कैलकुलेट किया तो एंड वाली पोजीशन एक थियोरेटिकल एंड गेम बन जाएंगी. सो दोज आर अ लॉट हार्डर टू सॉर्ट ऑफ सॉल्व इन प्रैक्टिस, स्पेशली ड्यूरिंग अ गेम. अगर ट्रेनिंग में आप फिर भी कर लोगे बिकॉज ट्रेनिंग में आपको पता होता है. लाइक ट्रेनिंग में आपका कोच आपको बोलता है कि यहाँ पे कुछ है, जब आपको पता होता है ना कुछ है, तब आप ढूंढ लेते हो. बट ये गेम के बीच में कुछ है वो कोई बताता नहीं है आपको. सो दैट्स व्हाई इट वाज सो डिफिकल्ट फॉर Ivanchuk to find this. Why VD is thinking for so much? For the same reason. I think he just wants to be 100% sure. And he has the time, so why not use it? What about Divya game? Divya actually defeated Basim with the black pieces. She had a brilliant rook sacrifice. It was such a treat to watch. And she's now 2 out of 4. So 50% in this field, which is unbelievably, it's simply just unbelievable to me. And yeah, she's on track. Yeah, 2500 is right around the corner for her. Says, भाई, why are you not? मैं हो रहा हूँ लैग. क्या करूँ? इंटरनेट की वजह से हो रहा है क्या? एक बार कल थोड़ा जल्दी चेक कर लेंगे, ठीक है? Yes. Why am I not playing this tournament? Because then commentary कौन करेगा फिर? Also, yeah, this is a very strong event. I'm not as much of a professional these days. I like doing content, so that's why I'm here. How many rating points did Divya gain today? I think around 7.1. Someone did mention it in the chat. I think it was around, मेरे को लग रहा था around 7 के करीब. But yeah. So she will be around 2478 if I'm not mistaken. Watch Aditya's game. Let's go. Let's take a look because we've been here for quite some time. आदित्य कहाँ पे है? आदित्य का तो खत्म हो गया ना? हाँ, आदित्य finished. Aditya won, no? We live because these are the only ones remaining. And oh, by the way, there is a repetition. Acha, he's going rook a6 and then king b7. यहाँ पे एक repetition था by the way between Pranav and Nihal. So he was giving some checks. But Nihal goes king c5, rook a5 check, king b6, rook a6 check दूंगा तो मैं king b7 आ जाऊंगा. Oh, we have a really cool stat by Niri Bhai. It's that Abhimanyu is unbeaten for 60 classical games as of now. Like that streak has still continued. 60 classical games unbeaten. How crazy is that? That is insane, actually. That is insane. Wow. And today, I think that streak could be broken. I mean, Pragg was close, but he didn't break. Yeah, he created that fortress. That was insane. Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra, yes. That is insane. Thanks for that stat, Niribhai. That's awesome. Going back to the VD game, he's still thinking 8 minutes. He's been thinking for about 8 minutes, I think. No, 12 actually. Yeah, so this is the position. By the way, very quick look at Avander versus Aryan match. After rook 8, he's d7 and try to just promote with c6, c7. And basically, the best move for black is to just capture this pawn on d7. That just shows you how bad the position actually is. So that's not going to happen. I think d7 ke baad maybe Aryan resigns or maybe he plays on for a bit, but there's not much left to play for. So going to be a sad day for Aryan. This also is going to be bad for his chances to 4. And I think the only other game remaining is Karthikeyan versus. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name, but yeah. He plays King E7. And I think he's just been holding this position and Karthikeyan has been trying to play for a win, but kuch ho nahi raha hai. By the way, is Niri Bhai back? If so, please ask him when he will be. यार तुम इसको अनमोड करना पड़ेगा किसी से कहीं से. Wow. Am I lagging a lot now? Okay, wait a second. I'll fix it right now. समय भाई मैं 1 सेकंड के लिए डिस्कनेक्ट होऊंगा, ठीक है? Okay, how about now? Can you hear me? हाँ वो लोड हो रहा है. और you can hear me. That's good. That's good. बस वो बोर्ड लोड नहीं हो रहा है. Just give me a second. Oh, by the way, Karthikeyan versus Chiang Yu has ended in a draw. So that's another result for the Indian players. Board अभी भी नहीं आ रहा. It says the system cannot be accessed or is currently slow to respond. मैं रिफ्रेश करता हूँ. आई एम श्योर ये निंजा की साइड से भी हो सकता है. ओह ओके ओके गॉट इट. अब बेटर है.
So, by look, what are we looking at?
नथिंग. अपेरेंटली बोर्ड लैग हो रहा था एंड आवाज लैग हो रही थी. But now I try to switch my thing and this is, I'm getting a error message showing this. I can put it up on the group.
Okay, I think no moves by Vidit, although Vidit has 5 minutes, chat. And Pranav ki game mein, I think it's still a draw. So I don't think these games will last more than 15 more minutes. That's my first take. Although you never know. Take.
Mhm.
Of
Yeah.
course, Saj bhai, I think just
I
refresh.
think I'm
ये board
back
का link
now.
है ना?
It should be back.
हाँ वो. Yeah, can we have the board? Sorry, bye.
अभी भी नहीं आ रहा.
Oh, रिफ्रेश करो साथ भाई. Try refreshing.
What now?
दिख रहा है. हाँ, लाइव बोर्ड इज इनफ एक्चुअली.
Ah, this is
लगता
fine.
है कार्लसन ने बोर्ड तोड़ दिया. भाई 2D बोर्ड भी
हाँ.
तोड़ने लग गया है कार्लसन. By the way, it showed 40 seconds for Nihal. What's happening?
For Nihal.
Yeah.
Nihal is playing for a win, but doesn't feel very winnable. ये है निहाल का बोर्ड बाय द वे. वो रेपिटेशन हुआ था जो आपने कहा था बाय द वे. जस्ट टू लेट यू नो, आप किंग B6, ही वेंट फॉर दीज चेक्स एंड देन ही पुट द किंग ऑन B6 ताकि रुक A6 चेक के बाद किंग B7 हो मेरे पास. So anyway, it goes
Oh,
rook B5, king C6, rook B4, rook F2, and they are just they are just making moves at this point. This is a draw.
yeah. I think इस गेम का तो curiosity नहीं है. Although Nihal has 3 seconds, that's the only worry. I think they might
Mhm.
have reached the time control. Yeah, they have. They have these 60 moves. That's why I think he's thinking. So let's go back to the VD game, I think. B3 played, by the way, on the board with it. Let's go.
Let's go, bhai. Let's go. It was 17. No, he played king D6 first. Rook F
Yeah.
with 17 minutes of thought. Rook F7 and B3 finally played. And now Rook A7 played by Ivanchuk. And now King E6 is the move.
King E6 या फिर B2. Both actually win. But I think King E6 is the more cleaner one.
For sure.
Come on, come on.
So now, तो ये वाला बंद कर दूं मैं.
Come on with it. 3.5 minutes. No time to waste. Still 12, 13 more moves to go to time control. I don't think this game will last 30 minutes. B2 is winning, but it's a bit more complicated. I think you have to sacrifice the rook for it. I think King E6 is an instant draw. After King E6, White has basically no moves. Has Pragg drawn? Yes, Pragg has drawn. I think it ended way back actually. It's been a long while. चैट कुल मिला के अब 1 2 3 4 5 6 गेम्स पेंडिंग है. उसमें से आई थिंक 2 आर इंडियन गेम्स. One is the Vidit game, one is the Nihal game. Nihal Pranav
Mhm.
is pretty much a draw, so not really worried about that one. I think वो draw ही होगा. So as soon as the Vidit game ends, we can end the stream, but I think Vidit needs to play King E6 first. It's really important. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. King E6 is super important in this position.
Tiku, has any Indian ever defeated Carlsen in a match? Not in a game, but in a match. I think nobody has had a match with Magnus apart from Vichy sir. Um, because match is multiple number of games back to back, and I don't remember anybody playing a match. Why would you play a match? The only situation is the World Championship, and Vichy
Mhm.
sir is the only one who's done that against Magnus, right, Sajbhai?
Yes, think so.
Still waiting for Vidit's move. 2 minutes now for Vidit.
And does anyone in the chat know, by the way, who was the only player to be ahead in a match against Magnus? Does anyone know?
Sajbhai asking. There should not be asked questions.
I mean, yeah, that is true. That is true. It's Karyakin. King E6 played, okay, on the board.
But
अब
what does
F7
White do now?
F7 खेलेगा, rook F5 check and game over.
Because if you play King E3 or something, I think I can just even push B2 and I queen.
Yeah.
If you play F7, Rook F5 check, let's say King E4, Rook F7, I mean, it's over, right? Rook A6, King D6, Rook B6.
कुछ नहीं है यहाँ तो. I think Vidit has calculated, like he spent 17 minutes to sort of calculate all of this, lines, and I think he's
There's the frontal defense possible, Sahaj bhai. So if we
frontal
go
attack.
back, yeah, attack. I think
It
basically there's
doesn't
only
matter,
one.
Sahil bhai, because the board is not mine.
Okay, got it.
It's a live board.
किसका
I'm
बोर्ड
not
लेके
sure
बैठे
what's
साजिद?
going on.
किसके
I'm not
बोर्ड
sure
लेके
what.
बैठे हो साज भाई?
I'm not sure what's going on here. अभी तक तो चल रहा था.
Karyakin, indeed, that is the correct answer. He was ahead of Magnus, and almost, Magnus was frustrated. Yeah, he didn't even attend the press conference on that day when he lost to Karyakin.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Karyakin, I think, came in late. He was giving interviews, so Magnus just left. And he was, I think, fined for that later. But yeah.
By the way, F7 played. Rook
F7
F5
played.
check. Only move.
Nice. Now Rook F5. Let's go.
Nice. Rook F5 check. Only move. Come on, Vidit. Let's play it. Acha, frontal attack. I see it now. I see it now. What do you mean? Do you want to play it out, or should we wait? Because I think it's going to happen anyways.
I think we played once.
Okay, so Rook F5, King E4, Rook F7, Rook A6, King D6 only move to defend the pawn. White plays Rook B6, and now King to C5, Rook B3, King C4 only move, Rook B1, and now you have to be careful. यहाँ पे check,
हाँ.
बहुत सारी checks आ सकती हैं यहाँ पे, and this becomes frontal attack, and black can play Rook E7 check, King F3, and then C5, and this is complete. This is a theoretically winning position क्योंकि दो
And
फाइल से
it's
किया हुआ है.
it's very interesting because if you give Rook C1 check, King B4, साथ में check देना, Rook C1.
Rook C1, King B4.
King B4, Rook B1, King A3, Rook C1. And अगर यहाँ पे King E file पे होता, you wouldn't be able to play Rook C7. So you can play Rook C7 now, King E3, and
King
important,
E4,
and important King B2.
King B2, yes. Rook C4 and King B3.
King
Yo,
B3.
Dvoretsky's endgame manual. क्या बात है?
Yo, let's go. And Vaishali missed this, I think, endgame, right? At the Chennai Grandmasters, I think.
Yes, she did. She did. I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, it
It
was
was
shocking.
किसके
I think
साथ था?
Brett
Was it Harika?
Harika के साथ. Yeah.
हाँ.
Okay, 43 seconds for Vidit. I mean, he can still blunder this away, so he has to be
Why
careful.
is
Only
Vidit-
move is Rook
But why
F5.
is Vidit thinking here? I don't understand.
By the way, if you play B2, for example, F8 queens, B1 queens is a draw. Now try convincing the black king that it's a draw.
There is no
Try,
chance that is a draw, bhai.
bhai, that is a draw. Try convincing the black king it's a draw, yeah?
Like, there's so many checks possible. It looks horrible,
But
actually.
it is a
Wait,
draw.
11
But try,
seconds.
bhai, chalo.
Wait, what's going
Bhai,
on?
3.
ये क्या हुआ?
What?
Oh no,
What?
he played.
What? What? No way. No way. Oh, you know what he missed? He missed King E3. ठीक है. I think at some point he missed कि I can just go F8 queens maybe. But wait, what did he miss?
It is not. I don't understand. I really don't.
Because it's a
This is
simple draw now, right? Because
yes.
after
It's such
king,
a पहले वाली position में कम से कम frontal attack तो था. Like that would have been harder to defend, no?
because
This is
after let's say
Philidor.
King E3, King E3 or King D5, I tried to come to C4. And now simply rook b7, draw.
Yeah.
Khatam.
What happened?
Finish. हो गया. But Vidit, Ivanchuk has only move. But that's the only move. Yeah, king
Wait,
e3 is the
matlab,
only
there is
move.
nothing else you would play here. I mean, oh, is rook b7 a move?
But there's rook
Oh.
f7 check, right? You wouldn't miss
No, no,
that at the end.
yeah, rook b7, f8 queen, and rook f7 check. That's if he misses that, then yeah,
Nah,
I'll believe
Ivanchuk
you.
is not missing that. There is no way. I think he'll play king e3 and he'll play rook b7. It's over, I think. King e3, c5 पे क्या हो रहा है सहज भाई? c5 with rook b7, yeah?
Still rook b7. I really
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
understand this move.
Bhai, Vidit is gonna be really mad today. I think this is not something you get over easily. This is really gonna hurt. Really, really gonna hurt. Wow, that's a shocker actually. He had so much time on the clock, by the way, and he played so well.
Yeah, and he spent 17 minutes on that position as well.
Wow.
Maybe he thought कि वो frontal attack वाली position is, uh, it's like not working for him or something.
Yeah, I think he didn't see rook c7 maybe. I think that's the only rook e7 check नहीं देखा हुआ उसने, trying to push the king back.
King e3 played b2 and f8 queen, rook f8 and rook b7 incoming, and that's a
Wow.
draw.
That's a dead draw. Oh my God. ये तो मैं भी ड्रॉ कर लूंगा भाई.
Wait, can he still play rook d8? नहीं, वो भी तो frontal attack ही होगा यार.
No, but how do you can't really bring the king ना. Like basically
Rook
आपका रुक
d8.
अपने king को रुक
हाँ,
d8
अपने
रुक
king.
b2
Rook d1 खेल के king d, then
रुक
king
d1
a2
king
then.
e2 and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
rook
This
king
is
e2
good.
rook d5 simply I guess rook d2 should be a draw, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's not playing rook b7 here.
I think Chad, this is going to end in a draw, and Vidit's going to be really mad at himself for this. Um,
साहब भाई मैं एक सेकंड में
हाँ
आया, 1 मिनट में आया.
b7 played Chat, and surprisingly भाई ग्रहण लगता ही विदित ने ब्लंडर कर दिया यार. I don't know if that's linked. I don't know if that's linked, but ग्रहण लगा विदित का ब्लंडर आ गया भाई. Not even kidding. You can go back and check. ग्रहण लगते ही विदित का ब्लंडर आया भाई. हाँ भाई, मतलब maybe it's true, yeah, what my parents tell me कि भाई ग्रहण लगने से negative whatever. Maybe that is true. I used to underestimate it. But now I'll take it more seriously. अब मैं खाना पीना नहीं करूंगा भाई ग्रहण खत्म होने तक. अरे यार, this is gonna hurt real bad. And now it's such a simple draw. Like I will draw this blindfold, legit blindfold. After rook b2, the pawn falls. It's such a simple draw.
Okay, so any moves?
ताज भाई, ग्रहण लगते ही ब्लंडर कर दिया बीडी ने.
Yeah.
भाई देख लो भाई.
यार मूड ही खराब हो गया है देख के. दिस इज नाउ प्रॉपर फ्रंटल अटैक यार. ये किंग ई 3 पे
और
है.
अच्छा. हाँ और अच्छा. This is not even frontal attack. This is just king in front of king भाई.
नहीं, वो तो यार रुक बी 2 मारने के बाद इफ यू प्ले c5, इफ यू प्ले किंग d3, इट्स इट्स स्टिल अ ड्रॉ, इट्स स्टिल अ ड्रॉ. किंग a2 आ
Yeah.
रहा है.
And also I think it's such a draw कि like वो अच्छा आपने वो 99.73 बोला था चैट कह रही है.
हाँ, बोला था मैंने. हाँ, बच गया भाई, मैं बच गया.
बाय द वे, विंसेंट काइमर का भी ब्लंडर हो चुका है. मे बी दैट इज ऑल्सो ड्रॉ ना भाई. चल क्या रहा है शतरंज में आज.
रुक बी 2 से फायर ने पहला अच्छा सवाल आई थिंक पिछले 2 साल में पहले अच्छा सवाल किया कि व्हाट इज फ्रंटल अटैक. सो लेट मी एक्सप्लेन इट. देयर इज लाइक आई एम जस्ट
जो
गोना पुट अप
जो
पोजीशन.
सहाज भाई करेंगे आपके साथ जब मिलेंगे तो.
This rook c1, this is called a frontal attack. Like ये होती है आइडियल पोजीशन किंग b4. द आइडिया इज कि आप फ्रंट से आप चेक्स देते हो किंग को, एंड किंग कैनॉट कम अहेड बिकॉज ही हैज टू डिफेंड द पॉन. सो इफ यू प्ले रुक b1 चेक, किंग गोज टू c3, रुक c1 चेक. अब किंग b2 पे नहीं आ सकता क्योंकि c5 मर रहा है. एंड इफ इंस्टेड ऑफ ब्रिंगिंग द किंग टू c3 यू ब्रिंग द किंग टू a3, कि भाई ठीक है अगर आप यहाँ पे अब ये चेक देते हो तो मैं किंग वापस, आई कैन ब्रिंग इट टू b2. Then you bring the rook back to c1 to force the king back to b4, and then you give checks again. That's frontal attack. It's like one of the most basic like end game things.
या या Ah, man, that is harsh. That is really hard for Vidit. And I think जो game अभी चल रही है, it's with, I don't think he realized it was winning. Maybe, yeah, that is also possible.
No, for impossible. I think impossible.
Yeah, 20 seconds. He needs to play. Yeah,
रुके
rook
चेट
c2,
यार ये
rook
तो
h8.
फिलेडोर आ गई सीधी. By the
Only
way,
I
still
think rook king d3 is lost.
King D3. I was just about to say that King D3 is the only move that's lost. King D3 में this is opposition check, check. You take, and now only one move to win. King C4.
Actually, rook
And
a2 is also lost.
अच्छा, okay. So rook
Rook
a2
a2 check and
losing for
check.
different reasons, but yeah, rook c1 and rook d1 check probably is the simplest.
कैसे है ना हम लोग ऐसे कैसे ग्लास 1/10 फुल वाली बातें कर रहे हैं भाई मतलब I think with it up 2.5 he still has of course a good chance, but I think this game might really tilt him a bit. Yeah, it's not easy because it's been going on for so long. Middle game and finds a way to blunder. कह रहे हैं BD. Bhai, thanks for super chat, bhai. But I think chess is hard. Yeah, chess is really hard. I think sometimes there's so many possibilities and um, I think वही है कहीं ना कहीं पे I think that 50 minutes is hurting some chess players. I feel with it thought for like 30 minutes and then played a mistake. I sometimes feel कि intuition पे if he plays, I think he might play better chess.
Also, yeah, I mean,
Um,
saying he finds a way to blunder, like it's different each time. Yeah, it's completely different each time, and yeah, it's an area that you have to work on, and this is an ever long process for every chess player. Every chess player struggles with something.
And that's why I think Vidit, for example, is 27-25, let's say. I think that's his one mistake. Like he will get winning position, not be able to convert it sometimes. And that's why I think he's not 27-75. And that's one difference between somebody like Gukesh or Gukesh will convert, by the way, against a Dogmas in this tournament. So it is difficult
Hmm.
sometimes to have a winning position and do that. But yeah, I think he should have converted that one.
For sure. By the way, Vincent Keimer winning again. His opponent made a huge blunder. Frederik
Oh, wow.
Sahane. So yeah, he converts. So I think he'll be joining in. Yeah, yeah, he's 3 out of 4 now.
Wow.
Okay, Vidit is on 0. So I mean, he hasn't made a move yet.
Pranav Nihal also, by the way, looking still like a draw. वो pawn मार चुका है extra. So it's just unless we see rook bishop rook, that will be depressing.
देखना है रुक बजे बजे रुक.
नहीं नहीं भाई, I think it's a draw. It's a draw. वो नहीं देगा rook bishop pawn के बंदे.
रुकेश टू प्लेड बाय द वे. थोड़ा बोर्ड लैग कर रहा है. आई थिंक आई मीन थोड़ा टाइम लैग हो रहा है यहाँ पे क्योंकि ही वाज ऑन 0-0-0 फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम.
कैंडिडेट्स याद आ गया. अरे भाई कैंडिडेट्स में तो हिट वीड खारो ट्वाइस. ब्लड मून इफेक्ट ऑन वीडी. I don't know. Hard to say actually कौन सा effect है, but yeah. He's trying to cut off the king, but I mean just king d3, yeah? I mean no harm, no foul.
Yeah, this is typical Philidor setup. This is like the first thing you learn in endgames. रुक को ऐसे आप साइड में लेकर आओगे G4 पे, किंग को D2 पे रखोगे, एंड व्हेन ब्लैक प्लेस C4 यू गो फ्रॉम द बैक एंड यू गिव चेक्स. इट्स
Basically, if
जस्ट अ
you're
मैटर
rated
ऑफ.
like 1500 and you blunder this, like your coach will be very mad. So there is no way.
या ही विल
Um,
बी वेरी वेरी मैड. के
K1
बट
has only one move now. Two moves actually.
नाइट G7 ना.
No, that's a blunder.
नाइट G7 इज अ ब्लंडर हियर.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
apparently King
interesting.
E5 and F4 are two moves.
Okay. Knight D7, why is it a blunder? Bishop C6. Ah, okay, because the king is tied to the pawn then. Okay,
Hmm.
going back to the VD game just to see if there's any updates there. King D3, rook H3 check ho gaya. King C2, King C4. Okay, now he just needs to bring the rook on the side. Yeah, rook G1, and this is now a Philidor. Rook G4 check incoming.
Philidor, Philidor. फिलिडोर भाई क्या
Vincent plays king e5. I'm just gonna ignore that.
भाई 6.5 घंटे बाद ये होता है भाई।
चलो मेरे 8 घंटे हो गए, जस्ट रिमेम्बर।
भाई तो मेरे भी हो गए भाई।
8 घंटे हो गए मेरे।
कम ऑन कम ऑन, कोई तो जीतो, बट नहीं आई थिंक ड्रॉ ही होंगे दोनों। आई एम सरप्राइज दे स्टिल प्लेइंग एक्चुअली। एक सेकंड आया भाई, एक सेकंड।
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure. Should be a draw. Yeah, yeah, I know. Should must be a draw, but we're just waiting for the final moments here. ये हर वक्त विदित का टाइम 0-0 क्यों आ जाता है यहाँ पे? फिलिडोर बोला उन्होंने. फिलिडोर इज एन ओपनिंग. एंड इट्स ऑल्सो लाइक फिलिडोर वाज अ प्लेयर, अ चेस प्लेयर, जिसने एक बहुत फेमस ओपनिंग इन्वेंट करी थी, E5 D6 करके, जो होती है ब्लैक से. एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो अनदर क्रिएशन बाय फिलिडोर, जिसने आई थिंक कुछ तो 1800s में, लाइक लेट 1800s में बताया था कि दिस दिस एंड गेम इज अ ड्रॉ. इट्स कॉल्ड द फिलिडोर मेथड. Yes, it's he's a player. He was a player. I mean, तो
भाई
basically
व्हाई
अभी
इज
रुके.
विदिस टाइम जीरो?
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. The कुछ कुछ हो रहा है, कुछ lag हो रहा है. I'm guessing they just agreed to a draw. Okay, wait. Rook H2, King C1, Rook E2, some moves coming in.
खत्म
Rook G3. So
खत्म
this is
खत्म।
finished now. Basically, the point is कि black खेलेगा King D4. ठीक है. White just chills. Black plays C4. White just chills. And जब तक black C3 नहीं खेलेगा, तब तक white को chill करना है यहाँ पे. तो जैसे C3 आएगा, then you bring the rook to the back and you start giving checks, and the rook king has nowhere to hide. Basically, अगर pawn C4 पे होता तो king ऐसे hide कर सकता था. That's what's
तो
called Philidor.
पीछे से अटैक करना है मतलब बेसिकली, और क्या?
Yeah, from the back. So rook H3 C4, rook G3.
या अभिनव भाई में से गा रहे हैं, अभिनव भाई चीयर्स। Why don't they stream live showing players? Because FIDE didn't give us the cams. So unfortunate, but not much we can do there. Uh, Rook G3. Yeah, they're repeating moves. And I think we're gonna have a couple of draws in a couple of minutes.
For sure. Couple of draws. What do you mean? प्रणव का भी ड्रॉ हो रहा है? वो तो नहीं होगा भाई. प्रणव का तो चलेगा.
No, I think it's gonna end in a draw soon.
क्या rook F3?
Because you can't really progress now for black. There is no way. I'm just bringing the king to E3. How do you progress? There is no way actually.
अच्छा, and then you take on F3.
Hmm.
Somehow मुझे आपकी बात पे भरोसा हो गया.
Somehow, yeah.
Somehow.
Okay, what is Vidit thinking here? I mean, he knows it's a draw. FIDE
सहज भाई.
कैंस किया था, देता है बट इट्स टू एक्सपेंसिव। हाँ साज भाई।
सहज भाई 7 hours खेलने के बाद ड्रॉ ऑफर करना कितना शेमफुल होता है, क्यों भाई? I mean, it was still a fight. It was a long fight. Why is it shameful?
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you miss a win, you feel sad, but
It's
it's
not
just chess,
shameful.
man. Chess is it's not
Just
shameful. It's
chess.
just yeah.
It's just chess. I mean, also you have to give props to your opponent as well, because they held on for such a long time. And the okay, rook A2, rook H3 played. Not shameful, but painful. Now that I agree with. Rook G to Rook F3. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Vidit is playing this, but yeah. This clearly he's frustrated. I mean to say draw offer नहीं कर सकते सीधा रिपीटेशन करके draw. I mean कर सकते हो आप draw offer of course. लोग करते भी
I
हैं.
think after 40 moves you can.
Hmm.
And also, by the way, Pranav. Oh, now it's a simple draw actually. Look at Pranav's position, by the way. Bishop F3, Bishop F3, King E3. Khatam. Draw. बच गए भाई. No rook, bishop,
और
rook. No bishop, rook भाई. बच
oh
गए
by the
भाई.
way trick है यहाँ पे हाँ King E3 Rook E1 check.
King F2. Okay.
King F2 you have to find.
वो बच गए भाई. अगर एक स्क्वायर थ्रू होता ना किंग तो भाई फिर दोबारा कैलकुलेट करना पड़ता भाई. वो रुक बिशप रुकना ही नहीं भाई. एक
Let's
घंटा
just
चलता
catch
पूरा
the
फिर.
final moments here. So it wasn't the best day I think. A lot of draws. But yeah, I think
Uh,
Vidit and Nihal both had good positions.
I think that's an interesting concept, Saj. I think we have seen so many draws, and I know it's because the players are very strong, but I also feel because it's a time control again. Like if
Mm-hmm.
it was, 90 plus 30 and then only 15 minutes, I think we would have seen many, many more results. So wait, time control is okay. That's an instant draw for Vidit.
Yeah, this is by the
Um,
way the Philidor defense. C3 आते Rook F7 and then Rook B2 and then you start giving checks and King के पास
you
कोई
can even just
रुकने की जगह नहीं
take,
है.
right? You can even just take the rook now.
Yeah, yeah. In any situation, you can just take
King
it.
A3, rook takes B2, and it's going to be stalemate. ओह नो सहज भाई विदित ने स्टेलमेट ट्रैप मिस कर दिया वरना जीत रहा था. सहज भाई कह रहे हैं भाई. ओके.
Okay, I think final moves, or is it just a draw already? Ah, there we go. The game finally ends in a draw. I think a sad result for Vidit, yeah? By the way, Nihal also drew immediately. Happened at the same time. Yeah, there is a game. It ended in a draw. साहिल भाई आपकी आपकी आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है. I think I'm muted हो.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Saviva, I think have had all the games. Can we go to the standings now? I think we know Kamer is going to win, so that will be one more player who will go to 3.5. If you can go to the first page of the standings, um, he will go to three, right, Kamer? Yeah, he'll go to three.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have 13 players, Sahaj Bhai, on 3 points. So one will be upfloated, and then we'll have 6 versus 6. So it could be anybody versus anybody tomorrow.
No, so that many players, I would expect Pragg to play, I think, Parham, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see.
I
Let's see
think
क्या होता है.
colors wise it might be Arjun also, but it's very likely an Indian plays him tomorrow. So that's
Hmm.
gonna be a super important clash. And Leon, by the way, there on 2.5, very nice. And if you go to 2.5 there, I think uh, I do think there's a barrier, Sahaj. जिसके आगे the chances of you qualifying for the candidates are less than 1%. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that barrier right now is 2 points. And if you have 2 points and lower, I think the chances of qualifying are less than 1%. So 2.5 tak everybody should be in. You can see Nihal Sarin there, Vidit Gujarati there, Anish
Mm-hmm.
Giri, Pranav Venkatesh there as well on 21st place. Hans Niemann, I can see, Anish Giri, Ian Nepomniachtchi, always in the run. And it's going to be a tough, tough, tough day tomorrow. Saj bhai, 11 rounds in total. We are 4 rounds in. I think अगले 2 round के बाद I think we'll really narrow down the field to a select few players who are going to qualify. What do you think?
Maybe a bit more, but yeah, the picture will be a lot clearer, I think. We will have some leaders on the board. At least 13 players is a lot, so it's very, very hard to kind
Hmm.
of decipher who's going to, qualify. But yeah, Parham definitely seems like a clear favorite right now.
Hmm. True, true, true. So, chat, I think that was an interesting day. I think you could have had a lot more wins. Nihal technically could have won. Vidit could, okay, I think Pranav Security, Vidit should definitely have won. And of course, Pragg, Sahaj Bhai, should have ideally won. I think we missed out on a bunch of victories today, I think.
Yeah, Pragg, I think got unlucky with that fortress, especially that, exchanging those rooks in that crucial moment on move 40 or something like that. I think that definitely cost him. And while you were gone, Niranjan Bhai also gave us a stat that Abhimanyu Mishra is undefeated for 60 classical games, which I think is insane.
That is insane. Maybe that's the stat and the fortress we should send to Magnus Carlsen and ask him how to break this one, sir. Looks difficult, slightly, I think. But, anyways, overall chat, not a bad day for Indian players, though. We had a bunch of draws, but I don't think the top players lost. So, everybody maintains their chances. I think basically everybody shifts a little bit up, and some people join the others on 3 points. So, tomorrow will be an exciting might suffer his first defeat. Who knows? I hope he does if an Indian plays him, because otherwise, जो भी उनसे हारेगा उन बहुत पीछे रह जाएंगे. And tomorrow, likely there'll be a huge shift in the pairings. So, chat, thank you for joining us today. Sraj bhai, as usual, thanks for commentating. And आज बीच में को 15 मिनट ब्रेक लेनी पड़ गई थी. Thank you for adjusting there, and thank you sir for the amazing broadcast. आज तो सेकंड बोर्ड भी आ गया. आई थिंक होपफुली कल और बड़ा बनाएंगे उस बोर्ड को हम, एंड होपफुली कल बड़े बड़े हमें रिजल्ट्स ही मिलेंगे. सो थैंक यू चैट, सी यू टुमारो, सेम टाइम सेम प्लेस. गुड बाय एंड गुड नाइट.
Goodbye.